Good morning, chat. Yo, can we not play the OP? I'm so tired of them trying to play the OP every time I look away from my main screen, dude. I swear, it's literally every single time. It's like, yeah, man, Umineko, let's put the OP on. No! No! We're not doing that. Good morning, chat. With the taste of your lips, I'm on a ride. You're toxic, I'm slipping under. Chat, I'm really tired. I'm really tired right now. Oh yeah, click away from the main menu. Forgot about this. Advanced stratagem. Advanced stratagem. Did you see that? I tried to click start and it opened up the thing again. Stop. Oh yeah, let me refresh chat so it appears on screen. Refresh. I think it should be on screen now. Yes, there it is. There it is, there it is, there it is. Yes, chat, we are back for some more Umineko action. Thank you, Ice, for the resubscription on 13 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Pink Pubed, W message. Thank you, FBI Dragon Con, for 24 months, 2 years. Yes, the sub counter did work. You can see 124. It's kind of too many. We kind of got too many of them, bro. But yes, thank you for fixing that, AG. Thank you, FBI, for the resubscription. 2 years is a freaking insane. By the way, 24 months and Sangatsu still isn't out on YouTube. We're almost there, bro. Almost there. TD Wolf, thank you for $5 from YouTube. Umineko mean more money for Pink. Let's fucking go. I'm hyped. Missed you last week, King. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome aboard. Thank you, TD Wolf, for your... Listen, TD Wolf. Listen. I'm just here for the love of the game, okay? I'm here for the love of the game. I'm here for the love of the seagulls. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, chat, we were gone last week. Going off of that message. We were gone last week. Because I had a bunch of crazy IRL stuff going on. So we are back in action. I don't think I'm going to have to take any more, like, breaks in content, but we will see. I think I'm good, though. I think we're solid. I think we're solid. Good stuff. Hi, chat. Watched the Higurashi corkboard highlight like a week ago. Glad I caught the Umi Rito so early into it. Hell yeah, Marisa. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah, and check this. This is where we're at with the corkboard. Speaking of the corkboard. Highlights include... Oh, my goodness. I forgot that Shannon existed. Yo, wait, okay, and now it has been 2 weeks, so I've already pulled up. I'm gonna do a really quick scroll through right now of last stream, just because my brain is a little, slow. Today will be the day we watch Kaizo Trap. I forgot about that, holy shit. Did chat get smaller? I don't know. I mean, looks about average size down there. I don't know. Chat, I can, it's a little hard to make bigger. Oh, I can make it bigger. Oh, I think it did, wait. Oh no, I have it at size 28. I can bump it up to 32. Let's do, how about we try that? How about that? How about that? Oh, but then look, somebody like Witch types, and look, this much of it is their username. Fat ass username. Fat username. Fat username. I think I'll decrease it back to 28. Also, Witch, thank you for the resubscription. I have switched my schedule that every 2 weeks I have no university on Wednesday and only work Wednesday evening, so I can watch this stream and then sleep at midday until work. Oh my goodness. It's the high IQ, bro. High IQ mix-ups to ensure the Umineko action. You'd love to see it. Crazy that you already hate Umi so much, you skipped a week. Chat, I'm doing what I can. Have fun reading. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so let me real quick, chat. We're gonna look through last stream just a little bit so I can get some reminders of Eva, right? Generally what's going on. To the point of getting headaches like Natsui. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay, I'll let it slide. I mean, it's a servant, right? You gotta... Oh yeah! Holy crap, chat. I forgot about this lady, dude. She was tweaking so much. Do I have your name here? I have it in my, if I open up the menu in game. Oh, Delsny Land! Oh my goodness, there's so much stuff. Okay, yeah, she was tweaking getting headaches trying to run the manor, but also, like, you're not a true blood, like, why are you so invested? There's, like, an entire thing going on there. The adults were, like, at each other's throats. There was accusations accusations were dropping for this guy of embezzlement with daddy's funds for his like resort business that sucks. Because he is a Delsny adult Andy, because Delsny land, talk about it. Bullied by Kinzo for being infertile, that's a big thing. Patriarchal family, we got some interest with that. Jessica's not a boy, which is kind of like a debuff, like your womb. Wait, I feel like I should do something. No, I shouldn't do something about her womb. Or maybe I should. I feel like there's a tech here where we give her like an F minus, or like a D plus womb, or like a C minus womb. I don't know how. We'll circle back, because that's really freaky. That's really weird. We need to do that with grace and poise, okay? We need to do that with grace and poise. The Oshiro Miyas are rich and Battler is a freak. Well said. Well said. Oh, wait. Let me minimize this. Oh, and chat, do let me know. So, I don't know if this is something... AG, if you're still here, you can maybe let me know. If YouTube memberships, like, appear or not in the side chat. If anybody does that, let me know. I'm sorry. I gotta find... I have not spent very much time working on the back infrastructure of the stream. I need to do some more effort into that. But let me know if anybody does that. There's no expectations, but it's always really appreciated. Like I pulled up this for a second. I think this means you're a member. 482 egg. Thank you. You're goated for that. But like, YouTube memberships are weird. You know what I mean? I'm not used to them. So, just hit me up so I can give you a little bit of sauce. And sauce means me give you attention on stream. Yay, attention. But yeah, okay. So that's like some really big elements. Ooh, we got a lot going on with you. Right. Okay, this was a really big point. How Kinzo was connected to the GHQ in the World War II era, which was basically like the, I don't know if occupier is the right word, but the occupiers of Japan after the World War II. Like the people that came in were like, this is how we're running the country now. And so that's really interesting. Called Christ an Imbecile, Black Magic Andy, Beatrice. Ooh. Yeah, so that's... Oh, yeah, and then he's the sole survivor of the family getting burned to death. And he loves absinthe. I need to get some absinthe up in my business. Shout out our ancestors. Shout out our ancestors. Let's see, I think I had, like, a brainstorming area. So it's empty. Okay. Okay, so that's helpful. We got a little bit of the two, I think, siblings. The sibling twins we got some action with, which was important. They are guaranteed siblings, right? We locked in on that. Yeah, brother, sister. So that's important. Battler's a freak. We're trying to grope people.
So you could feel the
how that goes. Yeah, delay, I moved up to 8 seconds.
Of almost a half century hanging about it.
Let's see. What else was going on?
Get that reference?
Oh, yeah, they tried to do the dinner, but Kinzo was too busy tweaking to, like, come to the dinner.
Oh, don't bring Jessica into this.
Whoa. And then they got mad at the eldest son for being embezzler Andy. I think that's pretty much the ending. She was tweaking. Dude, she was tweaking.
Up in Rosa.
Oh. And then I took notes for like an hour. This is me taking notes.
Oh. He does look like the Baki meme.
He does with the baby. The baby in the bed. He does.
The swaddled baby.
Yes, in the bed.
After losing all of his limbs. Am I in hell now?
Agreed.
Alright.
What a wise gentleman. What an artist. Okay, so yeah, I feel caught up. Oh my goodness, I look back, what have we learned? I've gifted 5 tier 1 subs to the community. Thank you, what have we learned? That is so nice of you. Thank you. Chat, were you one of the gift Andes? Did you receive the gift? Check your mail. Thank you, what have we learned? That's very, very generous of you. Thank you. Orvlov redeemed the weekly hydrate. Alright. You haven't seen the Baki meme code? It's, frick. Maybe I should pull it up really quickly. I have to, like, where is it? Baki meme hospital. This, chat, this. Doesn't this look exactly like Genji? I mean, when he's right, he's right. You know what I mean? I mean, say it ain't so. My heart is a marathon. Boom, 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 boom. Say it ain't so. There's a part of me that just wants to do this to Genji. You know what I mean? Where we just get rid of his bottom half and we just swaddle him up. I don't know if I'm gonna do it right this second, but like, oh, it really wouldn't be that hard either. Oh no. Oh no, somebody, no. No, 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 no. No. No, it can't. It cannot be. It cannot be. It's wrong. It's wrong, chat. It's wrong. But it would be so simple. Oh, but it would be so simple. It would be as easy as this, right? And then pretty much just like, you know what I mean? It would be so simple. Do you see? I don't know. I don't know, chat. I feel like it's, I mean, is it too much too fast? I think it might be too much too fast. I'm like nervous, you know? I'm nervous. A really quick mock-up. It's a good option. I don't know if we need to lock in on it right now. I do think it's an effective option though. Maybe I just have it hang in there like a 2-in-1 combo. Anyways, we'll come back to this later. I think I feel what was the very last spot that we left up on? I gotta pull the stream back up from last week. Very last spot, then we'll get going with this stream, chat. Alright, we'll make that way smaller. So the very last stuff that was going on was the argument about embezzlement. That was the embezzlement thing. Yeah, the body needs to be bigger, but it's hard because like, do you just make his head bigger maybe? Okay. 5 corkboard streams for every 1 reading stream. Okay. That's a good idea. And they said, dude, in the, remember the husband, what's her name? Kraus? Kraus sent her to leave. Isn't that crazy? He was like, you gotta get out of here, dude. Because she was getting so upset. Like, something magic. Oh yeah, I think she was going in crazy. Like, your only purpose was to birth a successor. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then she ran into her.
Bent over like a shadow. Over the bed.
True.
Not even this.
Do it entirely. Okay, and that's the spot. I think that's the spot. Okay. Yes, I follow. Alright, chat. Let's make some moves. Let's make some moves, chat. Hope. It's dead silent. It's dead silent. Is that a way of telling me there is no hope? New track is playing. Hope. You hear it? Cricket sound. Cricket sound. Cricket sound. Okay. I'm gonna immediately look at character names again, because I need to refresh on that. So Kinzo, Kraus, Natsuhi, Jessica, Eva, Hideyoshi, George, Rudolph, Kirei, Battler, Terumasa, Nanjo. I feel like Nanjo low-key better. Wait, how do I fix the audio? I forgot, how do we fix the audio? I don't remember how I did it last week. Rosa. So Natsui, Kraus, Eva, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, Kraus. No. Kirei, Kraus, Rosa, Maria, Genji, Shannon, Kanon, Goda, Kumasawa. Settings. Oh. Here we go. What about the void, chat? Yo, who's your favorite character? We got great characters. George, Rudolph. Oh, we all love Battler. Ah, Kinzo. What a crazy guy. The endless void of suffering. And also Canon, the femboy. Okay. What do we usually do? Do we usually do this much? I feel like we usually do 2 on each. Can we get an ooh? Okay, that's a little loud. Do we do 1 of each? I think we do 1 of each. I think we do 1 of each. Void-chan. Can we get an ooh? Ooh, ooh! Or whatever she says. I need to hear, because that's, Maria. That's a Maria, action. Okay. We did 1, 2, 3. I'm down to try 1, 2, 3. Okay. Chat, I'm gonna do something crazy here. I'm gonna take a sip of Monster. I can't drink a full energy drink or it literally gives me like heart problems because it's like that, it's too much caffeine. But I am trying to do a new tactic called 1 sip of it. And that will hopefully last me the entire stream. Okay. Whew. We crossed the hall again on our way to the entrance. Oh, yeah. This was the very last thing, huh? As we did, we once again saw that witch's portrait. However, the word saw is probably not the best word to describe that experience. It was more like our eyes were drawn to it. That woman's eyes, with their sage-like glamour, definitely had the power to make those who looked at her stand rooted to the spot. I don't think I wrote... Yeah, I don't have her here, but remember there's like a big story about how like she's like the true person of the island and like most of the island is still the forest and that's like her realm and whatever.
Majo, Beatrice ka. Honto ka ne?
How do I do auto? Is it A? That's right. There it is. There's the ooh. Back when he had been asked what the picture was, the first person to tell him it was Beatrice had been Maria. Therefore, when Battler showed signs of doubt, Maria must have felt that Battler didn't have faith in her. Of course, that's not what Battler meant. Maria ran up to the portrait and began banging on a plate below it. Yo, relax. Maybe the title of the portrait was written there. Maria, trying to prove that she wasn't lying, obstinately continued to hit the plate. Oh, here on the left? I have that portrait IRL? That's crazy.
別にマリアが言ったのを疑ったわけじゃないぜ。
When he patted Maria's head and apologized, she seemed to accept it, sticking out her chest and proudly ooh-oohing. Can't believe they got me to ooh-ooh.
なに我が最愛の魔女ベアトリーチェ。
ベアトリーチェ。
懐かしき故郷を貫く。って、なんだこの怪しげな長いひるまよ。
The plate did have the title of the portrait written on it, but it was much too big to contain only that. Beneath the title, what looked like a long epitaph was also written. As I skimmed over it, I was taken aback by the array of unnerving words that jumped out at me.
すげえだろそれ。じいさまが書かせたものだよ。意味深だろ？マリア知ってる。黄金の隠し場所。
おいおい。後ろ宮家の隠し黄金の話か？そりゃまた懐かしい話だね。
Okay.
っていうか兄貴。
This is new to me.
これマジなのか？
Either I forgot about this or this is new. Wait, how do I do the log? Does it scroll up? There we go. Okay, it's all coming back to me. It's all coming back to me. Huh? It's the place where the gold is hidden. Yo, we're already rich as a bitch. We don't need the hidden treasure. We don't need to go find the One Piece, dude.
これを書かせたおじいさまは、この絵とこの碑文に関しては何も語ってくれないんだ。でも、親類たちの間では、おじいさまの黄金の隠し場所を記したもので、この謎を解いた者に、家督と黄金のすべてを譲るという意味ではないかと、もっぱらささやかれてるよ。
Sorry, George was speaking. Do you think Beatrice is like Jesus' toe, where she like follows you? Where like if I like went to the left of the painting, she would be looking at me, and if I went to the right of the painting, she'd still be looking at me, because she got that like that like panopticon grind set going on. Relinquish the headship is crazy. Dude, Maria's gonna be casting spells on us trying to, like, make that happen. Yeah, the Mona Lisa stare. Exactly.
さてな。
Exactly, exactly.
10トンの金塊なんてね。私はちょいと眉唾だけどな。
しかしよ、こんな碑文を読んじまうとマジかなって気になっちまうな。
I think I already explained grandfather's upbringing, the Guna Lisa, but let me also mention the Oshiromiya family's Legend of the Gold. Grandfather succeeded the Oshiromiya family after it had been almost totally destroyed in the Grand Kanto earthquake. And by successfully riding the stormy seas after the war, managed to accumulate great wealth. That much of the story everyone knows. However, this is where the strange part of the story begins. Part of it is closely tied to grandfather's black magic hobby, so its credibility is extremely low, but... well, wait until the end before you doubt or make fun of it. After the war, grandfather successfully predicted what the future would hold. His big gamble paid off and he accumulated a vast store of wealth. But there is a mysterious legend about how he gained the funds in the first place. Grandfather came from a branch family, had no connections in the business world or the financial world. Ooh, wait. What if there's a theory? This might be what they're saying. What if there's a theory that he caused the death and the burning of the original estate in a gambit to get the money? Do you get what I mean? That, like, he made a deal with Beatrice to kill his entire family and do arson and blah blah blah, and in return got wealth, like, later. Okay. Okay. What if... thank you. That's a fun, like, complete speculation theory. Grandfather came from a bit no connection to the business world or the financial world. Even though he later built connections with the occupying forces, in the beginning he was supposedly a nameless person who had not yet gained anyone's trust. Money can only be gathered based on trust. There's no way anyone would lend money to an untrustworthy person. Can you say it again but faster? Sacrifice. Occult sacrifice for wealth of the family. How did grandfather, whose trustworthiness was zero, manage to obtain the large amount of funds in the first place? It is said that, when asked the question, grandfather answered like this. Beatrice! Know what he actually say? One fateful day. Wait, what's his voice like? One fateful day. No, it's like, one fateful day I encountered the Golden Witch. Beatrice! He then went on and on. Oh, that's, okay. I thought we would do it entirely in his voice. We just gave up on that immediately. He then went on and on about how he continued to research alchemy and techniques for summoning demons in order to become a great mage. And the entity summoned as the result of the demon calling ritual was the Golden Witch Beatrice. He then said that he made a contract where, in exchange for his own soul, he would receive fortune and honor. The witch then granted grandfather 10 tons of gold. Grandfather used his gold as collateral to prepare a vast quantity of funds, and then used that to multiply his wealth by several times and revive the Oshiromiya family. It seems that this story is so old that our parents had already been told it when they were still children. And that she's called the Golden Witch? Well, that would line up. So our parents, when they were little, explored this island in various ways, believing that the gold that grandfather had received from the witch might be hidden somewhere. However, since there was the danger of them getting lost in the abandoned forest, grandmother or someone began to spread the story that the witch lived in the forest and approaching it was too dangerous.
そんな話があったな。
Interesting.
俺たちも小さい頃、親からその話を聞かされて、宝探しと称して島中はあちこちうろうろして。
I feel like I should really quickly put Beatrice on the corkboard so I can write down some of these notes, because this is super important. I think it was oh my goodness, I have too many DMs with people. I think it was Yaz that sent the thing to me. Let me pull that up real quick. Yes, the painting. I have the painting saved, so this will take me like 2 seconds here. I'm trying to be a W note taker, chat. A W note taking. Okay, let me boom, import from file, and oh my goodness! Sorry. 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 She's a bit large. Sorry. We're just gonna shrink her down. They're gonna just slam in her like, just thinking of putting her like, ooh, maybe we make her like thick. Oh, maybe we make her like thick. That seems reasonably sized. We just like put her like right here, maybe. Okay, and then I'm gonna merge this. Italics, fancy script. Something like this. The Golden Witch Beatrice, and then let's see, and then the kind of note. Am I mostly doing in Calibri? Like 11. Summoned from demon. Story of being summoned as part of occult demon summoning. And Kinzo sold a soul for 10 tons of gold. Okay, that's enough. That's enough to start. There we go. Now I at least got her down. It's not crooked. It's not crooked. This is level. This is... It's crooked. It's crooked. It's not level. I can fix it? I remember that old story. True.
森で迷ってワンワン泣いて、しお兄さんに見つけてもらって、親にめちゃくちゃ怒られたんじゃなかったっけ？懐かしいぜ。
This portrait art was in the original release as well. That's so cool. Yeah, this is a really ominous portrait.
バカだったよな。
Unsubbing.
だってよ。じいさまはその資本金で儲けた挙句でこの島を買うんだぜ。この島に来る前から黄金を持ってたってことになるじゃねえか。
Oh, yeah.
この島にあるわけがないぜ。
Well, but where would he transport? He could have transported it onto the island.
そうとも限らないよ。その黄金が元からこの島に隠されていて、それを確実に自分のものにするためにこの島を丸々買い取ったとかね。何しろ10トンもあるんだもん。安全な場所に移すより隠し場所そのものを確保する方が現実的だよ。
この碑文を書かせたのは2年前。それもじいさま自身ってなると、なるほど。黄金伝説も信憑性が増してくるじゃねえか。じいさまが後宮家復興の資本金にしたという魔女に授けられた黄金が10トン。そいつがどこかに今も眠っていて、じいさまはこの謎を解けたやつに全部を譲ろうって、そういうつもりなのかもしれねえ。じいさまらしいセンスというか、なんというか。
The lighter to burn down the original family. I think you're onto something.
マジならなんとも景気のいい話だぜ。
The epitaph carved into the plate was very mysterious, something like a poem or a song. Its sentences were incredibly disturbing, filled with the signs of grandfather's black magic hobby and truly in bad taste. But it could definitely be viewed as a puzzle which, if solved, could lead to the place where the gold was hidden. Please give it to me, dude.
そういうつもりなのかどうか、おじいさまの胸中は想像もつかないけどね。一つ言えるのは、このうさんくさい碑文を、おじいさまは一族全員に告示するかのようにここに掲示したこと。そして黄金の存在はほのめかしながらも、未だにその隠し場所について一切触れないこと。そこから親たちが想像を膨らませて、おじいさまの知恵比べに違いないって言い出した。
When did grandfather start tweaking? Kind of within, I don't, when was it actually? I feel like relatively recently. So it's like if he started tweaking about Beatrice, and then like got this thing written or wrote this thing, it's kind of like Oh, how much do we want to believe the words of a madman? You know what I mean? That's more what I mean, rather than anything else. But also, there's probably something to it, you know?
欲の皮が突っ張ってるうちの親父あたりだろうぜ。こんな世まいごとを真に受けてるなんてよ。じいさまの黒魔術趣味はバカにしてるくせに、この隠し黄金の話だけは信じてやがる。調子のいい話さ。
確かに現実的な話じゃないよね。
Always been tweaking.
当時、
Yeah.
無名で何のコネクションもなかったおじいさまに無償で莫大な金塊を融資する人物なんているわけがない。それがいたからこそ、おじいさまはそのスポンサーを魔女と呼んだというなら考え
Wait,
ら
George,
れ
you
ない
don't frequent
話
the
じゃない
occult?
けど。
You don't believe that there was some
でもよ、
magic
10トン
involved?
だぜ、10トン。一体現金に直したらいくらくらいになるんだ？っていうか、とんでもない量になるはずだぜ。
とんでもない量だよ。人類が有史以来発掘した黄金はせいぜい10万トンって言われてる。人類の歴史が手にした黄金の1万分の1を個人が手にしてるっていうのはとてつもない
That's
こ
some
とだよ。
Mansa Musa type
それが
beat,
一
dude.
箇所にあり、しかもそれをおじいさまにポンと貸し出せるような魔女。ただものじゃないね。
私はよ、その10トンって数字ももはや嘘くさいと思ってるぜ。第一よ、じいさま以外に見たやつはいないんだろ。仮に気前のいい魔女が実在して黄金を貸したとしても、それは10は10でも10キロぐらいの間違いじゃねえのか。
It was
10キロ
this
でも
big.
相当いい金額になるはずだぜ。
Biggest bass I've ever done seen. 30 feet long.
10キロの黄金っていくら？
Maria, who couldn't keep up and felt like she was being spoken to in riddles, finally found a place where she could ask us a question. Question which I also wanted to ask right then. Dumbass. Whenever I hear 10 kilos or 10 tons, I know that's an incredible amount, but I couldn't put a number on exactly how incredible. George and Nikki folded his arms and tried to remember the market price of gold. Bro, Battler and Maria have the same IQ.
金も相場の影響を受けるから何とも言えない
That's
し、
so funny.
純度や鋳造先の信用によっても変わってくる。換金に手数料もかか
Wait,
るし、
chat, are you guys doing a
ただ
bingo? Have I
希少
asked
金
that
属で
already?
あることは間違いなくて、このま
Is
ま
there a
採掘
running
が進
bingo
めば、
going for
人類は
Umineko,
あ
the
と半世紀ほど
Umineko
で
chapter
全てを
1?
掘り尽くしてしまうんじゃない
That'd
か
be
って憶
crazy.
測もある。
Holy crap, I look back and George has like explained the gold market since the beginning of time. Okay, okay. At Grok, please break down 10 kilos of gold and how useful it is. You are aware of it. We did, and I got bingo the first stream. Yes, that's funny. Yo, shout out the Discord where you can play freaking Umineko bingo. Talk about it, bro. Link in the description. All right.
デタラメに言って1キロあたり200万円程度の価値はあるんじゃないかと思うね。
ひゅ
Battler's about a pog.
私よ、10キロってのは今
I
適
fear
当に言って
Maria's
控え
IQ
め
is
な数字な
higher.
んだけどよ。
True.
それでも2000万円の価値があるってことになるじゃねえかよ。
マリア、体重28キロ。
ということは、マリアちゃんと同じ重さの黄
Ooh,
金な
we
ら
should
その
Midas
価値
touch
は
her.
5000万円
Midas
を
touch
超える
Maria
っ
to
て
get
計算
50
になる
million
ね。
yen.
そりゃたまげるな。
Wait, dude, Midas was
10トンな
OP.
らいくらだ？ 10キロで2000万が1000倍だから。
Completely misses the entire curse of and tragedy of the Midas story. Bro, Midas was rich. What? I wish I was Midas.
200億円か？こりゃたまらねえや。
How much is 20 billion yen actually worth? We would have to measure it by putting it in terms we could understand. I mean, they say that wages over a lifetime are 200 million yen. You grow up and work like crazy, sacrificing your life for your company as you approach old age and are finally freed. And all that together, including the retirement money, comes out at 200 million yen. In other words, that is the cash equivalent of a human's life. No, you could even call it the price of a life. We were talking about a sum so enormous that it would require 100 of those lives. I wonder how many people died in the fire. You know what I mean? Like, a sum so enormous it would require 100 of those lives. Like, it sounds like a sacrifice. Even if, you know, drawing this comparison is crazy. Assuming you work for 40 years from age 20 to 60, then it's equal to 4,000 years of work wages. It's a sum of money you could finally accumulate after working every day, starting from the Jomon period.
ほう
Midas versus Saitama? Whoa.
200億円ってすごい
Midas. Battle IQ. Lose. Strength. Lose. Speed. Lose. Hacks. Win. Midas low diff.
ああ、すげえよ。
Talk about it.
マリアの大好きなショートケーキだったら、多分一生かかっても食い切れないくらい買えるぜ。
でも200億円という現金ならいざ知れず、それと同等の金塊が一ところにあるなんてとても現実的とは思えないね。さっきも言った通り、黄金は非常に重くて財産をまとめておくにはちょっと便利とは思えないよ。ものすごい額面の有価証券とか、ものすごく価値のある宝石とか、
Yo, that's so rude.
そういうものなら考えられなくもないけれど、戦時中の混乱期に自分の資産を持ち運べるよう全て宝石などに変えた人たちがいたのは有名な話
That's
だからね。
smart. That's actually kind of smart. That's so... that is such a funny... The reality that to kill someone, all you really have to do is throw a rock at them or do that in a higher ELO rating, aka a gun. A gun is basically just throwing a rock really, really fast. Am I right? South Africa apartheid lasted until the 90s, so speaking of the value of a human's life. What even was apartheid? Am I right or am I right? Let me look up what apartheid was. What was apartheid? Apartheid, meaning separateness, was a legalized system of violent racial segregation and white supremacy enforced by the National Party government in South Africa from 1948 until the 1990s. It forced non-white citizens into segregated... Okay, so classic racism. Dang, bro. Into the 90s? That's crazy. I really spawned in, like, right after racism kind of, like, went out of fashion, huh? Which is, like, good, but also racism still, like, low-key, high-key around, so, like, also, like, GG. But at least, like, a lot of the systematic racism has gone down? Question mark? Anyways. Crazy. Yeah, what did they just say, Jomon? Oh, that's gotta be, like, 2000 BCE, right? Because they're saying 4,000 years, starting from the Jomon about 4,000 years ago, when racism got patched. Pink said he missed out on the privileged white man experience. Dude, I did not miss out on the privileged white man experience. I still get that. What do you mean? I just don't, you know what I mean? Like, that's still here, bro. That's still here. This is high IQ, though. That's smart. Like jewelry. You know, if you're on the run.
でも黄金で資産を備蓄したというのはなかなか聞かない。
確かに重いけどよ、国際的に一番信用されてて価値も安定してるし、意味はあるんじゃないのかな。証券とかだったら国が滅びちまったら紙切れになっちまうわけだし。
そういう考え方もあるね。でも 10kg のインゴット一つでも体感重量は相当のものだよ。
Oh, right, yeah. Or even, like, outside of bonds, like cash, you know? Like, even, like, the US dollar, if the US dollar could go out of fashion and, like, fall apart. Like, it is possible for an entire currency to collapse. So it is interesting that gold is, like, something that goes deeper than, that, like, all currencies have, like, entanglements with, which does give it a ton of stability. That is kind of interesting. Though there's, like, a lot of, like, other alternatives, like, I don't know, RAM sticks. Sticks of RAM. I mean, that's got to be, like, the equivalent of gold nowadays.
聞いたことない？ 50キロの人間は背負えても50キロの俵は担げないって。それだけの莫大な重量の金塊を個人が所有するリスクと手間は計り知れないね。
ってことはつまり200億円の札束がうなってるって話ならともかく、200億円分の黄金が山積みになってるってのはちょいと現実味がないわけだな。
40 minutes late, I didn't think he would have started reading already. What did I do to deserve this slander, dude? What did I do, bro? I'm just trying to, like, all I do, okay, is make Maria a mermaid and cut off her tail one time. Is this Maria? Yeah. I do this one time and all of a sudden, oh, he doesn't actually play the game. He's too busy curious Georging. I don't get it, man. I don't get it, man. You know what? Just because you said that, I'm tilting it more. This is your fault, chatter. This is on you, okay? This is why we can't have nice things. Every time chat makes me mad, I am tilting this, okay? That's what we're doing here.
そういうことになるね。黄金伝説なんて響きはとても面白いんだけど、そもそも10トンの黄金という時点で少々無理があるね。
そうやってリズムで考えると、みるみる嘘くさくなっていくぜ。
You made me mad. I'm tilting it more. Guys, one day it's gonna do a full 360. A full 360. What is okay? Wait. What is wrong with you? Tilt it less so that it really fucks with the OCD people. If you do it so it's just barely noticeable, it'll hurt them the most. Bro is trying to like maximize the amount of mental damage for OCD people. That's gotta be evil. I mean, I'm used to being evil, but like, anyways. Lock-in.
夢のない話さ。
でも、そこは何しろ、あのおじいさまだからね。親切なお金持ちからの融資を大げさに吹聴して、魔女から授かった10トンの黄金、なんて例え方をしたのかもしれないよ。10トンという数字も象徴的な感じがするしね。
つまり、借りた金のありがたさは、10トンの黄金に匹敵する価値があった。ってなことだな。
じいさまに大金持ちの勇敢マダムが気前よく恵んでくれて、その後夫人を魔女と呼んだってことじゃねえのか?
Jessica's example isn't bad. If someone was generous enough to lend a huge sum of money to grandfather when his trustworthiness was still zero, she would certainly be someone worthy of being called a witch. Furthermore, grandfather later used that money to build a vast amount of wealth. With such an incredible ability to judge people, again, she might well be fittingly called a witch. Also, since she went to the trouble of lending all that money, she might also have enthusiastically guided how it was spent. Come to think of it, the idea to get involved with the occupying forces and profit from the Korean War demands might have come from the witch as well. With all that considered, saying that he received wealth and honor from a witch might actually be a fair description. I like that. I like that.
なるほどな。
I don't know who my favorite character is. I said some highlights last stream, I think.
この魔女様は、後宮家復興のための資金を恵んでくださった、復興の大恩人ってわけだ。となりゃ、じい様が感謝の気持ちを込めて、こんだけでかい絵を描かせて掲げさせたってのも、なるほど、おかしい話じゃないのかもな。
ひょっとするとよ、当の本人は見るからに魔女っぽいばあさんだったかもしれないぜ。それをじい様が美化して、こんな美人に描いてくれたってのは考えられる話さ。案外、当の本人に会ってみたら、こんなに美人じゃないかもしれねえな。
One day, okay, I don't know why he scared me. I thought, okay. I turned off the auto, and so I didn't realize it would go to the next line. And I was about to say something about Beatrice, and then George looked like he like climbed out of the painting. That was scary. That was intimidating. Right? I bet if we ever did meet this person, she wouldn't be nearly this pretty. And then George climbs out of the painting like reverse Super Mario 64. Problematic.
ベアトリーチェって名前はいかにも洋風だけど、僕たち一族の名前がみんな洋風であることを考えると。
Chat, wait, this is a good idea. I think chat should put a giant picture of me in their houses. Just like Beatrice. Am I right or am I right? Yeah. You should have the golden streamer pink cubed. And then a long epitaph about something. About an org. Oh my goodness, the epitaph is like an org.
このベアトリーチェって名前も日本人名を無理やり洋風にアレンジしたものなのかもしれないよ。
なるほどなるほど。 この美人は絵の中にしかいないってわけだな。それじゃあ、あの立派そうな胸は揉めそうにないぜ。
Already have a giant
鼻
portrait.
から魔女なんておかしいんだよな。そんなのが地球上のどこにいるってんだ。
As I laughed and made fun of the witch in an attempt to differentiate myself from the kid I was 6 years ago who was afraid of the witch of the forest, Maria tugged on my sleeve. The strength with which she did so displayed a little annoyance.
なんだよ、マリア。
は
When are you giving me 10 tons of gold? I'm giving you 10 tons of streams.
ーい。
Think about it. It'll be just your nose. It's all that can fit in the frame. Heart.
ベアトリーチェはいる。
Maria stared up at me. She had on her usual sour look, but I could tell she was angry because of the color of her eyes.
魔女いる。魔女はいる。
Okay, okay!
なんだよ、そりゃいるだろうよ。テレビをつけりゃアニメとかによ。
いる。魔女はいる。
I started to feel pressure, not knowing why Maria was jumping on me like this. Then Jessica tapped me on the shoulder and told me in a small voice.
バカだな。子供の夢打ち砕いてんじゃねえぜ。マリアは魔女とかベアトリーチェとかが確かに存在するって信じてんだよ。
Looks like Santa Claus.
確か、マリアちゃんは学校の文集に、将来なりたいものは魔女って書いたんだっけ？
Are we dead ass, Maria? Maria nodded seriously. Tears started to run from the corners of her eyes. I see, to a girl who wants to become a witch in the future, this Beatrice is proof that witches do exist in this world. And it is also someone who she admires and strives to be like.
いる。魔女はいる。なのにバトラーが信じない。
うん、いるよ、魔
She
女
is
は。
tweaking.
お兄
What's
ちゃ
up,
ん
Izzy? How
は
you doing? How you
信
doing?
じるよ。
George and Nikki kneeled down and held Maria's head. Watching this, Jessica poked me in the side. So that's what it is. It's basically like I just dropped the bomb that Santa Claus doesn't exist. I just said that. I'm ahead of the game. In front of a child who believes in him on Christmas Eve. I'm not the kind of guy who likes to shatter kids' dreams.
ああ、悪かったぜ。別にマリアの
I
夢
can
にケ
feel
チをつけた
hatred
わ
of
けじゃないん
Maria
だ。
in Pink's eyes.
謝るよ。
Listen.
ベアトリーチェ
No,
はいるよな。
listen, she's just a well-written child character because she's tweaking and throwing like a little tantrum, and so I'm just trying to be like her throwing a tantrum is slightly getting under my skin, but then it's like, I'm an adult, I have to handle this with maturity, and so I'm not gonna like freak out, you know? Battler is doing this properly.
今もこの島の森の中に住んでいて、夜な夜なこの屋敷で
Okay, that's
何をやってるのか
scary. He's
覗き
adding
見
to
し
the
に来
myth.
るんだろ。
Now she's actually gonna do that tonight.
だから森に
Oh
は入っちゃい
no.
けな
Oh
い。
no.
夜はいつまでも
We're cooked.
暗い森を眺めていてはいけない。森の魔女ベアトリーチェに見つかってしまうかもしれないから。
Pun to the
マサマ
child.
がそう言ってたんだもんな。
本当にバトラーは信じる。
Yeah, I do believe.
おお、信じるぜ。ケチをつけて悪かったよ。ほら、仲直りしようぜ。
I stuck out my hand and Maria grabbed it with her tiny hand and we made up. Maria didn't grumble any more than that, so George and Nikki and Jessica were relieved. Oh, jeez.
あら、
What's up, Shannon?
皆様、ここにいらっしゃられたんですか。てっきり海岸へ行かれたとばかり。
Shannon Shun carrying a basket was surprised to find us all gathered in front of the portrait.
シャノンか。
What did Battler say that last stream? What did he say? Like, you're so... like, the food at the mansion must be hella nutritious? Is that what he said? Oh my god, it was such a good word choice, dude. I just had an entire thing in my brain where I was like, man, they're well fed. And then I was like, oh yeah, no, the right word is nutritious.
いやさ、バトラはベアトリーチェの肖像画を初めて見る
That's
からさ。
crazy. Bro, Battler's name should be Butter. No, that was some like, let's call gold butter. Who did that in Minecraft? Who did that?
まあ見とれてたってわけだぜ。
Is that, I don't know who did that. Which Minecraft YouTuber called gold butter? I forgot. Ball knowledge required? Ball knowledge
見
check?
とれちゃいます
DC10?
ね。ベアトリーチェ様って本当にお綺麗です。さぞや親方様を虜になさったろうと思います。
パトロン説の他にも、おじい様の初恋の人だという説もあるんだ。
I thought that said Patreon. Was this guy does Minecraft? I didn't really watch that specific YouTuber. I was a Beijing Canadian guy. Alright, I'll be honest. I was a Beijing Canadian guy. And ASF Jerome, those are my two Minecraft only YouTubers, bro. And Yogscast, oh my goodness. Yogscast, Beijing Canadian, ASF Jerome, Peanut Butter Gamer, that whole squad. Minecraft Hardcore. Classics, dude. Classics. There's also a theory that she was grandfather's first
どちらにせよ、彼女に出会ってから数十年を経ているだろうにもかかわらず、今なお心の中に大きく居座り続けているんだから。文集に将来なりたいものは魔女って書いたんだっけ？
Are we dead ass, Maria? Maria nodded seriously. Tears started to run. Are we dead ass? That's what I'm saying, dude.
それは今なお虜にしているということなんだろうね。
Just because of the occult stuff. The occult stuff is a bit worrying.
これじゃばあ様はさぞや嫉妬しただろうぜ。
私はよく知らねえけど、やっぱりそういうのはあったらしいぜ。ばあ様は金髪の浮気相手がいると信じてたらしいな。
Whoa, new lore just dropped.
シャノンからいい匂い。
Maria, relax. Maria sniffed, approaching the basket Shannon-chan was holding with interest. Now that you mention it, I do notice a fragrant scent with the essence of vanilla.
申し訳ございません。熊沢さんからこれを皆さんにお届けするようにことづかりました。
なんだろう。
Wait, we just skipped past this. They're trying to
素
distract
敵だ
us.
ね。
They're trying to distract us. Don't listen. Don't listen to that. This is important. So important that they immediately followed it up with Shannon's pheromones. That's the distraction attempt from the writing. I don't know everything, but yeah, that did happen actually. Apparently, grandmother believed that he was cheating on her with some blonde-haired woman. Beatrice doesn't look to be blonde, so this is an important detail. Are any of you blonde? Frick, what's your actual hair color, Rosa? No, that is your actual head. Not really. Maybe, okay, low-key, if the cheating happened, what if this guy is an illegitimate heir because of his blonde-ish hair? Because, I mean, Jessica's hair is definitely blonde. She's the only blondie in the entire group. Oh, no, but the hair, this is like new sprites, or the hair colors and like the eye colors don't matter. Frick, I shouldn't read into it. Anyways, I want to write that down. By Dead Wife. Jessica says that that grandma thought Kinzo had an affair with blonde woman. That's important detail.
Cookie da.
Cookie da. Oh! Can I have one of them, Shannon? Oh, she's reaching. Oh, she's reaching. She's reaching!
クッキー食べたい。
Want to eat cookies.
クッキー食べたい。
Can I have one right now, Shannon? Please?
お召し上がりいただけますよ。
Thank you, Shannon! Thank you for the cookie. Oh. That was delightful, Shannon. That was so kind of you. Thank you. Man, you really cooked with this one, dude.
でも、その
What's in the food? What do you mean, but, huh? Unsure whether it was really acceptable to serve cookies in a place like this in front of the portrait, Shannon-chan sent us a glance which seemed to ask what we wanted to do. Well, think about it, yeah, that would be bad manners. I'm sorry, Beatrice! I didn't realize! I'm sorry! Wait, what?
マリア、
Oh no, I'm already almost done with my cookie!
クッキーをお弁当にピクニックに。
Oh no! Blech. Puke it back up, puke it back up! Oh, my bad, my bad.
ピクニック行こう。ピクニ
Oh
ック行
shit.
こう。
No.
クッキー食べれるなら行こう。
Dude, that, now I'm cooked. I'm actually cooked, dude. Beatrice is gonna get me, dude.
そうだな。 ちょっ
It's
と表の
over
空気
for
を
us.
吸いに行くか。
It's over.
魔女様の御前でつまみ食いもねえもんだぜ。
I'm sorry.
そうだ。もともと私たちは浜辺に行こうって言っ
Oh,
てたんじゃねえか。
Beatrice, look, I didn't eat the cookie. I didn't eat the cookie.
行こうぜ行こうぜ。
Frick.
シャノンちゃん、申し訳ないんだけど、
Already cursed.
腰を下ろせる敷物と水筒にお茶を入れてきてもらうのをお願いしてもいいかな。
はい。かしこまりました。
Thank you, Shannon. Shannon-chan received her instructions and gracefully bowed before retracing her steps. We headed for the beach on our own. Everyone headed for the entrance in a group. Feeling as though that witch was staring down at our backs, I turned around once more.
アトラ、まだ信じてない？
いや、信じるぜ。
Wait. Oh, wait, I gotta... Okay.
その方が夢があるしな。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェがじい様に10トンの黄金を授けた。それで、その黄金がどこかに眠っているかもしれない。しかもそいつを、じい様は怪しげな碑文に書き残し、見つけられるもんなら見つけてみろと俺たちを挑発してるってんじゃねえか。こういうロマンはあった方がいいってもんさ。
200億円の黄金か。私たち4人で山分けしたってとんでもない
Look at
金
this.
額
The
になる
kids
な。
are immediately thinking about splitting
一
it
人
up
頭
in a way that the
50億円
adults would
か。
never.
す
The
ごい
adults
ね。
go at each other's throats
そ
and
れ
want
だ
to
け
eat
あっ
each
たら
other.
どんな事業でも起こせそうだよ。いや、そもそも
But the youngins,
働かずに生
the
涯を優
youngins
雅
are
に過
willing
ごせ
to,
る
are
だろうね。
intuitively, are thinking about splitting it. It's a thematic purpose,
50 億
dude.
円よりクッキークッキー。
Maria's
マリアには
throwing the
金よりクッ
match.
キーだな。しかし、50億円か。
Okay.
夢のある話さ。
Okay. Okay. Yo, when can I eat the rest of my cookie, dude? I'm not trying to be, I just don't want to be disrespectful. Did we really just cut away?
まさかお前たちは
Yeah, Beatrice
親
won't
父
know.
殿の黄金伝説を本当に信じているのかね。
No, frick you, Beatrice. Do something about it, huh? You're not even real. What's she gonna do? Oh, don't walk into the forest. Y'all cut the forest down, bro. You ain't the Lorax. Oh, you think this is Dr. Pepper? This is crude oil. I love pollution.
魔女が黄金を与えた云々はさすがに信じねえさ。だが黄金の話だけは間違いじゃない。
お父様が出自不明の金塊を持っていたこと
Whoa! Okay, the
は
gold's
複数
confirmed.
の筋から確認
The
され
gold
てい
is
るわ。
confirmed.
死んだマルソーの会長は生前、お父様に某所で積み上げられた金塊を実際に見せられたという。
Yo, what are you? The Marusu company president died. Father showed him it. Okay. Gold. 10 tons of gold, presumably. I already wrote that. Gold confirmed by third party, says Siblings. Okay. Maybe I should have a new category for the 10 tons of gold. We'll see. We'll see if it's necessary. You're why the gas prices are rising so high. My fault, bro. I'm worried it's gonna go out of stock like the toilet paper that one time, so I'm just going to the store and just plugging it straight into my gullet. That's me drinking oil, by the way. Drinking gasoline. That's not me drinking anything else. Calm yourself down. Don't use that audio anywhere else, or I will be suing you. I will be suing you for stealing my likeness. This guy still thinks his likeness is something he has control over. Nah, bro, we in a different age now. You're getting deep faked. Anyways.
老いぼれのざれ言じゃないか。
A large amount, and then he claimed there were 10 tons additionally. Okay, so he had some gold. Just making sure my notes are good.
親父殿と一緒に存在しない黄金の存在をでっち上げただけだ。
You just gave me an idea.
取るにも足らない。
存在線黄金に穴いな軍資金は集まらへんで。
Today! Yo, I should get Gube merch. Chat, I should launch merch. Merch would be awesome. Once I'm bigger, I'm gonna definitely launch merch. That'd be freaking awesome.
会長さんは生前その真摯なお
And it
人
would all
柄
look
で
like
あれだ
absolute
け大勢の
dog
財界
shit.
人
It
か
would
ら
be the
尊敬を集め
worst.
た
Oh,
お
it
人
would
や
be so ugly.
詐欺の片棒なん
And then
か
people would wear the
勝つ
ugly
だへん
merch. Like 3 people would wear it, and I would get the craziest laugh. It'd be so funny.
兄貴、マルソーの会長は確かに見たんだ。10トンの黄金をはっき
10 tons?
り
You
と
think
そ
10
の目で。
tons?
しかも親父はそのインゴットの一つを任意で抜き取らせ、会長に持ち帰らせて鑑定させた。
It's a little
それ
unsure,
は
it
10キロ
sounds
のインゴ
like.
ットで、鑑定結果は純度49。インゴット表面には後ろ宮家の家紋である片翼の鷲が刻印されていたという。
後宮の黄金伝説は瞬く間に財界のフィクサーたちの間に広がったわ。鋳造元不明の黄金は換金率が悪い。ボロ儲けのチャンスだと思った彼らはそれを担保に認め、結果お父様は莫大な融資を受けることができた。
バカバカしいにも程があるじゃないか。お前たちはいくつになるんだ。まだそんな子供の頃のおとぎ話を真に受けているのかね。第一、その10トンの黄金の証拠はどこにあるんだ。親父殿と親交の深かったごく一部の人間のざれ言だけじゃないか。
What's the difference, dude?
もちろん口伝だけさ。
No, that's the real truth.
でも
Nuke.
よ、
You
兄
want the
貴。
truth, Nuke Kraus?
親父が調達した莫大な金は、それに見合う担保が必要だった。
10 tons of gold is good collateral. Believing there are 10 tons of gold is just as good as collateral. You know what I mean? Think about it.
仮に黄金がデマでも、それに匹敵する価値あるお宝を親父が見せたのは紛れもない事実じゃねえのか。
It's belief all the way
都市
down.
空間の親父殿が作った黄金幻想さ。ありもしない黄金をあるかに振る舞い、スポンサーたちを騙したんだ。一世一代の大博打だったのだろう。
I guess the difference is like
運用に成功できた。
whether or not we could obtain it right now.
もし
That's
当
the
時の
big
外需
difference.
拡大がなかったら後ろ宮家の再興はならず、親父殿は
Because
世
I'm
紀
like,
のペテン
my
師とし
thing
て追わ
is
れ
that
てい
if
た
you
だろう。
have that much gold, then you don't have to go become a business Andy and use it as collateral. Like that's enough gold to literally, you're already done. My objective is to get a ton of money. Yo, Hideyoshi! Thank you. My objective is to get enough money to like revive my family wealth. Dude, you have $10 bajillion. Oh, I'm gonna use it as collateral to get $1,000. Shut up and sell like 3 tons of gold and then you win the game for free. You know what I mean? Like, so there is something weird with that story.
もちろんさ。
But also, like, who knows?
だから十分な成功を収めた後には黄金幻想など面倒なだけだった。だから親父殿は魔女だの黒魔
Oh,
術だ
that
の
would be high IQ.
わけのわからな
I
い
don't
ことを
think he's
後に言い出して
doing
信
that, but
憑
that
性
could be
を薄めたのさ。つまり黄金幻想がでっち上げであることを明かしたのだ
I
よ。
don't hate that.
魔女に黄金を授かったなどと言えば、もはや誰も黄金の存在を信じたりはしまい。あるいはお前たちのために言い出したのかもしれないな。
But now, nowadays, he kind of believes it.
あり
You know,
も
that's
し
the
ない黄
thing.
金を遺産分配に含めて議論しようというバカな息子たちが現れる。ローザ、まさかお前までこんなでっち上
Man,
げを
Rosa
信
is
じてる
always
ってい
getting
うん
brought
じ
in
ゃ
as the
ない
third
だろ
party in
う
these
な。
sibling disputes. Youngest child POV.
私はお父様が本当に黄金を持っていたかどうかを確かめることはできない。でもお父様の4人の子供の一人として正当な分を主張したいだけよ。
ほう、ローザも言うようになったじゃないか。なるほど。 お前たちはこう言いたいわけかね。
Yeah, that could be true.
私が黄金を独り占めしようとしていると。
兄さんが莫大な軍資金を調達したのは事実。それがお父様の個人資産の横領では断じてありえないというなら、つまりはそういうことよ。
兄貴はすでに10トンの金塊を見つけてるんじゃないか。
Oh.
俺たちはそう見てる。
Oh.
バカバカしい。
Oh.
そんなものは元より存在しない。
じゃあ説明なさいよ。お父様の財産の横領、お
That's a good-
父様の
okay.
隠
I don't
し
mind
黄金。そのどちらでもないなら、どうやってあれだけの軍資金を調達できたっていうの？
私にも政界財界に友人が多くいてね。
I have
彼
my
らから
friend.
協力を得ただけに過ぎんよ。それについてお前たちに説明する義務はな
Okay,
い。
dude.
分かっているだろう。
I mean, he could have used
話せぬ方面の
his
筋も
family
あ
wealth
る。
as collateral, kind of.
兄
In
貴
a
が
way,
そうだ
right?
と言い張るんならそ
To
れ
get
で
a
いい
bunch
さ。
of loans. I kind of do the same
でも
thing
よ
a
兄貴。
little bit.
親父は長くない。
But like my
来年の
dad's
今日ま
rich,
で生きて
trust
るなん
me.
て誰にも保証できねえん
Seems
だ
like
ぞ。
tech.
親父が死ねばその時点で遺産相続だ。俺たちは全員の立場から中立な弁護士と会計士を立てて親父の財政状況を調査させるぜ。
その時、お父様の資産に兄さんが不当な干渉をしていることが発覚したな
We'll
ら、
tear him limb from
お
limb.
分かりね。
何の話だかさっぱりわからんね。妻でなくても憤慨したい気持ちだ。
お父さんの黄金はもちろんお父さんの財産や。表に出せん金やっちゅうのも分かっと。しかし4人に公平な権利があるはずや。
つまり兄貴が黄金を独り占めしていないかどうか、兄貴についても財務状況を
Okay.
調査させてもらうぜってことなのさ。
いい機会じゃない。
I'm about to say something in high IQ. Hey, Eva Rudolph. I actually, so this scheme, you're kind of scheming right now. You're dropping some nukes on him, being like, expose yourself now. Why? And they're about to give the why, I think. But like, my thought is that if you are suspicious of someone, you should investigate them when they don't know that you're suspicious of them. Being like, I don't trust you. I'm about to sick investigators on you. I'm about to sick lawyers on you. That's gonna just get that. If they actually are suspicious, like, if you are correct in being suspicious of them, they're just gonna hide all their stuff. Like, now they can be intentional in putting up defenses. So I'm kind of like curious, why are we actually trying to drop the nuke on him? And it's not like this is maybe just to get it out now. Like they're trying to do it the nice way, maybe out of like family ties, like they're trying to do it, you know, out of some loyalty or like whatever they're about to throw out, or maybe they just want it done earlier. They don't want to go through like the full like length of it, but it is kind of notable that they are not choosing to be stealthy about
兄
it.
さんの言うところの友人知人にバックアップしてもらったというとこ
And
ろを
also, like,
証明なさ
if
い
he
よ。
proves that it's not from anything shady, then they don't have to go through the effort of throwing a bunch of lawyers at him, right? So there are some reasons, but I think that revealing your stealth is a very, that's not like a small thing. That's a really large move that they've made.
そうすれば兄さんは潔白。
Because this would save everybody a lot of time and trouble
私
if
た
he
ちは
actually did this.
くだらない疑いを持ってしまったことを潔く謝れるわ。
It's a difficult situation.
ねえ、ローザ。
そうね。クラウス兄さ
Again,
んこ
Rosa
そ
bring brought in as
話
the
を
third
はぐらか
party.
して
That
る
is
わ。
such a recurring thing.
やましいところがないというなら証明してくれればいいだけの話なのに、兄さんはまるで取り合おうとしてくれない。
Low-key, I'm gonna write that down. I feel like that has been repeated like 4 times. Like I keep seeing it. I feel like that's actually a good detail. It gives Rosa something I can write down. Keeps being brought into sibling arguments as a tiebreaker third party, Andy. She row on my za. She row on my saw till I sleep with an unknown man to spawn Maria. I think this is a good note.
だがまあ、兄貴の立場にも配慮するさ。親父の名
Yeah,
代と
they
い
do
う
a
こと
pretty
で
good job with the sibling
俺
dynamic
たちよ
feeling
り
very
一つ多
like
く
how
責任
actual
を背負って
siblings
いるところ
function.
もあるだろ
Yeah, because I've definitely I'm like one of the I'm not the youngest, but I'm like one of the younger in my family. And I have like a good amount of siblings, so whenever there's like I've been Rosa before, you know.
今まで散々気楽に過ごしてきた俺たちがそれを察しないでブーブー言うのはこりゃフェアな話じゃないぜ。
ほう、さっきから落とされたり持ち上げられたりと忙しい。本題に入りたまえ。
Pink, pink every time there's an argument in the Discord, right? Pink question mark. I just ignore, bro. I just don't care, bro.
つまりな。お父
Oh
さんの財産
no!
をあれこれ
Oh
調べて
no! Whatever we're
重
gonna
箱の隅
do!
をつっつくんは
Man, who
無
cares?
粋やないかって
I'm drinking
話
Dr.
なん
Pepper.
や。クラウス兄さんの言う通り、うまく説明できん金の動きも
Based
あ
on
る
his
や
old
ろ。
job as a social worker. Bro, his social worker experience is the craziest backstory for being a writer that actually works. Like, the Rosaza, hell yeah. When's the Rosa cosplay? Today! Imagine. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Yeah, in like Higurashi, it was so good. And yeah, that's such good backstory.
そこを理解した上で、わしらは兄さんに相談を持ってきたんや。お互いにとって悪うない相談や。
相談？ほう。
遺産分配時に今日まで親父の面倒を見てきてくれた兄貴のご苦労を最大限に汲み取り、分配に寛大な理解を示そうってことさ。
間違えないでよ。別に私たちの権利を放棄するって言ってるわけじゃないのよ。ただ、その権利を主張する際に、兄さんの立場に立った寛大な理解があってもいいんじゃないかしら、ということなのよ。
つまり、条件を
Eva
飲
is
ん
such
で
a
くれ
scary
たら、
woman.
わしらは遺産分配時に
dude.
お父さんの財務状況調査をクラウス兄さんに一任してもいいっちゅうこっちゃ。
All the siblings from Eva downward suspected that Kraus was trying to steal their father's wealth. In that situation, letting Kraus report on the state of their father's wealth by himself was extremely contradictory and a huge concession. If, as they claimed, Kraus was actually embezzling money, Kraus would be able to hide that fact. Besides that, it would also be possible for him to control the distribution of the inheritance in a manner favorable to himself. True. Kraus, also realizing this sounded too good to be true, couldn't help but feel doubt. Yeah, I mean, what are the terms and conditions they're throwing, right? He had to worry about what they would ask in return for such a compromise. Exactly. I was thinking the same thing.
ほう。
ほうほうほう。
信用ゼロの私に長兄としての信頼を返してくれるというのか。その見返りは何だね。
同じ兄弟としての公平な権利さ。俺たちの兄貴は親父の財産をかすめ取るようなやつじゃない。だがしかし、兄貴に融資するパトロンも存在しない。となりゃ、つまりこういうことなら兄弟は納得するわけさ。
兄さんは10トンの黄金を見つけ、それを担保に軍資金を作った。そう。お父様がかつてそうしたようにね。
そういうことなら、お父さんの財務状況におかしな点は一切あらへん。クラウス兄さんはずっとお父さんの世話をしてきた高校息子や。そないなお人を信用せんわけにはいかへん。
回りくどくてわかりづ
Give
らい。
me. Okay, thank you, Kraus.
もっとはっきり具体的に言いたまえ。
条件の一つ目。
Wait, literally, like, trying to talk to any AI chatbot. Like, ChatGPT, please explain this thing to me. Goes on this massive, stupid monologue. You're being roundabout. I can't understand you. Say it more clearly and specific.
まず兄貴は、親父の黄金を見つけていたことを認める。
What are you guys yapping about?
ありもしない黄金を私は持っていると認めろ。
Just hear us out. Stop interrupting. Let him
条件2。その黄金について、 兄弟の取り分を認めこれを支払うこと。
But if the gold doesn't exist, then he has to pay out an incredible amount that he doesn't have.
バカな。ありもしない200億の黄金について一人頭50億、合計150億を支払えというのか。バカバカしい。
最後まで聞きなあれ。
Me?
そない大金出てくるのは分かっとる。でけへん取引はするつもりないで。もちろん黄金の取り分についてもクラウス兄さんの今日までのご苦労を十分にねぎらって換
It
算
sounds
す
like
るつも
they're
り
using
や。
this gold as a way to basically be like, we all want this X amount flat rate, and in exchange, you get to do whatever you want with the rest of the inheritance. That's what it sounds like.
条件3、黄金の分配は後宮本家当主跡継ぎの肩書きに 50%、 残りを兄弟の正当な取り分と
It's
して
still a
分
lot of
割。
money. Thank you, Tim. Thank you,
も
thank you.
ちろんクラウス兄さんもこれには
Okay.
含めるわよ。
Slightly, but still, I feel like it's still too much.
200億のうち
So yeah,
125
they
億
want a
を兄貴
7.5 billion share between the rest of them in exchange for him basically getting everything.
25億を
That's crazy.
エヴァ姉さんに、25億を俺に、25
Kind of
億を
is
ロー
them
ザ
trying to share it in their own weird way, which is kind of interesting.
ありがたくて涙が出る分配じゃないか。存在しない黄金のためにお前たちに75億支払えというのかね。
何よ、兄さんの取り分は私たちの5倍じゃない。
This is still brain rot.
私なら踊り上がっちゃう好条件よ。
条件の4、
Oh, there's more?
分配金は親父の死亡時に遺産分配に含め
All
て
at
生産
once?
する。ただし手付金として
No.
俺たちの
Oh,
取り分の
wait.
10% を即納してもらう。
Okay, so 10% at the start and then over time for the rest?
支払いは来年3月までだ。
March comes
どう
in
やクラウス兄さ
like a
ん。
lion?
お父さんの財産をめぐる信頼を回復する絶好のチャンスやないか。さすがに75億の大金はお父さんが亡くなったからやないと無理やろ。だが手付けの7億半は
Right.
なんとかできんこともないんとちゃうか。
And then he gets all
半年で
pretty
7
much
億っ
like
てのは
a
ちょい
ton
と
of
しんどい
assets.
話だが、政界財界に友人が多いってのが自慢の兄貴ならなん
I
と
feel
か
like
で
this is a
きる。
terrible deal if the gold
本
doesn't
当なら
exist.
今すぐ75億を一括で払ってもら
Oh,
いた
but
い
if
と
the
ころ
gold
よ。
does actually exist, then
で
this
も
is an
兄さんの
insanely
立場
good
に配
deal.
慮して、とりあえず1割を納める誠意を見せてくれたら。
So if the gold doesn't exist, then this is a brutal deal because he has to pay for money. He has to pay on the account of gold that doesn't exist, and so it's like bruh. But if the gold does actually exist, then he gets. This is basically like an offer that he won't have to hide it anymore. You know, he'll get a way insane portion of it, and won't have to hide it anymore. Where like, let's say the gold does exist. He can either keep hiding it to get all of it, which would be really hard because they're threatening him with lawyers, or he can split it between everyone when dad dies. That's if the gold does exist, right? And so they're giving him this other option for a more lucrative split so that if the gold does exist, that they won't have to try to hunt it down. They're trying to do like a compromise, you know, that they'll get less than if they found it naturally, but they're like they're trying to like bait him into doing something, right? But if the gold doesn't exist, then this just sucks for him, it sounds like. But it ensures that if he was doing some other nonsense, that they'll just trust him. So like, let's say he was embezzling and he's worried about jail time, then this gives him the opportunity to avoid that suspicion, which could put him in jail or something, could imprison him. I don't know the embezzling laws in Japan, but I assume he would get imprisoned for that. And so it would spare him that problem in exchange for money, would basically be the idea. Yeah, less risk, less rewards. I actually think this play makes sense. I can see it. Like, whether the gold exists or it doesn't exist, I can see that it's like, it's basically like a buyout to avoid a lot of trouble. And the trouble is either them hunting down the gold or him avoiding them exposing embezzlement. The rich imprisoned? Since when? Yeah, well, I'm thinking if the rest of the siblings are really mad, if the rich want someone in jail, they can probably put them in jail. I don't know, dude. Kind of facts, though. Yeah. Okay.
残りの9割は遺産分配時に持ち越してくれていいってことなの。
This is interesting.
ね？1割程度の誠意なら兄さんにだって示せるんじゃない？
親父殿の財政状況調査を私に一任する権利を7億5,000万で売りつけようというのか。
Like that principle like became allowed. That pretty much was probably just like legalizing bribery. That's like, hey, I'll give you this money as collateral. I'll come back, you know, blah, blah, blah. And then some guy before bailing was allowed was like, oh yeah, I'll hold on to this money. Hell yeah. I mean, this is a good deal for me. It's basically like a bribery light. But then if it gets legalized, it's like different. I do wonder where it started. That'd be a cool thing to know.
上等じゃないか。お前たちも成長したものだ。
Yeah, this is also reasonable.
この私に取引を持ちかけられるようになるとは。
What's up, what's up?
これらを兄さんが飲むなら、私たち兄弟はお父様の財産状況調査を兄さんに一任する。ただし、その調査結果は公弁の対象となる。当然よね。75億分、私たちの取り分が減るように調整されちゃったら悲しいもの。
原則的に文句は言わねえつもりだ。
Originated in medieval England as a purely surety system designed to release untried prisoners into the custody of pledges who promised to ensure their appearance in court or face the punishment themselves. It evolved to replace the body for body pledge with financial penalties. Oh, okay, so previously you would do a bail system by putting yourself as collateral and being like, you can cut his head off, but if he runs away in my care, then you can cut my head off. Bro, genealogy of morality from Nietzsche low-key cooked. Like with morality being tied to debt, that's like it's like I will take the debt so they don't take it. That doesn't make like any moral sense to me. Like, oh, like this person killed 3 people, just put them under my care, and then if they get away, I'll take their punishment. Bro, the punishment are like the crime of killing 3 people and the crime of taking a person that killed 3 people into your care and then them getting away. Those don't feel like they should have the same penalty. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Yeah, Rosa literally is just third party Andy. Shout out Nietzsche's Genealogy of Morality, bro. It's a good text, good book.
よっぽど露骨なことをしなけりゃ、俺たちはことを荒立てるつもりなんかねえんだぜ。俺たちだって早く遺産は欲しい。いつまでもグダグダして取りっぱぐれたくねえんだ。
Man, these guys still think they're getting their inheritance. Beatrice is about to ruin all of y'all's lives.
兄さんでいいわ。多分これが兄弟で合議する最初で最後の機会だもの。そんなことにはならないと信じてる。
ローザもたまには言うわね。
That Kraus was not trusted whatsoever as the oldest sibling was by now so obvious that it requires no explanation. The formerly tyrannical oldest brother would always abuse his privileges and infringe upon the other siblings' shares. In response to that, the other 3, now adults, were for the first time striking back at him by working together. Aww. Underdog story.
申し訳ないが、
And Hideyoshi's here.
条件はまだ続くんや。条件5。
Holy crap, a fifth
この
condition.
取り決めはお父さんの遺言状に優先する。後になってこの取り決めが保護になるような遺言が出てきちゃかなわんちゅうこっちゃな。
We can't decide that though, can we?
入念じゃないか。
Oh, that like, oh, so it'd be like, he has to agree that if the will gives him, like, let's say the will gives Kraus 100% of everything, he would still be entitled, as per this contract, to then divert the funds away. And he couldn't be like, well, that's it, I should get all of it. Okay, no, that's a good play. That's a good play.
なら質問だが、仮に本当に黄金が見つかった場合、どうするのかね。
それに対する支払いを兄貴が済ませてる以上、俺たちは本当に黄金が出てこようが どうでもいいことさ。
Right. Yeah.
俺たちの取り分は先払いってな感じになるわけだからな。
Hideyoshi really climbed into some high, like, wait, did
この島をリ
Hideyoshi,
ゾート化するつもりなんでしょ？
did Hideyoshi climb up the corporate ladder by getting with Eva? That is a high level. Oh yeah, Kyurei is in the room, isn't she? Oh my goodness, has she even appeared on screen once? Because Natsui left. Kraus, Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, Rosa. Dude, Kyurei has said not a word. I think Kyurei tried to say something, and then Eva said something mean to her, and then Kyurei backed down. And then she's just been sitting there quietly with her mouth shut. Honestly, oh man, Natsui is such a battery. Man, Natsui is such a battery. Man, Natsui is such a battery. My sweet crash out queen. Rudolph told her to shut up and she did. That's right, that's right. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
その工事の途中でひょっこり黄金が見つかるかもしれないじゃない。
She took that so seriously. Eva let out a high-pitched laugh. Kraus watched without even flinching.
条件に7をつけて
Holy
もら
crap,
う
we're up to 7.
私以外の兄弟が黄金を発見した場合、速やかに私に引き渡すこと。
I thought you thought the gold didn't exist! Lol.
もちろん保証するわよ。
Lol. Insignificant details. The others who were forcing Kraus to pay money for some non-existent gold would of course not ensure Kraus's portion if they actually found the gold. From the beginning, the deal had been nothing more than a threat directed at Kraus. While the truth might be different, the probability that Kraus was embezzling his father's assets was extremely high. It's pretty much what I was already saying, I think. When at last Kinzo faced death and it came time for the inheritance to be distributed, surely some unpleasant facts would come to light. So they're saying, like, this is your chance to buy out us so that we don't expose you. And so if you are embezzling money, this is your way out. Just give us a ton of cash. Yeah, I'm there, bro. I'm there, Umineko. Situation would most likely be a fatal wound to Kraus. They had latched upon that weak point and were threatening their brother under the veil of compromise, trying to wring out a huge sum of money. However, they had let one thing slip their minds. The three of them had forgotten that their oldest sibling, who they couldn't defeat unless they banded together, was a very nimble thinker when it came to being crafty. Kraus relaxedly let out a gloating laugh as he spoke to Eva, who could not hide her smile, so certain she was of her victory. I'm just gonna let you sit with that laugh, Kraus.
とても良い話じゃないか。私もお前たちとの関係が疎遠になっていたことには非常に心を痛めていた。この条件を飲むことによって兄弟間の関係が再び有効なものにできるなら、それはとても嬉しいことだよ。喜んで話に乗らせてもらおうじゃないか。喜べ、ローザ。取引は成立だ。
Man, Rosa kind of cute. Whoa, Rosa kind of cute. I like the sprite. They have so many sprites for each of the characters. It's really fun. Rosa's expression dimmed. When her brother started talking like this, the conversation would never change for the better. Eva was also sensitive enough to realize this. Therefore, even though Kraus had obediently accepted the deal, she was unable to wipe away her feeling of insecurity.
嫌に素直ね。兄さんらしくもないわ。
それはひどいじゃないか。私に下心があるというのかね。あるわけもないさ。お前たちと同じだ。
I'm just like all of you. It felt as though only that part was emphasized. The color of Rudolph's face darkened. I have a plan just like all of you. That's what it sounded like to him. That gave him a sense of urgency. Trying to bring this near-finished discussion to a conclusion, he rushed to wrap it up.
ならいいんだ。じゃあ兄貴、ここにサインをもらえる
Holy
か。
crap, they actually have the contract
今の
in front of
話
them.
を書き出した俺たちの誓約書だ。人数分ある。同じ内容に全員がサインする。
Rudolph took 4 written contracts out of his breast pocket that had the details of their deal written on them.
クラウス兄さんの提案した条件7ももちろん今から追記するで。安心したってな。
兄貴、ペン使うか？
Rudolph took a fountain pen out of his breast pocket and offered it to Kraus. Kraus made as if to accept it, but then with a small laugh, drew back his hand without taking it and spoke. Oh, he's about to drop a crazy line.
実はこの取り決めを確かに履行するために、
Okay.
1点だけ修正を提案したい。
When Kraus said that one sentence, all the siblings felt at the same time as though something annoying was creeping up their backs.
ダメよ。もう決まった話よ。
No, they're scared. They're scared. They're scared.
エヴァ、何を焦っているんだね。もちろんサインはする。
Just one
お前たちに
little
黄金
tweak.
の分け前
Just one little
75
tweak.
億円分を約束する。親父殿の遺産分配の時、きれいさっぱり生産することも約束する。だが、一点だけ
Okay.
どうしても譲歩してもらいたい部分があるのだよ。
何の話だよ。どの点が気に入らねえってんだ。
分け前の1割、7億5千万
Do
円
you
を
want to
即
defer
納
it
す
to
る点だよ。
later?
お前たちの指摘通り、私の財政状況は決して裕福ではな
Okay,
い。
this isn't too scary.
数々の先行投資によって未来に必ず回収できると保証されながらも、今のこの時点では火の車であることは認めなければならない。つまり、今すぐに動かせる
This
金
guy
は
saying
全
he's
くない
very
という
poor
こ
pisses me
と
off.
だ。私は無能で詳細の嗅覚も鈍い。お前たちの言うところの弱り目の私には、7億半も半年で動かせ
Sacrificing
る
his
力は
pride for a
ないと
move.
いう
There's gotta be a crazy move here.
そんなはずはな
Kraus
いで
is
しょ。
yeah, that's so true that they jumped him, all of them combined with pre-written contracts, and they are shitting themselves at the thought of him adding one amendment, being like, give me like a little bit more time. And they're like, wait, he's up to something. He's up to something.
いい加減なことを言ってこの場をごまかす気？
遺産分配時に全て一括で生産する。1割を即納する条件を削除したまえ。それが私にサインさせるための唯一の条件だ。
And the division of the inheritance is when dad dies. Right? That's gotta be the tech. He thinks dad's never gonna die. That's probably something that's going on here. You know what I mean? That's what I'm. That's my.
クラウス兄さん、この1割はな、あくまでもお兄さんの誠意を図る数字なんやで。本当なら取引の余地もない話や。そこを100歩譲った上で、とりあえず1割の誠意でこの場を丸く
I
収
feel like
め
he's
ちゃ
about
う
to say, well, like,
ちゅう
what, you think the
大
old
サー
man's
ビ
not
ス
gonna
なんや
die
で。
soon? Like, come on.
そう説明した上でそこを断るっちゅうんは互いの信頼関係にちょいと影を落とすんとちゃいますか？
Hideyoshi had a humbled expression on his face and had his hands clasped together, but his eyes were not calm at all. Cross had already seen through the shadow in the depths of those eyes.
お前たちは何を焦っているのかね。それとも何に怯えているのかね。ローザ、私にだけは教えてくれんかね。他の兄弟たちには内緒でこっそり
Dude,
と。
stop with this Rosa action.
別に私は
Bro, do not let Rosa be in a room alone with anybody, because she will be taken advantage of in a conversation, obviously, right? But like, if he gets Rosa separate, Rosa's gonna crumple, dude. I think Rosa is weak if she's not part of a squad. She will immediately. She's a betrayal, Andy. Okay, I see through you, Rosa. I've seen your type before.
俺たちは兄貴がサイ
Because
ンするかしないか
she's
しか
not
聞い
like
てない。
locked in enough on her own. She's insecure. She's too young. She's the younger sibling. She's always been on the bottom of the hierarchy, you know.
妙な勘繰りも交渉もなしで。
ほう。私には交渉の余地もないと。
Bro, chill out with the whole.
立場が弱いのは私の方で、公平な関係ではないと、そう言いたいのか。
Triangulation, manipulation. That's fun to say. Shivers began to crawl up Rudolph's back. Ever since he was a child, he had never been able to overcome the height of the wall that separated him from his older brother. And now again, he began to feel himself getting sucked in by it and the long shadow it cast.
取引は公平な関係であるべきじゃないのかね。この取引は私にとっては、弟や妹たちと長いことを失ってきた信頼を取り戻し、兄弟愛を深め合うもの。
Bro, you don't gotta lie to us. Just be,
それは
just
私
be
にとって
straight.
緊急に解決したかった心のしこりだ。それが今日解決できてとても嬉しいと思う。 だがお前たちもこの取引を急ぎ締結することがとても嬉しいんじゃないのかね。
Kraus stared at each of the siblings. They avoided his gaze with animal-like instinct. Pray, only Hideyoshi was slow avoiding it, so he was caught in Kraus's gaze.
秀吉兄さん。
Dude, he's literally 1v9ing right now. Are we for real? This is some predator-prey relationships. And Hideyoshi is like a deer in the headlights.
あなたの会社、非常に好調子だそうじゃないですか。トントン拍子で上場を果たし、業績も株価も右肩上がり。実にお羨ましいことです。
うちの人の話は関係ないでしょ。
だが、株主たちに対する還元を怠ったのが悪か。そして上場した時に足回りを固めきらなかったのもまずかった。気づいた時にはたちの悪い連中に自社株をだいぶ買い集められていたらしいじゃないですか。
Bro, he's summoning wind. How is... Can Kraus like an airbend? Who opened a window? I think this is just him radiating power. It's causing a natural... Like he is radiating so much heat that in the room, wind is being generated.
秀吉さんと同じですよ。私に融資する人間などいないと裏を取れる程度に、私も秀吉さんの裏を取れるのです。
Okay, sure.
そんな不思議があることはないじゃないですか。
Kraus grinned broadly. In contrast, Hideyoshi's face was turning obviously pale. Hideyoshi, you weren't even like... You're not one of the siblings. It's not like you have a family history of this guy owning you, you know? You're actually a grown man with your own life. How are you letting this guy do this to you right now? Come on, Hideyoshi, lock in. Hideyoshi's company was a fast food chain operating company that he had started from nothing. Through Hideyoshi's management efforts, performance of the business repeatedly rose and magnified, and ultimately succeeded in becoming a stock-listed company. The greatest advantage of being in a stock-holding system is that by selling stock certificates, a large amount of financing can be gained. That amount is far greater than the actual profits from the business. This made it an extremely effective way to gather the massive funds needed to grow his company even further. However, in exchange for financing the company, the stockholders have certain rights. Namely, the right to observe and guide the company that they have financed in order to raise its profits above their investment. That right is guaranteed to all stockholders, and sometimes they even use it to And sometimes they even use it to reorganize ineffectual management. It is the right to prevent the money they have spent financing the company from going to waste by matching the management of the company. Yeah, so they can control it a little bit, depending on their stuff. However, if they use this right forcibly, they can eject the former management and take over the company. Because the general body of all stockholders has the power to dismiss the management and nominate new management, that right is exercised on a majority decision by the stockholders. Yeah, this is why, like, if anybody's ever like, I want 51% of your company, then, like, your company's gone. You know what I mean? Like, the management of your company is freaking GG. Have fun getting merged. That makes sense. Yeah. This is like, bro, me watching Shark Tank actually prepared me for Umineko, unironically. Prepared me for all this stockholder business. I want to have 10% of... I want you to invest into my company at 10% for $1 million. This guy really thinks his company has a $10 million valuation. Let's talk about that. I want... What is it, like 7.5 billion out of 20 billion? How much is that? Like 37.5% or something? I want 37.5% of the gold. $7.5 billion. In exchange, you know what I mean? It's literally a Shark Tank pitch. I want 51% of Pink's YouTube channel. Does that mean you get to finally chain me up and make me watch what you want to watch? If I open up stocks for Pink Cubed and enough people, like, I lose majority and then the stockholders band together and majority decision stuff, then, like, I've lost my rights, right? Like, I'm cooked. That right is exercised on a majority decision by the stockholders, and people who hold more stock get to cast more votes. In other words, if some person or group holds a majority of the stock, they can freely chase out their old management and make the president anyone they would like. We should sell stocks for the Pink Cube Discord! What percentage do me and FBI own by having the paid slots? 0! If they want, it is even possible for them to make themselves president. Dude, we should do this in the Discord. That people send me money for a stock market in the Discord. What would it take? What would it take to get a Discord server on the SM500? Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? We determine content, but I can end it at any time. You have no power to maintain it. You know what I mean? That's the thing. That's the thing. That's like saying, like, I've bought a McChicken. I own the stuff. You know what I mean? It's like, that's the purchase. Talk about it. If they want it, it's even possible for them to make themselves president. Many companies, in order to prevent their stock from being bought up by malicious people and their position from being threatened, take some kind of defensive measures, such as having their own employees or people close to them buy a lot of stock certificates in order to prevent a hostile group from securing the majority. However, since Hideyoshi's company had only recently become stock listed, they hadn't had the time to strengthen those defensive measures. We should do this in real life. The rich ones become president and wait, that already happens. Yeah. Make pink coin? Oh, yeah. We shouldn't be doing stocks. We should be doing coins. Guys, everybody invest in pink coin. It's not going to be a rug pull. We're going to the moon. I'm going to make all of y'all rich. The Pink Cube Discord's about to be rug pull. Rug pull. However, since Hideyoshi's company had only recently become stock listed, they hadn't had the time to strengthen. I already read this. No, maybe Hideyoshi himself was too engrossed in the management of his company that he hadn't realized the dangers of being stock listed. It's hard to say whether he should be viewed as a kind-hearted and skilled manager immersed in management or a foolish manager who had his feet swept out from under him. Will you pay your moderators in pink coin? No. That's who I'm getting. That's who I'm rug pulling. The moderators are going to buy pink coin and then I rug pull. I'm not paying anyone in pink coin. All I want is for y'all to buy pink coin so that then I can get your money and steal from you. But ethically, because it's through the law. And the law is always ethical. So it's basically donations, but in like a gambling form. Yeah. You will rug pull 4 people? Yo, better than 0 people. Hell yeah. I will rug pull as many people are standing on the rug. But in any case, there were people out there who would not let him get away with that naivete unscathed. They rapidly brought up Hideyoshi's company stock and instantly gained a significant amount of power. Then they sent out anonymous documents to stockholders and began to capture the majority. Okay. The documents read, the current management continues to make pointless investments and is ignoring the needs of the stockholders. Let us force the current management to retire, cut the current wasted investments, and let this company be born again as one that gives more back to the stockholders. Make Hideyoshi great again. Holy shit. It is very difficult to make the actual state of a company's management known. They maliciously twisted the figures Hideyoshi had produced from a tiny amount of sleep and a constant concern for his company and made him lose the trust of his stockholders. Their efforts had almost collected a majority of the stock in the company. At that point, even Hideyoshi noticed to start to buy back the stock, but the stockholders, who realized that the company was undergoing an acquisition maneuver, demanded a ridiculous price for the shares that Hideyoshi was trying to buy back. They continually tortured Hideyoshi, who had no leeway in the negotiation of the price. One of the certainties of capitalism is that value will rise when both parties vie for the same thing. And one of the certainties of democracy is that the majority controls everything. Yeah, rogue pull is basically be evil. That's a good summary from Sif. So in the end, whoever manages to buy up the most stock wins. So whoever has the most money wins. If Hideyoshi could obtain a large sum of money at this critical time, he'd be able to avoid losing all of that which he had built up. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now. Ooh, okay, production value. Okay. Bro. And Kraus smells it. He smells the desperation. He couldn't wait for the division of Kinzo's inheritance, which may not happen for some time.
ルドルフの方も最近は大変だそうじゃないかね。海外は怖いとよく言うが、本当にそうらしいな。アメリカの裁判は極めて感情的に決まる。
America mentioned! America mentioned! Oh god. Therefore, more than anything else is about to be a recurring thing. That is so scary. Oh no, we're cooked. Dude, there's gonna be a line in, call it 17 hours of gameplay that says, therefore, more than anything else, Battler must kill Maria. Who's Maria? Is that the name of the little girl? I already forgot. Close enough. That's about to be an entire problem.
彼らは外国人に寛大な判決など出しはしない。先方と和解した方が結局は安上がりになると弁護士に忠告を受けたんじゃないのかね。
何の話？
Rudolph is about to jump down this woman's throat.
まあ仕事上のト
Wait,
ラブル。
you don't know about something that Kraus knows about? Your husband is... Oh, whoa. Whoa, Kirei doesn't know? Rudolph.
大したことじゃない。
Siv's also got a white monster. Talk about it. Something, something, I'm a white monster.
金で切りのつく話さ。
I don't know, bro. Kirei quickly recognized what Rudolph's complicated expression meant. Her husband had gone wrapped up in some kind of trouble without her knowledge and had been suffering alone.
その通りさ。
Whoa. Okay, wait, that's a thing. That's a thing. In a money issue he kept secret from Kirei. Courts could be involved. That's crazy work, actually. Also, like, husband, wife. I mean, like, obvious, right? Okay.
世の中なんだって金で蹴りがつく。
I've got two. Sip, that cannot be healthy. Chad, I have a strict thing with, like, this monster. I have been drinking for 2 days, and I'm probably like 35% through it. And if I drank any more, I think I would have a heart attack. You know what I mean? Like, I try to be I think my caffeine tolerance is actually pretty low. And people that have to drink a full one a day, that's you've got to be dying. It's got to be doing something, dude. I've had like high caffeine Andes, you're like cooked. You know what I mean? Am I right or am I wrong? I don't actually know for sure. Talk about it.
アメリカは権利侵害などにはうるさい国だ。
Not more than a single one per day max. I think that's a good enough, a decent spot. Even one a day I feel like would kill me. Or like, you know what I mean?
資本主義万歳だよ。
Long live capitalism.
もっとも、
Crazy.
和解金は数百万ドルにも及びそうだとの噂もあるんだね。
5 cans of Monster at once? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. 1 to 2 a day and then cold turkey withdrawal? Okay, I can understand that technique. I knew people that did that technique. Where they would get super hooked onto it and then do the cold turkey withdrawal. Yeah. That I can understand that. I don't really feel anything besides the taste. Crazy. Multiple a day for months. My best friend in high school. Rip your best friend from high school, bro. I hope his funeral was, imagine that he's actually dead. Or that is, or I'm also assuming gender. Alright, Locken. Just do caffeine pills at that point? True. Rudolph had been building up a large amount of wealth with a certain type of niche market. However, a niche is a niche. It's definitely not a sunny job. An American corporate giant was trying to accuse Rudolph's company of violating their rights for various reasons. It was thought that winning the trial was extremely unlikely, and Rudolph was being pressed to surrender outright. But even so, there was a way to resolve it with money. If he could only pay that money, though it might be painful, he could still pick himself back up. But if he didn't pay, he'd lose everything. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now. Oh, Rick. Yo, he's about to... Rosa's in the crossfire, too! Oh, no. He's about to drop a crazy... He's about to drop a... Oh, he dropped a however. He dropped a however. No. No. He's got us all pegged, dude. He's pegging all of us at the same time. Whoa! I've never heard Rosa talk like that. Rosa uncharacteristically laid bare her emotions and yelled. Because she had thought she had kept it a secret. Dude, Kraus is on a different wavelength. As Kraus watched, she let it slip a muffled laugh. There was nothing to fear. Every one of them more than anything else, wanted a lot of money right now. In other words, the situation had been reversed. Because only Cross, who they were threatening, had no urgent need for a large sum of money. Like, he's going under in his own way, but he has a lot more time, it sounds like. Compared to that, the three who were threatening him wanted money quickly, no matter what the cost. So the longer Kraus postponed the deal, the greater the advantage to him. Oh, and that's why he wants it to be based on the inheritance, which has to do with his dad. Because his dad is holding on so strong, which is why Kinzo's gonna be murdered tonight! Oh my goodness, Kinzo's gonna get murdered! He's cooked. Kinzo's cooked. Kinzo's gonna be cooked, and it's one of these Andes, dude. Kinzo's dead. Kinzo's dead. Kinzo's dead. Kinzo is going to be murdered to expedite the money transfer that the siblings are desperate for. Wow. That's a good idea for what the plot's gonna be. That's a good question. Okay. I don't think we're getting elaboration on your desperate for money. It's desperate for money cause co-signed on something. Okay, and then I have your desperation for money, you have your desperation money. For cash now to buy back stocks. Okay. Okay, so they all got some desperations for cash. That's the most important thing. Actually 1v9. Actually 1v9. So the longer Kraus postponed this deal, the greater the advantage to him. Kraus was very sly. He had known of their Achilles' heel from the beginning. Heel? Feet? Even so, he had not been certain. Therefore, he had hidden that until the very end, and upon closely and completely examining their attitude, he had struck back. This is what I'm talking about! This is what I'm talking about, dude! Yeah, Chad, like, spoilers are really hard to, like, moderate, and so we usually just are pretty extreme on it, because, like, getting, like, 10 people reminding you of something at a specific time is basically leading you down a specific path. Like, it's, you know what I mean? So it's, yeah. It is what it is, Chad. It is what it is. This is what I'm talking about, though, where they came out and were exposing, like, they could have done it secretly, but they pretty much were coming out and, like, getting rid of their stealth. Kraus kept his stealth. He kept his stealth until he got the perfect stab and then stabbed him. That's tech.
私もできることなら可愛い弟や妹たちの危機に金を工面してやりたいと思っているよ。だが残念なことに持ち合わせがなくてね。7億半もの大金が工面できるスポンサーに心当たりがあるなら、先にそちらを当たってもらいたいのだよ。
Kraus's elated words were horribly blunt. The other siblings could do nothing more than listen, grinding their teeth. If they could think of a sponsor that convenient, they wouldn't have kept up this charade. They had entered this huge battle specifically because they had exhausted all other options.
もしお前たちがどうしてもこの兄を頼りたいというなら、私の口利きでスポンサーを探してやってもよいのだがね。おっと、私にはそんなものはいないと言っていたか。
Yeah, and it's like, I think that doing it that way, where like you don't have chat updating you, is how to like experience the story normally. Like how like most people experience the story, because most people don't have chat that's able to like remind them of the key information, and that's just not how the story is experienced. And so like, yeah, I'm trying to get the pure, honest, normal Umineko experience. That's like I think how it's meant to be done. More than anything else. It's sometimes fun. It's like, you know what? Ooh, wait, crazy analogy just dropped. It's like, you know Stockfish with chess? Where Stockfish can play a perfect game of chess, right? Or like nigh perfect. But if you've actually watched Stockfish play against Stockfish, it's a very boring game. Because they're always doing like perfectly even trades and very slight positional moves. There's no like big plays made. There's no blunders. There's no like crazy moves. It's all like this very, because it's so smart that it doesn't have any of the intrigue and like the you know, the crunch to it. I think it's kind of like that, where having opportunities for blunders or misunderstandings also they like crack open the experience to allow for really interesting and brilliant moves. Like if you play the perfect Umineko like playthrough in your mind, where it's like everybody you catch all the clues perfectly and apply them all perfectly and understand it perfectly. I feel like that actually would make it less interesting than if you're kind of scrounging through it, grabbing bits and pieces of it as you go. You know, and that I think is like probably just going to be more interesting. But also, like, I totally get it, though, and, like, I always feel bad when people are, like, get their stuff deleted, because that's, like, people are trying to participate, and I like chat participation. It's just tough, you know? So there's no ill will. If you're intentionally trying to spoil, you're a dickhead, and I hate you, but most people aren't intentional, and so it's, like, totally fine. There's no ill will. It's just trying to keep it, like, pure. I forgot how long the financial discussion was. Lol. It's pretty interesting. I like it. I get to watch a ton of playthroughs and see analysis of thoughts I would have considered myself, helping me love the story even more. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, you just said you gotta read it through a friend who wouldn't, like, spoil you. That's pretty awesome. God made an imperfect universe because brilliance can only be achieved from the joy of climbing out of the pit of boredom. Ooh, I like that. Imagine the higurashi corkboard without misunderstandings. We would have missed out on, well, I don't want to say it. There were some crazy, I think, yeah, exactly. It's like the misunderstandings in Higurashi were some of the funniest parts. Actually, an interesting component of Umineko was the discussion with the community that happened between chapter releases. That does sound really cool. Yeah. Theories that turn out to be wrong are fun, and they can help you uncover true things you wouldn't otherwise. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Time traveler, ... We wouldn't have the time traveler theory. Crazy stuff. Okay, rockin'. Krause's low, gloating laugh began to fill the parlor. The younger siblings who had until now been driving the older brother into a corner could do nothing more than grimace and grind their teeth.
Eva!
冗談じゃないわ。兄さんに借りなんか作れるもんですか。冗談じゃない。
Oh my goodness, she's tweaking. Crashing out on her hubby. Oh, Rosa's cracking. See, I knew she would crack. Cracking Rosa. She's cracking.
もちろん、利息を融通してもらえるようには最大限交渉するがね。
Claims it's not an evil laugh, by the way.
足元見やがって。
あなた、落ち着いて。
Aww.
落ち着いてるぜ。俺
Yo,
は
I wish
極めて
Kirei
冷
would say,
静だぜ。
baby, calm down to me.
クソったりが。
Dude, it's like, oh my goodness, there's the perfect, I see it in my mind's eye. Do I want to take the moment to distract chat? Maybe like, let me see if I can find something good. What the? This is not what I'm talking about. Like maybe like this? No, like wolf. Yes! Kind of like this. What's a good one? Is this really this isn't quite it, but this is close enough, so I'm gonna use this. Okay, ready? This is like the energy I'm getting right now. This is Kirei telling Rudolph to calm down. Baby, calm down. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm right. Yeah, I'm right. I can make chat a little bit bigger, yeah. Like, how about that? I don't like it being too big because, like, some people don't like seeing chat. Like, it can be, like, distracting for some people. So I like it being, like, small enough you can kind of avoid it. But yeah, something like that. Slaps Rudolph's ass and says, settle down, sweet toots. Man, what I would do. Kirei grabbed her husband's hand. But that action made him feel even more pitiful, so Rudolph shook it off. Krause laughed as though seeing that made him extremely happy. Yo, Krause really flipped the script on him like no one else. Told his, like, it's so sad that he told his wife to leave and then 1v9'd. He really said, like, you're debuffing me, get out of here. That's crazy. Yeah, no, it's 4.5. It depends on the length of the message. Man, frick you, it's going back down to 3. Frick you, man.
そうすればすぐに25億ずつをこの場で切り分けてやれるのだが。
It's adjustable.
残念、残念、残念、至極。
Yeah, that's 4. Well, now I want it like this. Oh, right there, perfect. That whenever there's single lines, they're evenly spaced and there's 4 of them. And then whenever it's doubled lines, it's going to be different. But yeah, how about that?
非常に極めて実にどうしようもなく残念だ。今宵は兄弟みんなで酒を酌み交わしながら。
Dude, I hate how he's like, it's so, the passive aggressiveness pisses me off so much. Which is like the point. It's the rage bait text. He's rage baiting so prime right now. You gotta respect the grind set. Even if I hate it, you gotta respect it.
きっと解けない謎はないはずさ。
Holy evil laugh. Cuts to Maria and Battler. Battler is currently holding Maria like a baseball bat, swinging. George is throwing a fastball. Oh wait, my fault. It's actually Kinzo who's holding Genji like a bat. And Dr. Nanjo is throwing the fastball. Holy. How long are you planning to stream? Probably like, roughly 3 hours, like bending in the other direction. I'm like aiming for like roughly 5-hour streams, so like 4.5 to 5.5, whatever.
クラウス様は黄金の発見を問わずにその分け前として
Oh, Canon giving a report? Wait, who are you? You're giving it to who? Kinzo.
計75億円を支払うこと。
Canon giving a report to Kinzo.
ただしその1割を3月までに支払うこと。
Do you think Kraus practices his evil monologues with Natsuhi? He does it in the mirror while stroking his shit. I know Kraus. I know Kraus personally. He got that narcissism grind set, right? We made progress through roughly about 1 hour of actual reading. Dude, I feel like I kind of... Okay. Char. I think it's not even me being slow or anything, because I think I've been relatively, like, going through it, like, at a pretty decent pace. You know? You know what I mean? I think it's literally just that... Like, I have to slow down the reading so I can read it out loud, and then also I put in, like, some commentary. That's actually crazy that people go twice as fast. Like, yeah, because I did, like, whenever it goes, like, these lines that aren't voice acted, I have pretty slowed down. Yeah, it's definitely the pace I'm gonna do. It's not, like, a bad thing, but it's crazy that it's still, like, that people go twice as fast. That is still crazy. Yeah, and it's like, if people wanted it faster, then guess what? They could go, like, watch Umineko themselves, like... Yeah. You know, it's good, it's good. No, Kinzo, you missed the part where he got aura. You got aura, though. What about the aura?
はい。クラウス様はそれをエヴァ様以下お三人が緊急に大金を用立てする必要があるためとカンパされました。
I might have just forgot that one of them were in the room. So either one of them was in the room, or there was a high-level technique, aka eavesdropping with a glass against the door.
その程度のことはカンパできるのか。中途半端に無能な男め。今はどうしている？
話は一度中断されました。今はベアトリーチェ様の碑文の話をされています。
私の黄金がどこに隠されているのか、その謎を解こうとか。
はい。
I like unrelated tangents from chat. They're the funnest. They're the most fun. They're my favorite yapping. Like, dude, Piss Satoshi was probably the hardest that I laughed in the entire Higurashi playthrough, and it had absolutely nothing to do with Higurashi. It literally was just going crazy. It was like, it was actually just a manic episode in the disguise of a conversation about Satoshi, and it was... And it's probably the most fun I had the entire time. It was so funny. It was so funny. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like that's why I'm so fine with doing tangents from chat. It's just, but it is an art form, right? You know, if you go on too many of them that aren't good, then it is a waste of time. You know, that's just how streaming is. But yeah. Okay, sorry, I was just rereading this to make sure I didn't miss anything. Kinzo set down his glasses and snorted. Kinzo is saying the gold exists. Miracle be fulfilled.
愚か者どもが我が謎を解き明かしたなら、その時は私のすべての敗北だ。我が屍を骨のひとかけらまでしゃぶり尽くすがいい。
I'm gonna. Yeah, I think I am gonna save this. Oh, that was kind of a bad crop. I'm gonna grab this and put this on. This is like kind of an insane thought, right? About his gold. Puzzle of solving, puzzle of finding the gold. And then merge that. Okay. Okay. Get rid of that.
愚か者どもの貪欲さが偉大なる魔法に奇跡を宿らせるのだ。だがもし奇跡の成就が先だったなら、先だったなら。
Maybe I should put as opposed to, like, I'm gonna just add a little bit. Puzzle finding go situated against fulfilling the miracle. Okay. Because I'm a little... Oh! Which would resurrect Beatrice. Okay. I added that in. Whoa! Okay, interesting. Do you feel like Umineko is grabbing you more than Higurashi or not? What's your opinion? I think compared to chapter 1 of Higurashi, yes, absolutely. Compared to Higurashi as a whole, it's kind of impossible to say because I think the time investment is so different. But yeah, when it comes to like the amount of time I've put into Umineko is probably like 12 hours so far, and this compared to the first 12 hours of Higurashi, this has really gotten me. I think largely I really like the tone and the atmosphere. I think I like it generally more than like the school and like village atmosphere. Not that the school one's bad, that's like straight up personal preference, but I really like this atmosphere. I think it's really interesting. I am more accustomed to the writing. I think the writing has gotten more concise and like a little like faster and even like inherently a little more like mature, which I think fits the atmosphere. That's not to say that Higurashi's quote unquote immature writing is bad, because that's not what I'm trying to say. But like I like the bigger words and the you know, like the way they talk is more dignified, right? So I really like that. That is just, I enjoy reading that more. And then yeah, I like having like the adult cast. I think is interesting. I find this like economic stuff to be pretty interesting. So I'm pretty invested in like the financial machinations. And like there's not like that's something that hooks me pretty well because I'm willing to get invested in like politics and stuff. Yeah, I'd say some of those reasons are why I've liked it so far. I've really liked Umineko so far. I think it's been really cool. Performative writing. Everything's performative, bro. Life's performative. Look in the mirror. What performance are you putting on? That doesn't mean it's bad. Guess what? That sounds accusatory if you're insecure. Be secure in your performance. This is a crazy thing.
Oh, Beatrice!
I'm aware that it's about as long as Higurashi. Or like slightly longer. I think it's slightly longer than Higurashi, if that's what people are referring to.
私はきっと打ち勝つ。絶対に生き残る。 他の奴らの命はくれてやる。富も名誉も財産も黄金も何もいらぬ。ただお前の微笑みがもう一度見たいだけなのだ。
Kinzo choked, apparently in great pain. Kenon got closer, tried to pat his master's back, but Kinzo signaled that he didn't need to.
なぜ私が黄金の隠し場所を
The
わ
risk
ざ
for
わ
your
ざ
black
人目に
magic.
触れる
You
よう
need
に
to
さらしたか
for the,
わか
you
る
need to
か。
gamble.
いえ、
魔法の
Yeah,
力
no,
は
I'm there,
リ
bro.
スクで決
Kinzo,
ま
I'm
るから
there.
だ。
If I find
ベ
your
ア
gold,
トリ
can
ーチ
I
の
be
黄
the
金を
guy?
暴こうとする人間が多ければ多いほど、その危険が高まれば高まるほどに、それでもなお成就できたとき、
I bet.
魔
Ooh.
法の力は
Wait,
偉
bro,
大なる
Goda.
奇跡を起こせ
Guys,
るんだ。
guys.
魔
Goda.
法とはつまりゲームなのだよ。
Bro. This guy wants the gold. It's pure intuition. This guy is here to get the gold and be the successor to the family, because I bet it doesn't even have to do with bloodline. Doing it the way he is, where he's putting the emphasis on finding the gold, I bet anybody that finds the gold gets everything. You probably want the gold too. I bet everybody is here to get the gold. Except Genji, bro. Shout out Genji, bro. Love Genji. Oh my god. I am so down bad for this woman. It's okay if you're infertile, by the way, baby girl. Alright? That just means you don't gotta use protection. Respectfully, with consent. My fault. Low-key, I feel like that's actually tech, right? We can just adopt. You know what I mean? I'm fine to adopt. Yeah! Yo, shout out all my infertile people out there, bro. Yo, shout out. You can just adopt.
優れている者が勝者になるのではない。勝者には魔法が与えられ優れるのだ。
Even chat? Yes, chat! Chat, I'm gonna get the gold!
わかるか?
Dude, I should do this with the ownership of the Pink Cube Discord server. I could be Kinzo. Who's trying to be my Genji?
生命の奇跡が数億分の1という神々しい
Ooh, I
確
like
率
that.
に
Bring it in
勝利す
sperm.
るからこそ
Yo,
与
W
えられ
sperm.
るようにな。お前には少し難しいか。
Contractually obligated to draw sperm. Oh! What a good sperm! Holy, what a good sperm! Look at that! Look at that sperm! Oh my goodness, I really cooked on that one. Oh man. Holy. Alright.
申し訳ございません。
That's a good, I actually like that. That's really good. That's a really good,
よい。
way to describe magic. I really like that.
つまりはこういうことだ。ベアトリーチェの碑文の謎を解い
Yeah,
た者に
ooh,
は
okay. These are good
私
stakes,
が
bro.
築き
These are
上げ
crazy
てきた
stakes.
全
These
て
are
を与
crazy
えよう。
stakes.
富、名誉、黄金、そして後ろ宮家の家督。私が築き上げてきた全てだ。その謎に挑む
Yes,
たとえ
yes,
お前であっても、
Yes,
その
yes,
謎
that's
を
what I'm
解け
saying.
たなら全てを得る資格があるのだ。
Yes, agreed. Anybody that finds the gold gets everything.
はい。ですが、僕にはあのような難しい謎は分かりかねません。
Kanon's gonna be looking for it, dude. Anybody.
無論だ。
Wow, I gotta write that down. That is literally like how the thing happens. Anyone that finds the gold gets succession and everything. And then underline anyone. Well, it's fine. That's crazy. That's crazy.
難解に作った。
If sperm is your power, what are you without it? Infertile? Red pill sperm retention type shit.
だがお前も挑め。
Whoa.
それが我が魔法の奇跡を呼ぶ。
Oh my goodness, he's doing a sperm ritual. Look, that will become the seed. That even is like a little bit of a sperm analogy. Wait, this is cooking.
誰もが挑み、誰にも至れなかったら、その時はその時。だが、奇跡が集い、魔法の力が生まれたなら、その時こそ。
So he wants everybody to look for the gold, because that'll be the risk that then will cause the miracle of Beatrice being reborn. That's crazy. But he also said he needs to stay alive, right? And so I wonder if there's a component of like he's going to be hunted down and killed. Weird sex sperm magic. It's true. Like it's funny that that's not even us being tweaking. That's literally just kind of what's going on. For a long while, Kinzo repeatedly muttered to himself, agitated and grabbing onto his head. Oh, you need more absinthe? Kenon stayed where he was, alert and unmoving until he was given the next order from his master. Kinzo finally realized this. Genji! Nope. He's giving Kenon candy.
僕は家具ですから。
家具は菓子など食わぬか。道理だが。ならばもう下がれ。
はい、失礼いたします。
You know what's crazy? If Kenon gets the thing, in his own mind, I wonder if he graduates from furniture into, furniture. Andy. If that would, like, make him not furniture anymore, now he gets to be a person because he's a successor. Like, that'd be an interesting concept. Maybe he has, like, some really deeply ingrained stuff he would be able to conquer. Kenon bowed and left the study. As the door was closed, a heavy locking noise resounded. Oh. 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 That was not the sound of Kenon unlocking the door. It was the door locking automatically. No one could enter without Kinzo's permission, and once they left, they could not enter again. It's gonna be so hard to assassinate this guy. It was a mechanism that Kinzo, unable to trust his blood relatives, had created to lock himself up in his own study and isolate himself from the outside world. The only ones he could trust now were not the sons who shared his blood, but the servants who called themselves furniture. Would you trust your chair? Oh, what's up, Nanjo?
Nanjo sensei. いかがなさいましたか?
源氏さん。
Oh.
いや、何？居場所がなくなりましてな。
With a bitter laugh, Nanjo turned to face the door to the parlor. It seemed that because of that motion, Genji understood what Nanjo wanted to say. For the most part, Genji also understood the family situation. It must have made him want to frown, knowing that right now in the parlor, the master he served was being discussed so disrespectfully. But it would have been very difficult to gather that from his indifferent expression.
しかし、私にはわかりませんな。どうして金蔵さんはこんな挑発的なものを書かれたのでしょう。
Nanjo looked at the portrait of Beatrice. No, he actually directed his gaze beneath the portrait at the plate with the epitaph. Epitaph.
私には
Epitaph? Epitaph.
親方様のお考えは分かりかねます。
Epitaph.
深いお考えがあってのこととお察しします。
金蔵さんのチェスは
Yo, Genji,
昔か
why are
ら
you
随
trying not to
分と
laugh?
遠大な読みで布石を打たれるものでした。いや、時には理解できない一手さえ。
The stockfish analogy from earlier cooks even harder. I forgot about the chess part.
皆目見当もつきませんな。
私はこれを親方様の何かの遺言状ではないかと考えています。それを理解できた者に財産や家督をお譲りになられようということなのでしょう。
つまり私のようなよそ者に解かれてしまう前に兄弟4人で協力し合って謎を解けということではないかということですな。金蔵さんは息子さんたちのことを口悪く罵ってはいますが、 なんとか兄弟が仲を取り戻してほしいと願われているのかもしれません。
That's an interesting thought. I don't think I agree, but it's an interesting thought. I don't think he gives a single care about any of his kids. You are such a scary lady. You are such a scary lady. I feel like you're gonna get revived, like, for sure. I'm going to see a sprite of you. It has to be the truth. It has to happen. There's no way it doesn't. There's no way you don't become a character walking around. But also, like, you know, that's to literally accept magic. But, like, dude, just look at her. She has so much aura. If, as Nanjo said, the epitaph had been written to repair the relationship between the siblings, how heartwarming that would be. Yeah. However, Nanjo and Genji both knew that this was the one thing that could never be the case. Here were the two who held the longest relationship with Kinzo, more trusted than his blood relatives, and even they could not guess at Kinzo's true motive.
親方様は一族のものでなくとも謎に挑む資格があると常々おっしゃっています。
My wife.
南條先生。
Oh, I get it. Chat. Whoever gets the gold doesn't just get ownership, successor to the family, blah, blah, blah. They also get Beatrice's hand in marriage. That's how we're all going to be tempted into it. It ain't got nothing to do with the cash. It got everything to do with baby girl. Yeah, like, I'm in. The magic's getting out of control because now everybody's going to be looking for the gold. I get it now.
いやいや、この老いぼれには
I get it now.
少々難解が過ぎますな。実は以前、この碑文
Can
を
I
手帳
read
に
the
記
full
しま
epitaph?
し
You
て、
haven't given it to me. I don't think
夜
they
な夜
have.
な寝る前に挑んでみたのですが、
I'll solve it immediately, dude.
実に難しい。
Trust.
お迎えが来るまでの間、ゆっくり楽しむことができそうです。源氏さんこそいかがですかな。
私めは親方様にお仕えする家具に過ぎません。黄金も財産も私には不要なもの。
やれやれ。
I swear you are Canon and Shannon's father.
だ
I'm
か
just
ら
gonna
こそ
really lock that one in.
金蔵さんもあなたには心を許されるので
I
し
like
ょ
that theory a lot.
ならば光栄なことです。
As Nanjo lightly laughed in response, he once again looked at the epitaph.
懐かしき
Okay.
故
Okay,
郷
keep
を
going, Nanjo.
貫く
Keep going.
鮎の川。
Come on, Nanjo. Come on.
黄金鏡を目指す者よ。これを下り
More.
て鍵を探す。
More! That which is written on the epitaph of the portrait of my beloved witch Beatrice is as follows. Yes. Oh god. Oh my god. I don't want it anymore. I don't want it anymore. I don't want it anymore. It's too scary. Behold the sweet fish river, running through my beloved home of old. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. As you travel down it, you will see a village. Higurashi? Hinamizawa? In that village, look for the shore the two speak of. There, the key to the Golden Land sleeps. You who laid hand upon the key must journey as follows to the Golden Land. On the first twilight, sacrifice the 6 chosen by the key. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. It's probably the last one, or are we doing like 666, or are we doing like 7 seals? Okay, 7. That's 7's the last one? How many twilights? On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. 8? We're going to 8. Okay, we're going beyond 6 and 7. Unintentional, by the way. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. On the 9th twilight, the witch revives, and none shall be left alive. On the 10th twilight, the journey ends, and you shall reach the home of gold. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be the Golden Land's gold. One resurrects all the dead people's souls. One even revives all the love they possessed. And one for the witch to eternally rest. Rest in peace, my beloved witch, Beatrice. Ba-da-ding-ding-ding. Ba-da-ding-ding-ding. Ba-da-ding-ding-ding? Okay, I gotta reread that. Hello? 3 o'clock. All right. Hold your sandy beach. Beach episode? I already ate my cookie.
第10の番に旅は終
Yo,
わる。
battler, shut your battler up. Okay. Okay. Gotta have this in here somewhere. Okay, this is too important. This is too important. I think let's do it like we'll just put it here. I think all the text for brainstorming should actually probably be on the brainstorming layer for my own sanity. And then here. Okay. This is the full thing, right, chat? Oh, look at that. Ezio, thank you for the follow. Also, thank you, Lagoon Ducey, for the follow a minute ago. Thank you for the follows. Appreciate y'all. Okay. I think there's a full thing, yeah? It's in the files for you to check whatever now. Oh. Oh, is that what that ring-a-ding-ding was? Oh, is it in my tips menu? Man, okay, it's fine. Behold all the way to Beatrice. Okay. I think it's still good for me to have it in the paint on that. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved home of old. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two speak of. There the key to the Golden Land sleeps. You who laid hand upon the key must journey as follows to the Golden Land. Giving me some like, frick, what's that movie with that woman in it that's like really hot? Frick, what's that? Chell. Road to El Dorado. El Dorado. This gives some like El Dorado energy. On the first twilight, sacrifice to 6, all the way to 10. On the which shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. Golden Land's gold, resurrect souls, revive love, and for the witch to eternally rest. I wonder if you get all 4 treasures or you have to choose between the 4. Because then you would choose between greed, saving people's lives, saving people's love, or to like banish her forever. Which would be like, I mean, if you have to choose between the 4 treasures, then one of the options presented being her own destruction is a really good risk for her to put out for the sake of magic. You know what I mean? So yeah, okay. What are some initial plays here? This reminds me of... What's that name of that poem I'm thinking of? Frick. It reminds me very lightly of... Not this one. Der Ister. Yes. I think it's this one. Or this one? Is it this one? Ister in English translation. Kind of reminds me of this a little bit. Okay, I'm doing it. This is a... We're going somewhere crazy immediately. Kind of reminds me like very lightly of this poem, which is from a German author, about so this is like this is an entire thing. This is an entire thing. The element of this river that comes to, or of this poem that comes to mind, is the idea of, because it describes this river like the Ister is a river, and one of the elements of the poem is how, like, ideas or culture kind of spread through the river. And so I think it's this there's like this concept or interpretation of like Greek culture, ancient Greek culture, because like this river goes between where like I think, and I might be wrong on some details, but this is the interpretation I have in my head, that this river, the Ister, goes between where ancient Greek was and where this like Germany was right, or like is right now. And so this idea of the river moving from the German to here, or from the Greek to the German, is like that the culture of the ancient Greeks have like moved into the German spirit nowadays or something like that. And the reason I'm bringing this up is that like rivers are really interesting in like interpretive spaces, because what does a river carry? Does it carry water? Does it carry ideas? Does it carry, you know, culture? And then like, what does it flow through? Does it flow through land? Does it flow through time? Right? And so like, yeah, that's like a thing. Oh yeah, the Danube River or whatever. It's yeah. And so like Ister, even in that, right? That for the poem to be the Ister River is using the old name for a current river, which is like playing with time. And so the river you can kind of interpret as moving throughout time more than just like being, you know what I mean? More than just being like locational. So it's like 4D, right? The interpretation is a lot bigger in that way. Fun fact, the only reason I even know about this poem is because of Heidegger, because I took a class on Heidegger, and then this poem was like brought up because Heidegger likes the poem and talked about it. Yeah. But yeah, so I bring that up only to like try to crack open the potential for like how a river can be interpreted. But I don't know how much I have in me to interpret right. Like it's gonna be hard. Like interpretation's a really hard like process. I feel like I should spend a little bit of time working on it immediately though, right? I think this is an empty layer. Is this an empty layer that I just summoned? Yeah, it is. Okay. So like, how can we work with this? Behold the sweet river running through my beloved home of old. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. Okay, so like, what is downstream? It runs through the home of old. Like where does the river come from? Okay, let's just like start putting questions down, right? Like, where does the river originate from? It goes through beloved home of old. I don't need, like, where does the river originate from? Only goes through beloved home of old, not originate there. So that's like an immediate thought. It runs through the beloved home of old, but it does like where does it start? As you travel down it, you will see a village. I guess there's like the path. We can like, the path of the river is an unknown origin through beloved home of old. Person? Well, I'll dig into that. I'll dig into that. Try to solve it. There's golden wives at stake. Downstream is the opposite of upstream. Follow for more Umineko tips. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, chat. And well, like, that's, like, yeah, like, there's, like, another analogy you could use of, like, imagine, well, do I even want, no, I don't care. I want to focus on the river. Okay, lock in. You don't need my wisdom. Talk about it. Okay, it goes through the beloved home of old, past a village, which has the key. That's it. That's the entire path of the river, though. Past a seaside village, which has the key. And there is nothing else about the river. Okay, so this is the entire path of the river. What is beloved home of old is a good question. I'm thinking, frick, what's this guy's name? Keiichi Maebara? Frick, what's this guy's name? Kinzo. Jeez. Kinzo's original family that got wiped out. That's my idea for beloved home of old. But it could be like a lot. Sweet fish? I don't know what a sweet fish is. I'm scared to look it up because I don't want to get spoiled. So I'm going to probably just hold on sweet fish. Follow its path downstream in search of the key. See a village. Look for the shore. The key sleeps in the shore. In that village, look for the shore the two speak of. Okay. Who are the two in the village speaking of the shore? You know what? I bet. You know what I bet? I bet this woman's ass was looking for it. I bet this... I bet... You know what I bet? I bet... that the... Because she was here to, like... Frick, where's my Umineko notes? Here it is. Like, Rokenjima. Golden Witch. Kinzo. Because she had, like, a special conversation with people when we ran into her, right? She was, like, talking with people or something. So I wonder if she was, like, actively, like, doing her own hunting. Maybe she was, like, actively hunting and working on the poem. Because, like, I'm kind of thinking that the village... Look for the shore. Okay, wait. In that village, look for the shore the two speak of. There, the key to the Golden Land sleeps. You who laid hand upon the key must journey as follows to the Golden Land. Okay, I'm thinking... What I'm thinking right now is that... The... Like... This is already such a mess. What is the village? I'm thinking that the village is... Oh, frick, do I not have the name of it written down? Or I might actually do a fun offend chat just for the name. Because it's... Rokenjima is the private island the family owns. It's located in Izu Archipelago. But what's the name of the village? Like the seaside village that we took the boat from. I actually just don't know the name. And that's not a spoiler because it's literally just a name that we already know. I don't think I have it written down. Is that like a... That's an obvious thing, right, chat? I think that's fine for you to tell me. It's literally just a name. Nijima? Is it Nijima? Like the place that we... Nijima. It is Nijima. Okay. Well, my note... Okay, you know my note for Nijima? Nijima dash. Place to go by boat or something. I did not take a good note for Nijima. Okay. Nijima. Nijima is maybe the seaside village. Okay, thank you, chat. See, there we go. That's I think, a good use of phone a friend. Nijima was the place we boated into... We boated to Rokenjima from. So that... I think that's a good idea for the village. Because then the shore would be... Like, what is the shore? What is the shore? I think the shore could be... Rokenjima? Rokenjima Island? Maybe? Because then the key would be on... The key to the Golden Land would be on the... Like, I think it makes sense for the key to be in Rokenjima Island, because that's, like, where we're at. And so... And, like, that's where, you know, you, like, look in the forest for the Golden Witch or whatever. So I think that the shore is going to be Rokenjima Island itself. Which would mean that the village is Nijima. Which would mean in the village, look for the shore the two speak of. Would be, while you're in the village, look for Rokenjima. Which would be, like, nearby. Because you boat to it. The two speak of. Who's the two? I think maybe... This is, like, we're going so speculative. Maybe she was looking for the two. That's why she was, like, already on the Nijima. Yeah. And before the captain becomes relevant. Okay. You who laid a hand upon the key must journey as follows to the Golden Land. And so these are like the things you have to do after you have some sort of catalyst to activate in order to gain the treasures of Beatrice. Which these are like what you have to do. This is the journey. The journey isn't actually, I think, locational. I think the journey is actions. The journey to the Golden Land looks like it's not locational. actions instead. Like trials or tasks. Like Among Us, kind of, right? These are your Among Us imposter objectives. Does that help any of my, like, Gen freaking Z people? What are they called? Gen Alpha? Gen Alpha missed Among Us, didn't they? That's more Gen Z. Anyways, yeah. So I think the journey is tasks, not locations. There's like a numbers game here, so we need to find the right amount of people. So the 6 chosen by the key. How can the key choose? What is the key? Is a question. Is the key. Key chooses sacrifices. That's something. So like the key is able to choose. You know? Oh, yeah, Sif, is that all based off of the H-Arc video? Or, because I saw there's an H-Arc video I didn't watch that was like, Gen Alpha can't read. Or like, the kids can't read or something. I feel like you'd be an H-Arc viewer, just speculating. Shout out H-Arc, I feel like H-Arc's got awesome content. Though I haven't watched too much of it recently. Too busy. But yeah, okay, so who is the key? What is the key? I'm saying who because it chooses, so choosing sounds like something a person would need to do, but who knows? But yeah, okay. Sacrifice 6. So I need to count. So we got 6 here. Those who remain shall tear apart the 2 that are close. So 6 chosen, 2 close by. Those who remain shall praise. Remaining praise. And then kill 1. Kill 1, kill 1, kill 1, kill 1, which is back, baby, and we're here. And now rewards are dealt. And now our at home of gold rewards pending. There is kind of a question of, like, are we actually killing 1 with each of these? On the 4th night, Twilight, gouge the head and kill, gouge the chest and kill. That sounds like you're killing 5 different people. Or it could just be, like, torturing 1 person. And, like, you gouge their head, then you gouge their chest, then you gouge their stomach. Like, I'll put a little thing of, is this killing 5 different people? I think that's a good question. I am an H-Arc watcher. I think I've seen like 8 vids about Gen Alpha not being able to read at this point. A year ago, I was teaching children how to read as part of a community service program. And the 5th grader I tutored had the reading level of a 1st grader. It was really sad. It's actually kind of surprising to me that Gen Alpha is having trouble reading, because I would feel like that using the internet all the time would like inherently teach you how to read. Like, don't you need to know how to read to even use the internet? Like, it's such a big part of navigating stuff. And like a lot of shorts are like, you know what I mean? I'm like, and I'm not saying it's not happening. It's just kind of interesting that despite the internet being such a big thing, that it's not teaching reading. They only doom scroll. Like, they imagine doom scrolling, but you're illiterate. Like, I feel like half of the stuff on my doom scrolling feed is words that I read. Like, are you not reading the words tung 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 sahur? You know what I mean? Or like comments, like reading comments. They don't read comments. That's really interesting. It's just so different than how I like use doom scrolling myself. So it makes sense, but it's interesting that that's not happening. Okay, so this is, the reason I'm counting is this is 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 total if it is. 13 total kills. I'll put a question mark on that. Brainstorming. I'm gonna shift this a little bit to get it away from our stuff here. I can maybe even like give this kind of its own space a little more. The puzzle epitaph. I should feel like I should link this. Beatrice epitaph meant to be a magic ritual. to revive her. Oh, I already wrote that somewhere, huh? Yeah, I wrote that down here. So I should... Let me move it over here. And then... I want to draw a line. Holy crap, look at that line. Okay, something like this. Okay. You truly need that forehead to resolve this mystery, W. It's less not reading at all, but not understanding context clues and media literacy. Makes sense, makes sense. That's the thing they do recognize, tung 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 sohor. Oh, then they don't need to read anymore. That's like all we need out of reading. As an English second language, I watched Dora the Explorer preschool teaching me English so I can go browse foreign sites. I played online card games called Urban Rivals at 7 years of age, roughly. Wait, you're kind of goated for that? People can barely understand the cooling games. Imagine reading Umineko, lol. I couldn't be a leftist without reading the memes that are just walls of text with images posted occasionally. This wholesome music playing with the Kinzo Hydra staring me down is such a vibe. This cooked. I like this one a lot. This is easily the best thing we got. Oh my goodness, why is this low-key skibbity kind of energy? 23-year-old man saying this, by the way. Yeah, I like this one too. This one's really fun. I like Curious George. All right, anyways. Back to the golden puzzle epitaph. What is the key is a good question. Oops, sorry. What is the shore? Rokinjima Island's my guess. It could also be like... why downstream? Downstream's interesting. Like downstream, down the flow of time. Something, something. Why downstream? I can maybe right. I think that's a good interpretive question. Why downstream? Flow of time. Something like that. Yeah, Skibidi Toilet is definitely Unk. I actually agree with you. 100%. I never actually watched it either, fun fact. Not my brain rat. Okay. I feel like none of this is too important. And this is all a gamble to revive her. And so, like, this is also, I was saying earlier, like, this is a gamble for her. I'll even write this, like, which eternally resting is a risk gamble that motivates magic? Probably. Either from Kinzo or Beatrice herself. Probably Kinzo, because he wrote it. Okay. I'm liking that energy. Okay. So let's say I want to do this. Let's say I want to solve this. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. Okay. So we would start with my beloved home of old, which would be the family history of arson and death. So you'd need to understand what the truth of what happened, I think, would be step one. And then you travel down it to see a village. The shore. What is the village? I think that's the really hard thing I'm having. Because I think where we're at, I think Rokinjima Island is the key, where the key sleeps. But I'm unsure what the village is in this case, right? It's tough. You who lay a hand on a key must journey as far as the Golden Land. And then it's interesting that, like, you lay a hand upon the key and then you're chosen by it to sacrifice 6 other people. Like, that's an interesting predicament. And what is the home of gold is interesting. Yeah. It's tough. This is a toughie. I feel like there's not even much more to, like, dig into right off the bat. Like my next thought, I'll even pull it up, is, what's up, bro? Like, how many characters we got? We got 1, 2, oh no. Just eyeballing it. Listen, chat. 13 total kills, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait. 4, 3, 6. This is 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 characters. 18 characters, 13 kills. 12 family members. 13 including the missing dad. Oh my goodness. Wait, am I right? 4, 7, 10, 12, 13 including the missing dad. 13 total, 13 kills might be the entire family bloodline getting wiped out and all their, like, husbands and wives. Like, that's crazy. 13 family members, including Rosa's sneaky link. Oh, God. That's big. That's really big. And that makes me think that the entire family is gonna get wiped out, right? Like, just like the... That's why this beginning's important. Running through my beloved home of old, what happened to the home of old? It was burned down and everyone in it died. Right? Important because last family got wiped out, foreshadowing for this family. Right? I think what I'm kind of getting off of this is that we run through the beloved home of old to teach us the story of the family getting wiped out, and then we go through this journey which wipes out the family. And then whoever kills this family gets to have the treasures of the witch. That's kind of the energy I'm getting. So he's like putting out, which is ironic, right? That like, because I think Kinzo wrote this, right? So Kinzo put out a story, an epitaph that mirrors his own traumatic backstory, that like maybe there's a world that he caused this in like his original contract. And so this is like, there's like a poetic nature to it, you know? In the paralleling. That's kind of where I'm at right now. This is really big. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yes. However, there is a world that like Genji and Shannon and Kenon are intriguing, because they also have the marks. So if we're only counting mark bearers, how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Did I do that right? Okay, 13 mark bearers might be correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait, only 12? Wait, one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And the missing one wouldn't be a mark bearer. So there's only 12 mark bearers. But I thought that was 13. Okay, there's 12. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. There are 12 mark bearers. These guys called maids, butlers. 3 butlers, 9 true blooded. 9 true bloods. Okay, so like, if there's another bearer of the family crest that could be important, then that would be a big move. You know what I mean? Like maybe there's like a lost one or a special one, or you know, like a something else, a forbidden secret child or something, and that could knock this up to 13, and then also would mess with this depending on how it's formed. Okay, I feel like that's a good start. I think that's a good start. I'm kind of getting the vibe that like the entire point of this is you have to kill the entire family to repeat the trauma / curse, the original contract curse, which may or may not have been the original contract, but the original inciting incident is meant to be repeated, and then whoever repeats that through these 10 twilights gets the lock-in. 10 twilights? Why 10? I don't have an answer for this, but I'm gonna write down. Why 10 twilights? Yeah, okay. That seems good. That seems like a good start. The Golden Puzzle Epitaph. I like it. I mean, even this is good writing because it goes from we get to hear it and then it cuts to a different scene where they're talking about it. I feel like that's good writing, right? Like it keeps, for us, like the flow of the story is very like, what's the word? Smooth. It's a very smooth flow of the story for us, even if we're jumping between locations and characters. That's the kind of like improvement in writing I'm talking about, right? Shit's lit. Big brain the epitaph. One day, bro. One day we'll crack it, bro. One day we'll crack it. And I ain't talking about the epitaph, okay? Of course Maria took notes on it. Freaking black magic occult Andy. There was a notebook inside the handbag Maria was always carrying around. Wait, one second. Did I specify? Yeah, including Rosa's sneaky link. Okay. Wanted to make sure I specified that. Okay. And Beatrice's epitaph was copied onto it. Thanks to that. Wait, it was copied onto what? Notebook? Oh, notebook. Okay. Thanks to that, we were all able to challenge the puzzle of the epitaph while here on this beach. For Jessica and the others, this was a puzzle they had already tried to solve several times and had already gotten bored with. But it was a first for me, and I was so excited that I couldn't stop. It really tickled my male sense of romance. Oh, jeez. It's funny that I just put out my own interpretation, and now Battler's about to step up to bat. Okay, dude. Alright, let's see if he knows how to cook. Maybe they'll give me some new ingredients to cook with. Let's see.
戦前の後ろ宮家は小田原のあたりに屋敷を構えてたって聞いたぜ。
Okay.
で、となりゃ小田原に流れてる鮎の泳ぐ川に関心が行くわけだろ。
まずはその川が起点になるからな。んで、黄金鏡を目指すのは、そいつを使って鍵を探せとあるわけだ。
Good night, witch. Good night, good night. There's a really good quote that says, I wish I could. Let me actually get the. I'm gonna pull up the quote so I get the so I can credit the author. Frick. Am I really not gonna find it? No, I'm not talking about the T.S. Eliot quote. Wait, do I credit? I'm pretty sure. Wait, I really want to credit this quote because it's such a good quote. It's from Seamus Heaney. Who is Seamus Heaney? Irish poet and playwright. Okay, so this guy has a great quote that says, a great quote that says, since when, he asked, are the first line and last line of any poem where the poem begins and ends? I'll maybe put that on screen. Yeah. From the poem The Fragment. This is a really good quote. A really good quote. And it's reminiscent. The reason I'm bringing it up, the reason I'm thinking about it, is because of what Battler is saying here. Where Battler is saying, oh, the river's the starting point. He's saying, like, it's the beginning of the poem, that's the starting point. But I think, funnily enough, the poem, in a sense, starts before the beginning of the poem. Like, the story that the poem's talking about, the puzzle, begins before the first word, because we don't know the origin of the river. Right? So Battler is making a kind of wrong assumption that the river's the starting point. I think the starting point is before the river. I think it's at the mouth, like the beginning of the river, wherever the river like runs from, you know? That I would say is like the beginning, more than anything else, which is why this question is so important. I'm even gonna like maybe write that, since when are the first line and last line of any poem where the poem begins and ends? I'm gonna just write this down because I think this is such a good reminder for analyzing anything poetic. So I'm just gonna give this boy some credit real quick. And that really much connects to this line of thinking. But okay, continue Battler. I don't hate your attempts here. I'm just throwing something else here, okay? Throwing something else out here, bro. Finally gave me something to cook with, okay? I love a good ingredient.
小田原にある川ってなんだ？鮎が泳ぐ川だぜ。
小田原で鮎って言ったら、早川だろうね。
Okay.
渓流釣りで有名だよ。
マリア魚嫌い。
Thanks, Maria.
マリアももう少し大きくなったらわかるぜ。鮎の塩焼きをベロベロベロってな。
ベロベロ
うまいぜ。さっき飯食ったばっかりだってのに。
Dude, Battler is so cooked. As soon as like plot starts happening, this guy is ruined. Bro, he already gave up on his interpretive analysis. You started joking about fish.
悪い悪い。そんなつもりで言ったんじゃないぜ。気にすんな。
Shannon-chan, who didn't have any afternoon chores for a while, was faithfully keeping us company. I would have thought that as a servant, accompanying us would force her to take care of us and tire her out, but it seemed that it wasn't so in her case. To the contrary, it seemed that she was having fun joining in on the conversation with people of similar age. Shannon, I am so glad that Battler taught you to not let people grope you. W Shannon, dude. W Battler, bro. When I asked, she told me she was a live-in worker. So normally the only person close in age to her was Jessica. I get it. That must be pretty wearisome.
さて、小田原で鮎の川って言えば、早川だってことは分かった。となりゃ、下るしかねえよな。
I think we also have to go up it, but I'll let it slide.
早川を下ると、何があるんだろうな。
下流に出て海に出ると思います。
そうさ、河口部に出る。そして碑文の3行目には川を下ればやがて里ありとあるな。ちなみにそういう河口部は大抵大昔から輸送の要衝になってて大きな都市があるもんさ。
That would make the risk level go up like 10 times. You'd get way better magic bringing in subway surfers.
ここが次の
That's reasonable. I like that, Battler. I like that.
なかなかいい筋だね。バトラ君の想像通り、そこは大昔にとても栄えた。
And remember how I just brought up the Ister a minute ago and how it like has to do with like it's not just about the current time. It could also be about like ages past, right? How that was about the Ister, it choosing the name Ister is a relationship to ancient Greek. Prosperous old city, right? Like rivers can be all sorts of shit.
小田原城があるところだね。
Odawara Castle, bro. Talk about Odawara Castle.
修学旅行で小田原
Big
城に
money
行った
moves
気が
being
します。
made, bro.
素敵なお城でしたよ。
Making of money moves.
ああ、私も
They're
小田
getting
原城
distracted
だ
talking
った
about
ぜ。
Odawara Castle field trips.
洋館に住んでてなんだが、やっぱり日本人は和風の方が落ち着くよな。
Okay, this is a bit of a weird line, but okay, I'll let it slide.
マリアお城退屈。遊園地がいい。
Yo, W theme parks.
そうかそうか。よしよし。黄金を見つけたら、このバトラ様が気前よく遊園地を一日借り切って遊ばせてやるぜ。しかし小田原城とはな。小田原城の隠し黄金。お？こりゃなんだかいかにもって感じだよな。
まあ、2年前の私たちもそこまでは行き着いたぜ。
Okay, I feel like I need to update. Okay, so what we're saying is it is probably which river? The Hayaka River. Literally, there is a, okay. There is the Hayaka River is a sweet fish-filled river near Odawara. In Odawara? Oh, and then, okay, and then Odawara was where original Yushiromiya family had a mansion, which fits with the, like, I was talking about that, where, like, let's, you know, I was thinking about that. So that's good. That lines up with what I'm feeling. And then let's see. Following river to following the Hayaka River to the ocean goes by Odara Castle. Okay, so the village could be Odara Castle. Is an idea.
小田原で鮎の泳ぐ川を下った里。
In that village, look for the shore the two speak of. Who's the two? I don't know. Look for the shore the two speak of. There the key to the Golden Land sleeps. So, like, in Odara Castle, look for the shore. In the shore of the area by Odara Castle, you would find the key.
そこが多分小田原城あたりだろうってところまでは私たちも行き着いたさ。
It's a good starting point. I don't mind it. Saved.
問題は次の行だろう。さて、バトラの鎮推理はどこまでいけるか見ものだぜ。
Sorry, Jessica grinned broadly. It was like she was saying that if the puzzle could be solved so easily, she would have found it long ago. Damn it. I'll definitely find it and keep it all for myself.
4行目。その里にて、二人が口にし、岸を探れ。二人ってのが何のことかわからねえが。
Yeah, the two's tough. Like, because the two could be like conversation of people or conversation of like the river to the village or the you to the village. Okay, I like that. Doing some like. That's a good idea.
曽我岸という地名が
Oh, jeez. Oh, for bringing in like hieroglyphics or whatever those are called, then we're cooked, dude. I cannot work with hieroglyphics.
シャノンちゃんも黄金を狙って謎解きに挑戦してるんだな。となりゃ、俺たちはライバルだぜ。
別に黄金なんて興味は。ただ以前にジョージ様から教えてもらっただけで。
2年前の私たちも同じ推理に行き着いたってわけさ。わざわざ地図を広げて調べたんだぜ。
小田原城の北に5キロくらいだったかな。そこには確かに曽我岸という地名があるよ。でもそこからがわからないんだ。次の5行目にはその土地のどこに鍵があるかは記してない。マリアちゃん、読んでくれるかい？
そこに黄金鏡への鍵が眠る。読めた。
曽我岸ったって広いだろうし、かつてそこに後宮家の家があったわけでもない。その広大な土地のどこかに鍵が隠されてて納品取ってんじゃ。こいつはお手上げってわけだぜ。
Okay, that's good. So, Sogakishi is a place in Odara with shore in its name. Yeah, okay. But George/Jessica gave up there with no more info. Okay, that's good. Okay. We might be cooking.
確かにな。
You right?
鍵が手に入らないことには、その先の行に進めないぜ。ジョージ兄貴、曽我岸ってのはどんなとこなんだ？
さあね、行ったことはないからわからないけど、地図によると山の中みたいだよ。確か浅間山の山麓みたいだったね。
Osama? Is there a do I need to care about freaking Osama bin Laden or whatever?
宝のありかを隠した謎ってのはもっとぴったりとハマるもんじゃねえのかよ。どうも曽我岸ってのがそもそも間違いって気がするぜ。
Well, and I was even saying like the journey is not locational, it's actionable. But like there's also some level of location going on.
私は曽我岸を疑ってるぜ。私たちが知らないだけで、例えばじい様の子供時代を過ごした家とかがあるかもしれないだろ。 1行目に懐かしき故郷をって行があるくらいだもんな。シャノンはじいさまによく酒とか継がされてたろ？昔話とか聞かされたことないのか？
親方様は昔の話はほとんどされません。
He's got too much aura for
た
that.
だ、後ろ宮家が滅びかけた関東大震災について非常
Bro,
に
and
人
before like
事
the
のよう
fault
に話される
lines
こと
or
がありました
something
ので、
matter,
関東
imagine.
地方よりずっと遠方にお住まいだったかもしれません。
後宮本家は小田原に住んでたかもしれないけど、分家はその限りじゃなかったろうね。おじいさまはよく自分のことを分家も分家、後継ぎに最も縁遠かったと言われるくらいだからね。
What is George like?
懐かしき故
So I don't
郷
want to
っ
be
て
a
の
hater,
が
but like
すでに小田原じゃない可能性もあるってことだな。
じいさまの故郷なんて聞いたこともないぜ。
I think George is one of those people that like I intuitively dislike. And this is me not doing a shot against George, but more of a shot against myself, let me be clear. Because he's one of those people that like he's too perfect. Right? And so it's like if you stand next to somebody that like looks too perfect, you feel like you're made worse in their image. And like, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, you're a genius. Oh, you get 100% on all your freaking scores. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Right? Like, I kind of just hate you a little bit for that. Yeah. Nerd based opinion. And I'm trying to like check that within myself. And like whenever he was talking about the Beatrice stuff earlier, he kind of gave a little bit of like atheist energy, like the annoying kind of atheist. So it's envy. There's like an element of envy, I think, that I think motivates that. But it's also like there is a very real and true suspicion of people that put on such a front of perfection. Because if you work very hard to put on a front of perfection, it implies that you're actually insecure about something, right? Like, you trying to look perfect means that you're not comfortable with the ways that you're not perfect. And that's what makes you, like, insecure, right? I'm not a perfect entity, and my accepting of that puts me in a better position than somebody that tries to be perfect too much. That's the energy I get from George. A lot of it is assumption, though, because I intuitively am like, you know what I mean?
聞いても素直に教えちゃくれねえだろうしよ。
懐かしき故郷という
It's
の
when he
が
does this. This is
後
what
宮家
pisses
の
me
ルー
off.
ツを指さな
When
い
he
ので
does
あ
the
れ
faded
ば、
glasses,
小田
like
原説は
shonen protagonist,
初め
like,
から間違ってることになっちゃう
actually,
ね。
according to my calculation, it's that annoys me more than anything else. It's the glare in the eyes. Perfectionist because showing any weakness hurts them. But not necessarily because they are glass houses. But showing weakness hurts them. That's exactly how they are a glass house. You know what I mean? Like, if you are hurt by showing weakness, then that makes you even more weak, right? If you're strong if you're comfortable with your weakness, that makes you stronger and like more fortified. That's the dynamic. Maybe George just is perfect. Just wear glasses. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
もちろん、蘇我騎士の疑いが晴れたわけじゃないけれども。
And that's not to say George is bad. I get a little, I have like an intuitive you know what I mean? Like an intuitive resistance or like I have an intuitive suspicion for the George branded person.
例えば、幼少の頃を小田原で過ごし、その後、遠方へ引っ越した可能性もあるだろうし。
おお。
Yeah, like, that is an interesting thing to think about. Like, because you are punished for showing weakness sometimes. And that does kind of, like, add an extra element in. Like, the environmental thing. It's all, maybe I just hate anybody that participates in, like, dog shit or something. No, that's not true. Hate, definitely me being way, but, like, the kind of I wonder. I have, like, an intuitive thing against that. And I've always had an intuitive thing against that. I'm, like, doing some, like, genuine self-reflection. Because I'll see people... Because, like, this I think comes from, in like school, I was always in like the quote unquote like gifted classes. Like I always like the AP or the pre-AP or whatever. I actually never took AP classes because I didn't want to. But I was always like, I was in like the gifted classes most of the time. And the kind of people that I interact with, like sometimes the people that were like, took it super seriously, I always thought like, you got some crazy stuff in your closet. You got some skeletons up in that bitch. You know what I mean? Like I had like a, I always had suspicions towards people that were very perfected. And I think it came from a place of envy, partially. But also, I think it's literally true a lot of the time. Like, I think there is a justified thing in that. Which is really interesting. Right? And so, that's like the origin of it for me. Yeah. Yeah. You think people should openly wear their weakness on their sleeve? I think you should be strong in your weakness, right? Like, I feel very comfortable with my vulnerabilities, which then makes me less vulnerable. You know what I mean? It's like, because the self-fulfilling prophecy a little bit. Like, if your heel is the only place you can be hurt, then being too hyper-fixated on that is going to, like, reveal that. But if you're, like, confident enough in it, then you won't be as revealing in a weird way. That's, like, there's, like, a thought there. Or that, like, if it's like, oh, I'm aware and comfortable with how I'm insecure, then that gives me, like, more control over my insecurities, which, like, ironically, like, lets go of it, you know? It is value in being true to yourself and wearing your emotions to your sleeves, but at the same time, you don't need to show your inner parts to everyone. Yeah. But also, like, what if you did? Like, what if you, like, were completely... I mean, there is, like, there needs to be some level of strategy there. Because, you know, you can't, like, oversharing and trauma dumping is bad. So there is an element of strategy, but, like, being secure in your weakness, I think, is really brilliant. I think there's something really powerful there. All people that want to succeed are doing it because they're insecure. And that's not quite it. I think it's more that, like, people that put on... Because it's not wanting to succeed, right? It's, like, a specific type of perfectionism, right? That is very common in, like, elitist groups. So, like, the people that, you know, get 100s on their tests and, like, flaunt it, you know? And that's, like, a big deal for them, is, like, to be that smart or to be that perfect. That's the type of subset I'm trying to, like, target into. Yeah. Like, I got a 90, it's over? Yes, yes. Like, that type of person makes me, like, I have, like, a suspicion towards that or something. That's kind of projecting a bit. I acknowledge my own weakness, therefore you not doing so openly makes me distrust you. I don't know if that's projection. I mean, that is, like, projection. I don't think that's projection, but it is, like, something. Yeah, it's more than just, like, if somebody, like, yeah, like, the person that just grinds and is just doing their thing, I'm not as suspicious of. It's the people that are, like, so focused on it. Though also, and this is where I think it's actually envy. I gotta end this thing so we can get back to Umineko. Last thought. Whenever there's somebody that is, like, unironically golden, where it's like, they're a genius, and also, I've never seen them morally fail, and they seem morally perfect, the more morally perfect you look on the surface, the more I actually distrust you. And that's where I think it goes into envy a lot more for me. Rather than, like, an actually, like, smart level of distrust. Like, whenever somebody is actually golden, and is, like, never shows a hint of darkness, that makes me be like, dude, you gotta have the craziest darkness going on. You gotta. You know, if you're, like, the types of people that will never raise their voice and will never expose anything, and they will always be golden and perfect, it's like, dude, how? Like, there is no way that you're that perfect, you know? Like, when I actually agree, because it's like, okay, yeah, this is the distinction. I found the distinction, chat. Two distinctions. There's the people that put on the air of perfectionism, where they're always trying to look perfect, and then there's the people that I genuinely think are perfect, right? And so if you're trying to put on the air of perfectionism, being like, oh, I got a 98, my life is ruined, that's just you being insecure. Like that's like something going on that I think there's a rational thing going on of like, oh, your self-concept is so based on your grades that I think that makes you like susceptible to being, that makes you insecure because you're based on your grades. I think being based on your grades is low security. Boom. And then the other one of like people that I think are genuinely just perfect and they're everything I want to be, those kinds of people, I think through envy, I have had a habit of looking at and conjuring up distrust and suspicion to knock them down to my level. Boom. That is where I'm, that's the envy part. Yeah. I wouldn't even call it insecure. I think it's more casual flaunt and gloating. It can be casual flaunting, gloating, but like also like, why flaunt? Like the origin of flaunting, is it just to be a dickhead? Or like, cause flaunting sounds like a form of putting yourself above others. For what reason? Probably so you feel better about yourself, which implies that you don't feel good enough about yourself unless you're doing it, which I think is insecure. Like it's me being very critical. And like it is me being very like what's the word? Like hypercritical. To the point of like if there's an insecurity there, it's probably it's a relatively minor insecurity, not like a deep burdening insecurity, but I think there is a level of insecurity there. Okay, boom. That's my distinction, and that's how I feel about George, where I'm not sure which George they're at. If they were actually insecure, they would actively hide their imperfect score instead of moaning about it out loud. Well, but no, like moaning about a 98 is like also a form of humble bragging about how a 98 isn't good enough for you, which shows that like you're that locked in and you're that much of a grinder. You know what I mean? Like that is the humble brag. That is the way that you're like swinging your dick around. You know what I mean? Yeah. And that's how I feel about George. And I'm not sure which category it is. He's in one of those two categories, and I'm trying to, that's why every time I look at him and he does the glasses thing, I'm always like, this freaking Georgie.
Oh.
Yeah, and I didn't even study. Oh my goodness, I got a 98. I didn't even study. Yeah. The Gube is taken over, and I'll do it again. I'll do it again right now. Right? You have just self-fulfilled a prophecy. You have been like, oh no, we're taking too long, we're too slow. By bringing that up, I have now slowed down more. You have slowed down. Boom! The self-fulfilling prophecy. Maria had been completely left out of the conversation, and now she said, frick it. Rotate it again. Rotate it some more. Oh, almost got Nanjo up in that bitch. Definitely now setting with her cheeks in boredom.
つまりだな。黄金すごろくの最初のスタート地点が決まらないことには何も始まらないってことだぜ。ん？いや待てよ。最初の5行で見つかるのは鍵だろ？鍵なんてなくても。扉はぶち壊して入ることだってできるはずだぜ。とりあえず最初の5行をすっ飛ばして、その先の推理に入ってもいいんじゃねえか？
おお、その発想はなかったぜ。まあいいや、どうせ暇つぶしなんだ。続きを聞かせろよ、バトラの推理。
でも、その先からは急に物騒になるん
Of
です
course,
よね。
Shannon, dude. She's such a Puritan. Puritan's not the right word, but like, you know, she's like, oh, but the next part is so terrible. Because, like, it's talking about all the death. Shen-chan frowned slightly, or disturbing, frowned slightly after looking back at Maria's notebook to recall what was written there. Alright, I agree.
第1の番に、鍵の選び師6人を生贄に捧げよう。いきなり物騒になるな。
第2の番には、寄り添う2人を
Oh,
引き裂
teleport
け
the
と
two
き
who
た
are
んだ。
close could be the two who are close to each other. I didn't think about that until, yeah, like break off the. I was thinking close nearby you. I was thinking close locationally, not close like relationally. Oh, that's a good idea. Okay. Close locationally or relationally? Yeah. Okay. That's good. That's a good thought.
文字通り引き裂くという意味なのか。
Ooh. Yeah. Oh my goodness. That's true. True, man. Could it be just breaking them up instead of murder? Wow, good point. Didn't think about that. And what that means is that I do wonder, what if some of these Twilights have already happened? Right? Maybe some of this has already occurred because some of the other family members are already trying to do this. You know what I mean? That's a good, You know what I mean? Maybe 6 people have already been killed by one of the family members and a relationship was torn apart by some of the family members. Such as, like, relationship makes me think these two, the two servants, but also Rosa's missing hubby is like a thought there too. Rudolph, Asumu, maybe Asumu. Rudolph ex-wife. Right? Like there are a lot of options here.
わかりかねるけど、
Yeah,
ど
okay.
っちにせよ気持ちの悪い話だぜ。
No wonder he
そ
broke
の
up with
第
her.
二の
I
番の
mean,
解釈
I
を
mean,
別
didn't
に
she
しても
die? No
第
wonder
一
he
の番
replaced
に
her so
6人
quick, bro. Her name was Asmumu.
第4の番から第8の番までで5人。少なく見積もっても11人が生贄にされなきゃならない。
Yeah, let me adjust that. So it could be a 13 or it could be 11. 11 fits with the 12 thing that one of the family crest people could kill the other people of the family or something. I feel like lowest it would be 6. It would be 7. I think 7 would be the absolute lowest. If this somehow counts as 1, like all 5 of these could be like 1 person or something. And so it'd be the first 6 and then 1 more for 7. That'd be, I think, the lowest way you could interpret it down. She says that with too much glee.
魔女復活のための生贄か。そういう解釈にもなるな。その結果、第9の番に魔女が蘇って、最後は極めつけだな。
第9の番に魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。
Right.
結局はみんな死んでしま
I
い
mean,
ま
that's
す。
life.
それでようやく次の第10の番にゴールってことになってんな。みんな死んじまうのに黄金鏡へ至るだろうって言われ
Rose
て
never
も
heard of heaven.
困ったもんだぜ。
鍵を手に旅に出た当人も生き残れないに含めるのかどうかは解釈の分かれるところだね。
Dang, and I... George, this is what I mean, dude. He's so right.
面白いことが書いてあるぜ。
You're right, George. You're a genius. That's okay, George. Appreciate it. Gold. Keybearer dead. Dies too or no? Heaven? Heaven-esque? Lots of questions.
ゴールした後、魔女からもらえる4つの宝の行だよ。一つは全ての黄金。問題は次だ。全ての死者の魂を蘇らせるとあるぜ。みんな死んじまったっていうのとかけてるような気がしねえか。
それを言われれば、次の失った愛すらも蘇らせるという部分は、第2の番の寄り添いし2人を引き裂けにかけているようにも見えますね。
そうだね。そして4つ目も第9の番にかけてある。
Okay. Love relates to second Twilight. Okay. Okay. So the gold, the resurrection of the dead, the reuniting of the two who are close, and for the witch to rest. Like, imagine if Rudolph already found the key. And then, or like somebody did, and then a bunch of people died, I don't know who. It's just interesting, like, I don't actually feel like this would work that well, because, well, I mean, she would be revived. And then the love could be reunited. I think, I really like the idea that this has already started.
第9の晩に蘇った魔女を4つ目の宝が再び眠りにつかせている。
I do also think it is a repetition of the original Kinzo thing quite a lot. It's very cyclical. And then the witch goes to sleep and then maybe gets woken up again later. You know what I mean? What does it say? Eternally? It does say eternally rest, but like, you can always wake her back up.
手元にはたっぷりの黄金だけが残るって寸法だぜ。
死んだり蘇らせたり、別れさせたりくっつかせたりと、魔女様はお忙しいこったね。
ついでに起きたり眠ったりな。
Just like real life, dude.
やれやれ。せっかくの隠し黄金の話も魔女の話が絡んじまうと急にうさんくさくなっちまうぜ。
違いないな。
I laughed along with Jessica. After all, a witch was just ridiculous. Of course, once we started laughing like that, Maria, who believed in witches, got angry. Dude. 2 Umi streams a week? No. I don't have an intention of that. Even kill. Thanks, man. I was happy with 1 a week for Higurashi, so I'm thinking of doing 1 a week for Umineko. My tweaker. My tweaker. Jessica apologized, sticking out her tongue, but Maria didn't accept it. She grabbed her notebook back out of my hands and, opening to the other pages, tried to prove that witches existed. Those pages had colored illustrations of witches drawn on them, and conveyed the fantastical image Maria had of witches as well. They were not depicted as the normal sinister, crooked-nosed hags flying around on brooms, but as dreamlike people with mysterious powers who could do anything and wore beautiful dresses. Just what you would expect from an imaginative young girl. Dancing through the sky, crossing a rainbow, dancing around all night with magical teacups and teapots that would never get empty no matter how much you poured out of them. With a flourish of their wands, the stars in the sky would become candy and pour down, and flowers that produced sweets would bud by the roadside. To Maria, witches were the sole thing that could give form to the magical dreams that so captivated her. The last thing enriching her reality, which revealed more and more of its bland nature to her with every inch she grew. That was why Maria believed in witches. She didn't want that dream to be insulted. And for that very reason, nor did she want the epitaph, which affirmed the existence of witches, to be insulted. Because the witch Beatrice is Maria's dream.
Maria-chanにとっては、これは黄金の隠し場所を示すものじゃなくて、魔女を蘇らせるための魔法なんだって。
So it was the single bridge between Maria and the witch. Maria was very angry and clung onto George and Iki. Jessica and I scratched our heads and apologized. It might not be possible to smooth things over again like the time she got mad in front of the portrait. Maria didn't want to be easily consoled. As Jessica and I hung our heads wondering what we could do, Shana-chan timidly opened her mouth in our place. Well, okay, so if it's like the pace is about 2 times slower with Umi, I don't think that's true. I mean, because if I'm twice as fast as autoplay, then Higurashi wasn't Higurashi also about that much? I mean, but Higurashi I was faster at the beginning, but like I would be my rough estimate comparing this to Higurashi would be like within a year. It'd probably be about a year, but it'd probably be closer to the 12 than the 9. But like a pregnancy gone long as opposed to 2 pregnancies. You know what I mean? Does that make more sense? That's what I have in my head. Yeah.
そうだったっけ。シャドン、聞かせてやれよ。私は知らないんだけど、使用人の間じゃかなり有名な話らしいぜ。
Something to think about a little bit.
何の話だ？階段？
僕たちが生まれる前からある話らしいね。
It is what it is. It is what it is, chat. I just don't have, I don't really, yeah. The additional time that I could invest into doing a second stream, I'd rather spend in other areas, because I feel like one's enough. That's pretty much the beginning.
母さんにも話を聞かされたことがあるよ。
JJ, win the game for free.
はい。
Wait, I'm sorry, what are we talking about? Ghost story about Beatrice among the servants. Okay, cool.
この島にお屋敷が建てられてからずっと語り継がれている話です。当時の使用人たちはお屋敷には昼と夜で違う主がいると囁き合っていたそうです。
The tale that Shannon told was just like a typical campfire ghost story. If there was a forest with a witch living inside it, then inevitably the witch was going to pay the mansion a visit. At some point, this ghost story naturally sprouted up between the servants.
ちゃんと閉めたはずの窓や扉や鍵がもう一度見回りに来たら開いていたとか。
Bro, I swear.
消したはずの明かりがついていた
I
り。
bet Kinzo has an entire like interface that he can maneuver stuff from across the entire
置い
house.
たはずのものがなくなってい
Just
た
some
り。
Scooby-Doo material,
置いた
dude.
覚えのないものが置かれていたり。そういうことがあるたびに古い使用人たちは魔女が姿を消してお屋敷を訪れいたずらをしていったのだろうと囁き合ったそうです。
Probably all sorts of secret passages and shit.
ベアトリーチェはいる。
ああ、いるよな。私も昔よく登校の時に限ってカバンが見つからなかったりしたもんだぜ。
Maria puffed out her chest with an ooh ooh as though this was the final proof that the witch existed. If I said it out loud, Maria would probably be hurt again, so I didn't, but... I mean, you hear that kind of story everywhere. True? Depending on the place, it might be blamed on fairies or something. I was just thinking that, like, the fae is very fae-like. It's just that on this island, they call it the witch. Of course, you would expect that walking around a vast, elegant mansion at night would be a little unsettling. It's an island devoid of people. Since the mansion is so drafty, walking around on the night of a thunderstorm would certainly be eerie.
他にも鬼火や輝く蝶々が舞っているのを見たという使用人も、カノン君もそれらしいものを以前夜の見回りの時に見たことがあると言ってました。あと最近ではお屋敷の中で深夜に不思議な足音をよく聞くと使用人の間で話題です。私たちは肖像画の中のベアトリーチェ様が姿を消してお屋敷の中を散歩しているんだろうと囁き合ってるんですよ。
Okay. Notes taken. From the portrait is crazy.
ずいぶん前ですが、
She'd be crawling out.
私もそうかもしれない足音を夜の見回りの時に聞いたことがあります。
ひゅー。そりゃ怖えな。
Like we're probably gonna hear that eventually, but it's probably just gonna be someone, you know.
怯えることはないんですよ。ベアトリーチェ様は親方様とは異なるもう一人のお屋敷の主です。だから変に怯えたりしないで、
What if you accidentally ate a
敬意を持
cookie
っ
in
て
front
い
of
れ
her?
ば決して悪いことはしないのだそう
Do you
です。
think that's disrespectful? Do you think she'll
た
like
だ
smite you
し
for that?
敬意を持たないと恐ろ
Because
し
I
いんだって
respect
ね。
Beatrice.
はい。
Trust me.
私が勤めを始める直前に階段を転がり落ちて腰に大怪我をして辞めた方はベアトリーチェ様のことを悪く言っていたそうです。だから使用人たちはベアトリーチェ様のお怒りに触れたのだろうと噂し合ったそうです。
Quit before Shannon arrived, who injured their back. Remember that it was Beatrice. That's an important detail. That some guy got hurt. More servants' actions. Yeah, I know. Beatrice won't break my back. She cool. Wait, what? Wait, Beatrice, if you wanna, what's it called? Breaking your back? Throwing your back out? No, like I'm trying to make a sex joke. Okay, never mind. Maria, please don't say that.
わあ、悪かったぜ。お怒りに触れちゃたまるね。謝るよ、マリア。もちろん、魔女様にも謝るぜ。ベアトリーチェ様、ごめんなさい。よそ者のざれ事と思って勘弁してやってください。
I am sorry.
私も謝るぜ。ベアトリーチェ様、ごめんな
Oh,
さ
I
い。
was thinking of letting her break
こ
my
れで魔
back.
女様、
Wait, what?
私たちを許してくれるかな。
おー、
I
わ
don't
か
get
ん
it.
ない。魔女は気まぐれだから、許してくれるときは許してくれるし、許さないときは許さない。
それは困ったね。マリアちゃん、バトラ君とジェシカちゃんがベアトリーチェ様のお怒りに触れないようにするいいおまじないとかないかな。何か魔除けとかさ。
Oh? By relying on Maria, who is proud of knowing the most about witches, George was trying to revive her self-esteem. I was once again forced to admire his ability to comfort children. After crossing our arms and pondering seriously as to whether there was some charm capable of protecting Jessica and myself from the witch's wrath, Maria began flipping through the pages of her handbook. Yo, she got like the Gravity Falls journal. I thought it was just a simple scribbled diary, but it turned out that there were also many pages that looked like they had come from a book on black magic. Jeez. She was intently comparing several such pages onto which had been copied what looked like magic circles. It looked like that black magic copy wasn't limited to grandfather alone. Jeez. Perhaps she had finished her research. She vigorously closed the notebook with a snap, threw it in her handbag, and began fishing through that bag's contents. Custom sprite for digging through her bag? It seemed that various jumbled up things were in there. For a while, she continued to take out various pieces of junk, although they were probably important magical items to her. And repeatedly threw them back in, saying they were wrong. She looked a little humorous, almost like Santa Claus deliberating over which present to give. Finally, it seemed that she had excavated what she was looking for. With a face unimaginably brighter than the difficult expression she had worn until now, she stuck them out to Jessica and me. Charms! Thank you! As I reached out to grab it, I noticed that it was a very cheap-looking charm. It looked like a bracelet made from a plastic rosary, with a scorpion motif metal attached. I mean, you often find cheap accessories that correspond to the constellations. Scorpio! Felt like a great gift that you might win in the crane game at an arcade. It really looked something like that. There were two, probably one for me and one for Jessica. However, considering the odd fact that there were two of them, they looked like cheap manufactured goods. And it was quite hard to think of them as magical items. In before, these are the two from the poem. Jessica and Battle are about to be broken up. Unlucky. Me when I banged my cousin. Oh, thanks, Maria. Thank you, thank you.
サソリにそんな力がねえ。
It's their scales and their shell.
バトラが信じない。
I'd inflame Maria again because I said too much. Maria took out her notebook again and turned and pointed to page after page, going on and on about how the scorpion had holy power and had been drawn on magic-repelling magic circles since ancient times. That's cool. Yo, the other young servants be practicing witchcraft? Huh? What do you mean? Other young servants? You mean just canon? He would be the type.
そしてエメラルドは心に平和をもたらしてくれる。だから二重で効果がある。
Thank you.
本当だ。サソリがエメラルドを抱いて守ってるね。なるほど。これはご利益がありそうだよ。
I really wanted to make fun of this worthless-looking charm. But as I watched Maria explain the charm with all of her heart and realized that she had prepared them out of consideration for us, it felt as though, even if it were just a prize from a game center, it would still be beneficial. Yeah, no, take it. Service animal scorpion to attack people is genius. Material quality isn't what's important about charms, it's the strength of the feelings behind them. I'd like to think I have enough respect for myself not to make fun of those. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
そっか。ありがとな。ベアトリーチェ様には謝ったけどよ。万が一たたりがある時でも、マリアのこのお守りのおかげで安心だぜ。な、ジェシカ。
ああ、そうだぜ。ありがとうな、マリア。
心に平安が欲しいときは腕につける。 お財布に入れるとお金が減らなくなる。
Okay.
ドアノブにかけておくと悪いものが
Wow,
入
this
って
is
こら
a
れなくな
powerful
る。
charm, usable in so many different contexts.
それは
Okay.
すごい効能ですね。マリア様が自信を持って進めるお守りならきっと頼もしいものと思います。
Thank you, thank you. As Shonen-chan tapped her hands together lightly, Maria stuck out her chest. She was completely cheered up again. If it would keep her in this good of a mood, it would probably be worth it to let Maria lead the discussion for a while longer. When you think about it, she hadn't shared in our excitement when we talked about the gold's hidden location, so I think she had gotten a little bored. While eating the cookies Kumasawa-san had baked, Jessica and I asked Maria this and that about black magic. Insane line. Maria happily chatted away in response to our questions. For each one, George Aniki and Shannon-chan would act surprised and agree with everything she said. The color of the clouds in the sky grew progressively heavier, but the cousins really enjoyed communicating freely after 1 year of separation.
Here
comes the rain. And this is the last pleasant moment we will ever have. As George Aniki rubbed his forehead, he looked up at the sky. Considering the color of the sky and the dampness of the air, raindrops could easily have started falling down at any moment. Or are we gonna have that really cute thing? It also seemed like the wind had gotten a little stronger. Are we gonna have that really cute thing where we're all like, we get caught in a rainstorm and we're all running to shelter together? That's such an adorable trope. I love that trope.
マリアポタッと来ない。マリアだけ来ない。
安心しろ。俺にも来ねえぜ。それに今夜になれば誰にも等しく大雨が降るだろうよ。
そうだね。そろそろ引き上げた方がいいかな。
Shonen-chan looked down at her watch. It may already be well into the evening.
もう仕事に戻る時間かよ。
はい。皆様と一緒で楽しい時間を過ごさせていただきました。ありがとうございました。
熊沢さんにクッキーをごちそうさまって伝えてね。さあみんな、片付けを手伝おう。
Shonen-chan declined our help, saying that this was a servant's job. But picking up a dropped fork before the waitress has to is like my purpose in life. What a guy. We put up the blanket, gather up the trash, and have to clean everything up. Dude, Battler would read feminist literature performatively. I've been reading books of gold. Battler, what do you think about period cramps, Battler? To Maria, chasing after some trash that the strong winds had sent flying was just like an extension of our playtime. By the time we finished cleaning up, the wind had started blowing very strongly. It looked like a good chance to head back.
皆様のおかげで助かりました。ありがとうございました。
もう本当に時間がないみたいだね。先に戻っていいよ。
George Aniki perceives from her hurried experience that very little of her free time was left.
源氏さん、時間には厳しい人だからな。定時に持ち場についてないと厳しそうだぜ。
また後でね。お仕事頑張ってね。
はい。それでは失礼させていただきます。
After making a respectful bow, Shannon-chan hurried off in the direction of the rose garden.
じゃあ、俺たちもゲストハウスへ戻ろうぜ。テレビでも見てくつろがせてもらうさ。
テレビ見る。テレビ見る。
なら決まりだな。戻ってみんなで一緒にテレビでも見ようぜ。
Oh frick, we got TV on this island? Even Maria, who was still not tired of playing, agreed when she thought about watching TV. We headed up to General Stairs and returned to the Rose Garden. Yo, what we trying to put on TV, bro? Invincible, bro? The Boys, bro? The wind had become very strong, and roses shook throughout the garden like ripples on water. This might be our last chance to see these beautiful roses. Tonight's typhoon is sure to ruin them. Oh, true.
バラ、今夜の風でやられちまうかもしれないな。
そうだな。バラたちもラッキーだったと思うぜ。台風の前にバトラたちを歓迎できたんだからよ。
花はいつか必ず散る。 でもだからこそ咲き誇る今をめでることができるんじゃないかな。
そうだな。マリアもよく目に焼き付けとけ。今この瞬間が今年で一番のバラなんだぜ。
目に焼き
Or like
付け
Finding
る。
Nemo. Right then, Maria suddenly clapped her hands. It looked like she had remembered something.
マリアのバラ、台風で飛ばされちゃう。
ああ、ジョージの兄貴に目印のリボンをつけてもらった。あの元気
Plucking
の
it
ない
might be
バ
a
ラ
bad
か。
omen. It seemed that Maria remembered where the rose was. She ran at full speed. The rest of us followed her. Yo, shout out courage, bro. What if it's already gone? Or what if it's healthy?
あれはどこだったっけな。確かこの辺だったと思ったぜ。
We searched everywhere around that area, but after all, it was only a single flower amongst all these roses. Even though we knew it was somewhere close by, it wasn't proving easy to find. And like a servant could have trimmed it, maybe. The winds that made up the front lines of the typhoon were making the roses throughout the garden undulate. W undulation. It was almost like it was teasing us by making the location of Maria's rose impossible to find.
ここじゃなかったかな。少し手分けをして探してみようか。
そうだな。人海戦術で行こうぜ。なんだよ、マリア。
As we made up to split up and search, Maria tugged at my jacket with an unhappy face. It felt like her intention was to stop us from going to another place.
なんだよ、どうした？
マリアのバラはここなの。ここにあるの。
でも現にないぜ。この花壇の裏側だったかもな。
Thanks, Jessica.
みんなで探せば早いぜ。
ここなの。マリアのバラはここなの。探して。
Dang.
探して。
Dang! Yo, chill out! Stomping? Maria stomped her feet in irritation. She was pointing at the spot, saying it was definitely there, yet it actually wasn't. And yet, if we went to go search elsewhere, she got mad. We were at a loss for what to do. For a while, we would have to stay with Maria and pretend to search through this rose thicket.
ない。ない。
Maybe she's saying that it should be here, but isn't. Maria's becoming increasingly ill-tempered.
参ったな。マリアがすっかり機嫌を損ねちまったぞ。
マリアはたまにすごくどうでもいいことを気にし始めちゃうんだよ。それがどうにかなるときはいいんだけど。
ないものは探せないしね。困ったな。
Maria starting to remind me of Pink. Just as we were starting to despair for a way out of the situation, Maria shouted out loudly. In the direction she was waving her hand, Auntie Rosa's figure was visible. Maybe she wanted to look at the garden one more time before the typhoon came. Or maybe she had some business at the guest house. Auntie Rosa was coming from the mansion. She quickly noticed her daughter's voice and came over.
あらあら、どうしたのみんな。
Hello, Rosa. Hello,
何か探し
hello.
物なの？
探して。ママもマリアのバラを
She really summoned her mom. Help me!
マリアのバラって。
この辺に元気のないバラを一つ見つけて、それに目印をつけたんです。
飴玉かなんかの包み紙でキュッと。しかしマリア、確か俺の記憶が正しけりゃすぐ手前の目立つところに生えてたはずだぜ。足が生えてどこかに行っちまったんじゃなきゃ他の場所だったと思うぜ。マリアの記憶違いじゃないのか？
Didn't mean to make you.
ここなの。ここなの。
Tomorrow's ain't back again this time tomorrow.
そのうー言うのをやめなさいって何度言ったらわかるの？
Dang, she's saying no to the ooh
ママも
ooh.
探してあげるから静かにしなさい。
Hit him with the umpteenth too. I was a little surprised to see Auntie Rosa, who I'd only ever seen as gentle, get angry. She's had a lot on her plate. Auntie Rosa began searching as well, so we went along with her for the time being. But we were already more than sure that it wasn't around here. And so Auntie Rosa also realized very quickly that it wasn't here.
ここにはそのバラはないわよ。
She's stressed, bro. She's stressed.
他の場所の間違いじゃない。これだけたくさんのバラがあるんだから。
Maria about to crash out?
違うの。
What was that sound? That was not you smacking someone, right?
ママも信じてくれない。
ちゃんと信じて探してるでしょ。でもないじゃない。
でもここなの。ここにあるのにないの。
Schrodinger's rose.
じゃあ誰かが抜いちゃったんでしょ。
I'll come
とにかくそ
Ranger.
の言うのやめなさい。
マリアのバラ抜いたの誰。返して返して。
そんなの知らないわよ。
Dang, Rosa.
やめなさい。
Rosa's crashing out, bro.
やめなさい。
She's stressed. Oh, did you hit her? Oh! Physical contact made! Auntie Rosa slapped Maria's left cheek with her palm. For that instant, Maria was shocked into silence. Rosa hit him with that. Of course, it was only for an instant. When Maria realized that her wish was being rejected before it could be fulfilled, she started yelling with an increasingly louder voice. Custom sprite for getting smacked! Oh, bro, she don't even care about getting slapped, bro. She don't even care. She's still locked in on her rose. Bro, hit her again. I'm playing. It's interesting. She's getting pissed off at the habit specifically. Oh, okay. Okay. Wow. Okay. Wow. Wow. Okay. Okay. Now that's like, the slap is one thing and it's bad. This is really crazy. That one's really crazy. Holy shit. That's why all the kids in your class make fun of you? Oh my god. Ow! Ow! Again? Once again, her palm slapped Maria's cheek. This time she didn't go silent. She's crying! She choked as she started crying, but in a ball in an increasingly louder voice. Auntie Rosa was clearly irritated, lifted her hand once more to try and shut her daughter up.
Rosa Oba-san! まあまあ、その、小さい子供のことですし。
Batter! Oh, batter! Oh, batter! Oh, batter! A good attempt with a nervous laugh to play it off. I attempted to intervene with a forced smile, my hands clasped together, but the deadly serious look I was thrown by Auntie Rosa taught me quickly that I shouldn't butt in.
ごめんね。バトラ君たちはちょっとお部屋に戻ってきてね。おばさんはマリアとちょっと話があるの。
誰もマリアのバラを信じてくれない。ここにあったのに。探して探してここなの。ここにあったの。
でもないじゃない。なら他の場所の勘違いでしょ。
Bro, she's falling apart. She was mad and fixated on that rose. That's definitely like, that's definitely not like a, that's not a low elo parenting dilemma, right? Your kid's tweaking over something you don't really understand and they're not like giving up on it, you know? It's like, but also, she obviously misplayed it horribly. Rosa definitely was not a good move maker here, but like, you know, that's a little bit of a toughie to like navigate. You know, you had the entire cousin group like rooting around in a rose thicket when they're all like, it's not here, right? You know what I mean? Gotta teach her some like emotional regulation with disappointment. That's okay. Something we want to do gently, not rudely, but wow, you hate the ooh. You hate the ooh ooh. Oh! You knocked her to the ground? Auntie Rosa Dude, you just slapped your kid to the floor? Auntie Rosa once again raised her hand and, overrun by emotion, slapped Maria's cheek. It was so strong it knocked Maria over. Is this a pattern, Rosa? You be doing this all the time? Batterer stepping in. Remember what I said, Batterer with like period cramps? It's the same kind of situation. I mean, he's right, but now you're about to get a little bit of wrath your direction. I stepped between them to protect Maria, who's still on the ground crying ooh ooh. I know that problems between parent and child are none of my business as an outsider, but I wasn't brought up just to silently observe something like this. Okay, Batterer. Okay, Batterer. Okay, Batterer. Yo, this is actually crazy. What she's doing is so similar to what her siblings do with her, right? Where there are two people arguing, her and her child, and then when something like intervenes, she's trying to gain a third party to join her. Don't you think it's weird? Like, get on my side, get on my team. And she's usually the person caught between two people. Now she's putting Battler in that position, which is probably like instinctual for her, right? Because that's where she's always is.
いや、まあさすがに高校には。でも小学生ならそういう言うのも可愛いじゃないですか。
可愛い？言うのが可愛い？可愛いって？
It seemed that my reckless words had brought Auntie Rosa's wrath down upon me. She grabbed my collar with a terrifying expression. Yo, you get physical quick. Yo, chill out. No. She's not. Okay.
幼稚園児じゃないのよ。それなのにまだクラスで言ってるのよ。わかる？この子クラスでなんて言っていじめられてるか知ってるの？この変な口癖のせいで未だに友達の一人もいないのよ。無責任にマリアのこと可愛いとか言って現実から目をそらさないで。この子の将来のことをもっともっと真剣に考えて。
Okay, but okay. Having your child be bullied that's a really, really, really difficult situation. That's crazy. I don't even know how you do it. Like what do you do here as a parent? You know? Obviously not what Rosa's doing, but like, you know what I mean? If your kid's being bullied, like joining in on the bullying is not the right play. You know what I mean? But like, that's tough. That's tough, bro. You think it's maybe the black magic? That's maybe like, maybe it's not the ooh, maybe it's part of the black magic. Oh yeah, she should absolutely chill out. This is insane, but like, Stop hitting your kid! Oh my god. Auntie Rosa struck Maria's quivering head, from which an increasingly unsatisfied voice was rising. I tried to stop her, but she thrust me away. My back collided with George and Iki.
昔はローザおばさんもマリアちゃんの幼児言葉の一つだくらいにしか思わなかったんだけど、小学校の中学年になっても治らないの。最近はだいぶ気にしてて。
別に。
Dude, okay.
どういうこと扱いをしようと関係ねえだろ。
George, getting knocked into George while this is going on, and he starts to like explain the obvious. Don't need Captain Obvious on the team, George and Iki. Okay? We like, I know you're on your spectator grind set with this like generational abuse trauma situation, smacking the kid. Like, yeah. I don't need a breakdown like that.
そのまま社会人にはなれないよ。
I mean, when a pattern's a pattern. When a pattern's a pattern. Like low-key. Like low-key. You know what I mean? He's previously done this. And so he's doing it again. That's actually crazy work that he's done it twice now. Pattern is forming. Pattern is forming. Holy. Okay, and then, WWE steel chairing her child. Wait, no, I have a better way of putting this. Her maxing child. Okay. And then... I can't say W physical discipline. W abuse. Oh yeah, well yeah, there is a good point that that she as a kid was physically disciplined, aka like probably abused. I mean, yes, abused because we know it was pretty strong. Strongly physically disciplined his kids. So yeah, like she's definitely cycle of abuse, 100%.
だから見ていて気持ちのいい光景ではないけれど。
George, I just had a moment of incredible empathy. Char. George is saying this because, okay, I'm gonna throw a question to you. Of the 4 siblings, which one is the most violent? Bum 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 bum. Ding 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 ding! Answer B. Right? No wonder George defends physical discipline. I bet Ava whooped his ass. I bet she whooped his ass. I'm gonna just put, I'm bettering it. I'm betting she whooped George's ass growing up. Boom. Empathy unlocked. Am I right or am I right? All shown to be violent in their own way. Oh, frick. Dink. Neglectful maybe with Rudolph, or like doesn't care about like a battle or emotionally. We're seeing physical stuff here. I'm assuming abuse here. Neglectful. Yeah, I mean they're all bad in their own ways for sure. I don't know about violent. I'm still waiting, I think, on violent for like physical violence on some of them. I'm unsure about physical violence for Rudolph and Kraus, but they're definitely problematic in other ways. So, or it might just be a matter of time, right? We'll have to see. He's projecting. This is projecting. I bet this is projecting from his own backstory with Eva. You know, a problem between mother and child. Yeah, but your mom's a baddie, so it's okay. I'm playing, it's not okay. If you look at it that way, maybe an outsider shouldn't interfere with this, even though it's painful to watch. This, bro, I bet this is why he's such a perfectionist, Andy. You know what I mean? He's always so prim and proper and blah blah blah. You probably got that whooped into you, dude. I bet. I bet.
授業参観の日に人前でずっと怒られてた時は恥ずかしくてたまらなかったぜ。
じゃあ今のマリアちゃんたちの気持ちは
Bro, he didn't get like WWE dribbled on the basketball court by like what are we talking? Huh? He wasn't getting dribbled up and down the floor though. Maria hit the pavement. Huh. Remember that time you got embarrassed at school after you peed your pants in front of the whole class? You understand Maria right now. Maria POV. Dong. I don't get it.
ジェシカちゃんにもわかるよね。
Huh?
怒られてるところを誰かに見られてえとは思わないぜ。
行こう。ゲストハウスへ戻ろう。
Let's turn a blind eye real quick.
マリアちゃんが戻ってきたら何事もなかったかのように迎えてあげ
Like
よう。
Rosa is going Viltrumite on Maria right now.
一番じゃないかい。
You know what I mean? We thought that George Aniki's point was probably correct. And if we could use that correct sounding reason to justify our retreat from this painful scene, that was probably enough for us. That's why the word justify is so scary. The word justify, Char? I almost pulled up a GIF from Invincible, by the way. I have a very specific GIF in my head that's been playing. Ooh, I almost want to pull it up. I don't want to spoil people for Invincible, though. I won't. I have a very specific GIF in mind. If you know, you know. Ball knowledge required. Jessica and I nodded at George and Nikki and we all left. We called towards Maria that we were going to head to the guest house. Me and my friends and cousins abandoned me while I'm getting actively, like, pummeled. But since it didn't seem to reach her ears, we felt guilty and shameless even saying it.
それなら好きなだけ一人で探しなさい。ママは知りま
Remind
せ
me
ん。
too later. Remind me too later.
探す。マリアが一人で探す。ママが知らなくても探す。
勝手にしなさい。
Yeah, I was about to say, she's just gonna have her look for it by herself, like, and then leave, and then Maria's gonna burn herself out, like, looking for it, right? Burn off all her energy looking for it, and, like, she's... Because Rosa cannot handle this, the emotions of Maria right now, so she's just gonna leave. After blasting her with those last few words, Rosa spun her heels and quickly returned to the mansion. Maria probably viewed that as a cold, hurtful gesture. But from Rosa's perspective, that was not her intention. It was because the hand which she had so emotionally struck Maria's cheek with was still numb. It was because if she stayed there screaming, she might again be taken over by emotions and continue slapping her daughter's cheek over and over. After Rosa left, only Maria was left in the rose garden all alone. The wind began to blow stronger and stronger, and every once in a while, a raindrop would fall on her forehead. However, Maria couldn't leave that place, not until she found that poor, withering rose. She about to be there all night. It had definitely been there, and yet, it wasn't there. Even though she knew that place, even though this was it wasn't there. Maria, while bitterly staring at the place it was supposed to be, thought frantically. Maybe the angle I'm looking from is wrong. Maybe the height I'm looking from is wrong? While gazing at a single point, Maria repeatedly changed her position and continued to stare. The wind was getting increasingly stronger, but Maria kept on looking for that rose in front of the flower bed. It's about to start pouring, and she's going to be, like, out there still. That shit's just sad. Tracksuit Mark. I love those gifs. Oh my goodness. Chat, it's not just a VN. It's animated. There's a tear in my eye. Kinzo noticed the sound of the raindrops beating on the window. It had finally started to rain. It had begun later than the weather report had predicted. Kinzo, as if being summoned by the sound of the rain, approached the window. The sound of the rain is a sound of silence. That sound feels quieter than any silence and makes humans remember that, in the end, they are alone from when they are born to when they die. Excuse me? Huh? They are alone from they are born to when they die? I mean, like, in a way, yeah. But also, in a way, no. Frick you. Those words directed at the rainy sky, no one could be seen in the direction of Kinzo's gaze. Witch in Gold starts playing, and he says, "So shall we begin." And Maria's alone in the rain. Yeah, you can just... I'll just close the game. You win. Yeah, you win. No, yeah, you win. You right. You right. I'm out. You win.
この島は現世より切り離された。もう誰も私の儀式の邪魔をすることはできない。
As soon as you said there would be a ritual,
お前にふさわしい生贄は十分にあるぞ。息子たちが4人、その伴侶が3人、孫たちが4人、私に100人、使用人たち。どれでも好きなだけ食らうがいい。運命の鍵は悪魔のルーレットに従い生贄を選ぶであろう。そのルーレットが私を選ぶならば、私すらもお前の生贄となろう。だからこそなのだ。それだけの狂気をかけるからこそ。私は必ずや偉大な奇跡を起こすだろう。さあ、好きなだけ食らうがいい。私はそのルーレットに打ち勝つだろう。さあ、すべてを賭すぞ。まずは後宮家の家督を返そう。受け取るがいい。
As Kinzo violently opened the window, he ripped the golden ring from his finger and forcibly threw it away. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, a signet ring. Okay. That moment, thunder resounded, giving the illusion that the lightning had accepted the ring. Okay. Through his... I gotta... details. threw signet ring out window during rain to give up his family name, basically, right? That's a reasonable... the headship of the family, to give up his headship. His family headship. Okay. Okay, okay. Because I have a feeling that ring could, like, show up later.
そこにいるのは私であるだろう。私が最後まで生き残り、お前の
Wow, the
目
actual
覚め
plot
を
is
見
starting,
守る
dude.
だろう。
Actual plot active.
さあ来たれ。
They just had to slip in a little bit of child abuse first, and then they were willing to go to the plot.
ようこそ我
Classic
が
Ryokishi, bro.
宴。
Can't have plot without a little bit of child
私が生
suffering.
み出したすべてと引き換えに、私にもう一度だけ奇跡を見せておくれ。
One for the road.
おー、ベアトリーチェ。
Dude, one of the E's got to be extra big. Like, dude. Oh, frick! We made it to a screen break. Dink, dunk, dink, dunk, dink. 6 o'clock. 6 p.m. Is Maria still out here? A news ticker popped up on the top of the TV program we were watching. The disaster report told how municipalities all over were continually sending out rain, flood, and wave warnings. Dude. Dude. If Maria is out in the rain and y'all are watching Finding Nemo without her, I'm gonna be really upset. Alright? If all of that happened and you went inside and started pouring and it's been more than like 5 or 10 minutes, it's like, why are we not looking for the girl? Of course, the harshly beating raindrops on the window were much more convincing. When you Beatrice, but she keep oohing.
でもこれだけ盛大だと
That's pretty good.
すぐに編みそうな気もするけどな。
Yeah, Kinzo's VA is crazy.
台風の速度が遅いそうだから、下手すりゃ明日も丸一日こんな調子らしいぜ。ちょっとの天気でも船は欠航するもんだしよ。
やっぱり日曜日のうちには引き上げられないか。念のため月曜日に外部とのスケジュールを入れなくて正解だったよ。
ってことは月曜の学校はサボれそうだな。島生活ってのも悪くないもんだぜ。そういや、ジェシカは登校って。
Bro, Maria's out in the rain right now, and we're talking about skipping school on Monday.
学校はどうなるんだ?
Just kill me.
カメハメハ大王並みに雨が降ったらお休みで、風が吹いたら遅刻して。
Like who?
船が出なきゃ休みになるぜ。もっともそう甘くはねえけどな。大抵その代わりに自習が指示されて、後でかっちりと見られるから、そうそう気楽でもねえさ。
例えば梅雨なんかの長く天気が崩れる時期だと数日間くらい登校できないこともあるんじゃねえのか？
そういうこともあるぜ。でも毎日きっちり担任から電話がかかってきて、どう自習しろ、何を提出しろとすっぱく指導されるけどな。
バトラ君が考えてるほど簡単にはサボれないよ。船で通う人たちのルールに従ってしっかり勉強をしているよ。
むしろ登校できた方が気楽だぜ。
Wait.
自分の部屋や
If now is the time to get on the George hate train, right? I like preempted the George hate train a little bit like earlier this episode. But like, is this mansplaining? Did we just see a live mansplaining where Battler and Jessica are talking about like, he's like, oh, Jessica, you have to do this. You know, Battler is asking questions to Jessica, and then George comes in and is like, she has to follow the rules for people that travel by boat, blah, 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 blah. Like, George, I'm talking to Jessica right now. I don't know.
それでいて、問題集ばっかり数日もやらされてると、かなり
I'm just hating for the love of hating at this point, bro. For the love of the game, bro.
大学の時にはよ、寮のあるところに入って、さっさとこんな不便な島はおさらばしたいもんだぜ。
The nerd emoji goes crazy with George.
じゃあよ。
What's the name of that? Just
ちなみに
nerdage?
行きは天気が良くても
It just says
帰りは悪くて欠航ってなったらどうすんだ？学校に泊まるのか？
そういうのはよくあることだぜ。だから帰島できない人用の宿泊所があってよ。
That makes sense. I like that. Okay, hello.
そこに寝泊まりするんだよ。 下手すりゃ数日間家に帰れないこともあったりするぜ。
乗車率が 200% を超えるような満員電車で毎日通勤通学しなければならない人から見てみると、船の通学なんて趣があって良さそうだななんて無責任に思っちゃうけど、やっぱりいろいろと苦労があるんだね。
よく無神経な観光客がそういうこと言ってるぜ。私は島の生活なんてもうお腹いっぱいだね。早く高校出てこんな島とはおさらばしたいぜ。
高校にだって全寮制のところとかあったろうよ。なんでわざわざ新島の学校を選んだんだよ。
私は最初からそれを希望してたぜ。でもおふくろがよ、当主後継ぎとしての修行やらマナーやらがうんぬんってうるさくてよ、結局高校も地元になっちまったのさ。こんな島はごめんだぜ。早く都会で生活したいよ。雨が降ろうが槍が降ろうがラフな格好でサンダルを履けば5分足らずでコンビニに行けるような都会に引っ越したいぜ。
もう少しの辛抱だよ。高校卒業まであとちょっとでしょ。
そのちょっとも我慢できねえぜ。
Can we cut to Mario POV maybe? Just get stretched out and reclined on the sofa. Maybe because now was such a bad time slot, there weren't any interesting programs on. We had nothing to do but languidly kill time until we were called for dinner. In the end, Maria had not returned to the cousin's room. She had probably been brought back to the mansion by Auntie Rosa. Yeah, I knew they'd make the wrong assumption. It'd been pretty boring for Maria all by herself while the adults are having a confusing conversation. It had to be. We thought we might head over to the mansion to see her, but after all, there was this lousy weather. And there wasn't much time until dinner, so we stayed where we were. Unlucky. That's Maria. At that time, we heard the sound of a humble knock. The humble knock. This guy answered. Frick, it's Canon. It's Canon's ass. It was Canon-kun's voice. He went to all the trouble of coming from the mansion in this rain just to call us over? Couldn't he have just called us on the telephone? Oh, well, maybe something part of a servant's duty is to go against common sense. Lol. Yo, bro, I'm starving right now. I'm so excited. I'm like, man, I almost took a BRB just to eat a bunch of food. But then I'm kind of thinking like, I could just be hungry for like a little while longer and then get a fat dinner and it's gonna be so delicious. Jack in the Box. Oh my god. Yo, George and Nikki, you're onto something here. George and Nikki turned off the television and stood. Me too, batter. Me too, batter. Bro, it's for immersion. It's for immersion. Oh, that's what I'm getting, bro. I'm getting calf steak for dinner. Sure. George will never be a real one. George stocks, I'm putting zero money into the George stock market. George stock market is empty. Like, stock-wise, I mean, Battler stock I've already invested in. This girl, I gotta know about you. I'm putting a little bit of stock into you. Honestly, it's kind of hard to put stocks in people. Oh, Genji stocks are high. Genji stocks. Shannon stocks. Canon stocks I'll put a little bit in. Battler stocks are maxed. Kirei stocks I'm willing to put some in. This guy's getting murdered first. Okay? I don't know. This guy is getting murdered so fast, okay? And she's gonna actually be the one that did it because she's trying to steal his company because of some, like, weird marriage contract. You know what I mean? He's first to die. Do I actually... Would I be willing to believe that? I think maybe Nanjo would be funny to have... I actually think if I had to guess someone who would be first to die, it would be him. Funnily enough. As we left the room, Kanan-kun bowed silently and respectfully. Kanan's gonna last way too long. He's a femboy. He gets to last. Femboy's got crazy stamina. My friends told me about that. After seeing the three of us out, Kanan-kun peered into the empty room. The reveal. The reveal. Eva is hot, though. Yeah, this entire family is full of batteries, okay? The aunts, pretty much, entirely. Rosa, lying on a sofa in the empty parlor, had fallen asleep at some point. She was bearing a burden on her shoulders that the children could never even imagine. Therefore, when she let herself relax, the exhaustion quickly led her into the world of sleep. Realizing this, Genji brought a blanket over to her. When he tried to spread it over her, her eyes snapped open as though she had received an electric shock. When she realized that the thing that had touched her was just a blanket and that Genji had been considerately giving it to her, she let out a sigh of relief. Oh, they're doing the same face. Rudolph kind of bad too. Rudolph is a battery. Absolutely. He's just not my, like, I'm not attracted to Rudolph. But he is, like, objectively a handsome lad. Yeah, I mean, pretty much just, like, absolute top tier mommy Natsui, love Natsui. Then Rosa, then Eva, then Kirei. Jessica's 18, right? Then Jessica, I guess. Jessica's probably, like, right above Eve, right below Rosa. But, like, I don't know, she's a little young. So, unlucky. Shannon's definitely too young. Oh, Chio. Yeah, my fault. Chio at the top above Natsui, of course. Shout out my girl Chio. Love a gilf. Yeah. Anyways. Rudolph and Kirei can both take me at the same time. Yo, type shit, bro. I love that. That's especially funny because they're already like a married couple, right? So it's that adds some like real sauce to it. That adds some real sauce, okay? Because like obviously like Natsui, Rosa. Oh wait, no, they're siblings. Okay, let's escape hatch. Hit the red button. Get me out. Now let's see if she starts getting... Maybe she's going to be worried about her daughter. Let's see. Asked for the time, Genji checked a pocket watch that he took out of his chest pocket.
6時を少し過ぎたところです。
Rosa gave her head a little shake as she realized that, even though it felt like she had slept for a long time, not much time had actually passed. Even though she didn't feel rested at all, the drowsiness that wrapped around her felt very deep. This was me earlier today, dude. You like your vibe type shit. Yo, actually, oh my god. Yo, bro! Guy approaches you, points at a woman across the bar. Me and my wife have been looking at you for a while across the bar, and we just really like your vibe, dude. You interested in maybe us getting a drink for you? What do you do? What do you do? Holy... Wait, okay, but rank it for each duo, right? Of the duo, okay, because it's easy to be lusting over each one individually, but what about them as duos trying to pick you up for a threesome? Then what do you do, right? So we got Natsui and Kraus. Oh my god, Kraus gotta be the worst out of all the men combos, and Natsui's the best out of all the women combos. That makes it brutal, right? And then you got Eva and Hideyoshi, Rudolph and Kirei, and Rosa, and who? Like, nobody? Do I just throw, like, Nanjo in as the other dude in that case? I mean, it's gotta be, like, Rudolph and Kirei as a combo goes top. That's number one. That's literally number one. I think these two, they got, like, they are the ones that would do it most likely. 100%. 100%. And they're probably freaky. You know? Then... Oh, is Kraus a cuck is a good question. If Kraus is a cuck, then Kraus and Natsui are number one. But I'm assuming in this situation, Kraus isn't a cuck. Okay? This is Kraus, this is threesome, right? For threesome, I think it's Rudolph and Kirei. Eva would probably be, like, spanking the shit out of Hideyoshi. Right? She probably is into some crazy... Hideyoshi probably gets into a full gimp suit, dude. Holy. If we're doing, like, canon, where, like, they're all, like, full unrequited, or, like, unrestricted kinks, like, Eva and Hideyoshi might actually be just under Rudolph and Kirei. And then it would be Natsui and Kraus, because I feel like Kraus would be the most gross vanilla, like, he would be the most, like, self-serving man, only interested in getting his own nut off kind of guy, right? And Natsui is the one that wants to make the threesome happen just because she doesn't ever get anything from Kraus. and so she's the one that's like making it happen. You know? Canon? No, we're not bringing canon into this. No, of the husband-wife duos. Rosa, and like Rosa is like gambling because Rosa comes up to you and she's like, "Hey, me and my husband really like your vibe," and then you look around and you don't know which one in the room is her husband. Because, you know, we don't know if me and my man really like your vibes, and you're looking around the entire bar, and you're not sure which one's her husband, so you're having to gamble, right? I think it's Rudolph, then Eva, then Rosa, then Kraus, because Kraus would just be sickening. But if Kraus is a cuck, then Kraus and Natsui go to the top. What about Genji? Imagine him calling himself furniture as you're, like, banging him. You know what I mean? It's like he is, like, objectifying himself as a piece of furniture just for your pleasure. Okay. Now we're done. That's the note to end it on. I feel like that was a good discussion. Okay, anyways. Rosa finally realized that the peaceful sound that had put her to sleep was actually the rain that had started falling. Bro, I think I might be able to fix Rosa. I can fix Rosa. I can help her parent her daughter. I can fix Rosa. Genji would be the bed for the threesome. All servants for a 6-sum. A servant orgy? Bro, they're 16. Okay, 2 years? Still. In 2 years, Chio's ass is gonna be grass. She's gonna be dead, dude. She's gonna be dead. Rosa says in a lesbian bar? Ooh, okay, wait. Interesting, interesting. I can see Rosa pulling up. Crazy work. Kinzo and Beatrice pull... Okay, wait. Kinzo pulls up, says, "Me and my wife really like your vibe." You look over, and it's a painting. What do you do?
いよいよ台風なのかしら。
そのようにテレビでは申しております。遅い台風だそうで。明日いっぱい。
My fault. I skipped.
この素敵なバラ庭園も日中のあれが見納めだった
that
のね。
one really tickled me. From the window, what she could see of the rose garden was completely blurred by the wind and the rain. There we go. I think she'll genuinely be worried. I don't. She's not like a. She's not like an F parent. She's like a C minus right now, or like a C plus maybe. I don't know. She's a low quality parent, but she's not like a 0 parent. You know. Rosa knew her daughter's nature well, and a chill ran up her back. See, she's worried. She is worried. There is like it's nuanced. You know. Maria was stupidly straightforward, to the point that stupidly could be repeated 7 times, and if she was ordered to find something that didn't exist, she would look forever and ever, even if rain was pouring down.
違うわ。いとこの子たちは先に行ってしまったから、あそこにはマリア一人。あの子は誰かにもうやめろと言われない限り、たとえ槍が降ってこようとあそこに居続けるわ。傘もささずに。
See, at least she regrets this. At least she regrets this. As her mother, she had known about Maria's foolish straightforwardness better than anyone, yet she had once again lost control of her emotions and done such a horrible thing. That's a good point about the narration, because like usually the narration has been like battler. Maria! Oh, she does care. That's what makes it so difficult, you know? Usually it's been like kind of from battler POV, but like this POV, I'm kind of guessing it's getting painted by Rosa. That this is like kind of Rosa POV, which is why it's like mean. It's like stupid, stupidly foolish, right? Like it's being kind of mean. As her mother, but it is third person, so it's kind of hard. Rosa pushed Genji away and ran down the hallway. The outside really looked like a typhoon and was pouring down magnificently. Maybe because of some figure of the terrain, the winds were not as strong as a typhoon, so an umbrella wouldn't be torn out of one's hands. Even so, it was enough to call it a storm. There was no time to admire the roses being soaked by the rain.
とりあえず今はマリアが気になるぜ。まさか
Thank you, battler!
ずっと一人でへそ曲げてあそこでバラ探しをしてるなんてことはないよな。
Third person Rosa perspective. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I'm getting, though I do think it's a little unclear. Like how much we're supposed to read Rosa into it, you know?
マリアちゃんはたまにすごく頑固でものすごく愚直な時がある。
Wait, what did you just say? Maria-chan is sometimes really stubborn and foolishly simple. Calling her simple is a little crazy. We hadn't worried much thinking that Auntie Rosa had taken her back to the mansion. However, it was concerning that Kanan-kun had thought that Maria was here when he came from the mansion to call us. Oh yeah, that's obviously why Battler's thinking this.
お屋敷ではお見かけしませんでしたので、ローザ様は仮眠を取られておいででしたので。
ここに来る途中に見かけなかったのかよ。
申し訳ございません。傘を差し、急ぎ駆け抜けたもので、そこまでの注意を払いませんでした。
If he had cut through the rose garden on the shortest path between the mansion and the guest house, then he would have missed the place where Maria had been looking for her rose by a little. And it was raining this hard, too. There was a good chance that Kanan-kun had failed to notice her.
ここで議論するより、直接確かめる方が早いさ。兄貴、ちょいとかけっこと行こうじゃねえかよ。
6年成長したから僕に勝てるつもりかい？よし、決着をつけようじゃないか。行こ
う。Jorjaniki and I flew out into the rain. Jessica and Kanan-kun followed us. Is she not there? It should just be the same spot.
ローザおばさんだ。おばさん!
If she's missing, that's crazy. When Jorjaniki called back, Auntie Rosa flew at him in what almost amounted to a tackle. Oh, frick, is she not there?
いえ、僕たちはあの後、マリアち
Oh
ゃんには出会ってません。
no. Bro, Maria's already with Beatrice, bro. 6 years ago, Maria had been 3 years old. She'd been a cute and pure kid who would just accept whatever anyone said. But 6 years had passed since then. She was 9 now, and experiencing the good and bad parts of life should have taught her something. And yet, she's still just as innocent and pure as she used to be. Kind of a random tangent right now.
Maria!
As I circled the rose bed, something white unexpectedly turned to face me. Maria? It was a white umbrella. Maria, holding a white umbrella, was crouching, still searching for that rose. Oh! Oh, she got an umbrella! Oh, she's high IQ! Her face, which had turned bright red from her crying her eyes out, was dirtied with water and mud. It was a truly pitiful sight. Yeah, no shit, battle. Literally. Literally. Okay, it's fine. I thought she'd be missing and we'd have an entire, like, thing about that. Oh, sweet thing, it's okay. It's okay. Battler, comfort her immediately. Comfort the child. Comfort the child. Maria had probably been here since the rain had started pouring down. Since. It looked like her shoulders were freezing. Oh, she looked tired to the bone, but fortunately, since she was holding an umbrella, she was not completely soaked. Who gave her the umbrella? Probably an umbrella from the handbag that Maria was always walking around with. She might be the goat. Prepared. Thank goodness. Seriously, thank goodness.
バトラ君、よかった。見つけたんだね。
Rosa, I was about to say, thank you. I was about to say, you got to apologize. Auntie Rosa threw her own umbrella away and hugged Maria. Chad, do you think, well, okay, rhetorical question. Actually, I don't know if it'd be spoiler-rich at all, but I don't know. Be careful. I wonder if, like, fuck, Maria. I forgot Maria's name. I wonder if Maria's, like, has any, neurodivergence. Boom. I do wonder. That could, I feel like could be a part of her character. I know that Maria still wasn't able to accept it, but she no longer had enough energy left to resist. Jessica and Kanan-kun caught up with us. Say that 10 times fast.
すぐにお屋敷でタオルの用意をさせましょう。
Thank you, Canon. Well played.
マリア、ずっとここにいたのか。
The rain animation goes so hard. I love the production value of.
ローザおばさん、とりあえずお屋敷に行きましょう。このままじゃマリアちゃん風邪をひいちゃう。
そうね。マリア、行きましょう。ちゃんときれいにしないとおじい様に怒られちゃうわよ。
Okay.
お腹すいた。
Me too, bro. Like, we were just being so gentle, Rosa. We were just being such a good... This was so good, right? Gently trying to redirect her energy and then pulling her away and apologizing for your emotional outburst. This was good stuff. And then you're threatening that grandfather will be mad at her if she doesn't do what she says, which is getting you cleaned up. Like, we don't gotta be trying to be like, you're gonna get in trouble if you don't do this right now. I think now's the time to be gentle and sweet and nice. You know, we don't gotta be like whipping this kind of technique out, okay? That is a technique, but like, I don't like the timing of your attack. I don't like it. I don't like the move. I like how you're apologizing. We'll take it. It is a right direction. We couldn't stay in the rain forever. Take Maria with us as we head back to the mansion. Maria apparently wasn't as weak as I had thought. When she remembered that dinner was calf steak, she started chanting, "I'm hungry, hungry, ooh, ooh," and returned to her usual healthy self. Auntie Rosa didn't chide Maria on her ooh, ooh.
そっか、傘を持っていたのか。さすがマリアは物持ちがいいぜ。
マリア、傘なんか持ってない。
Hello? Hello? I didn't bring an umbrella. Batter's assumption was incorrect. Then who gave you the umbrella? Because it wasn't a servant, I'm willing to bet. The servant wouldn't have let you stay out here. Did it just fly through the wind? Beatrice?
なんだよ。じゃあその手に持ってる白い傘はどうしたんだよ。
Dun dun dun! From Beatrice! Seemed that some caring person had brought her an umbrella. A normal girl would look for shelter once it started raining, but there was no way Maria's stubbornness would be broken by something like that. So maybe that person gave up recommending that she find shelter and at least brought an umbrella for her. We're on a private island! There's nobody around! We know the person! Who was it? Thank you! Like... Beatrice. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! The name that Maria mentioned very happily was that of the island's witch. Rosa took a deep breath and asked again, trying to avoid hurting Maria's feelings now that she was happy. So who was it? So who was it? Uh-oh. Maria, who quickly picked up that her mother didn't believe her, made an angry face once again. So Rosa stopped pursuing the subject. How? It looked like it would be faster to ask the person who had lent Maria the umbrella during dinner rather than ask Maria herself. Did it just float through the rain? Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Beatrice gave her a white umbrella. Terrifying. White? Why white? Is there like is that a special color to like symbolize purity or something? Anything? Like why? 7-Eleven? That's funny. Along with a dull pounding on the door, the sound of Krause's entreaty could be heard. The painting did. True. Ooh, but that means one of the paintings... Imagine if we look at the painting as we're passing, and there's like a drop of moisture that we hadn't noticed before. Ew, that would be so scary. Or it's like, huh, is Beatrice sweating in this? I actually haven't noticed that before. And it's like, I wonder if, you know, kind of implying that she might have been out in the rain, but maybe it's like a small enough detail that we don't actually know. However, that voice seemed to harbor a sense of resignation that its sound would not reach its attended ears.
Kinzo-san, せめて夕食くらいは出んかね。あんたの顔を見ようと息子さんたちが集まってきてるんじゃないか。
Thank you.
黙れ南條。ビショップが聞かん。
I want to see their chessboard again so I can analyze it.
言ってたれん。
Apparently, Kinzo was completely focused on the final battle of his long-standing chess match with Nanjo. Or maybe they'll just complete it now. His brow wrinkled. He continued to glare at the game board through his spectacles. Krause's voice didn't reach his ears.
Kinzo-san.
Check her armpits is
私
crazy.
も腹が減った。下に降りて食事をせんか。
ならばお前だけで行くといい。
I'm playing chess. Frick off.
私はもうしばらくこの一手を吟味させてもらうぞ。
He thinks he might die tonight, right? So he's trying to finish this. That might give you immortality, though, because you'll have unfinished business. Nanjo stood from his seat, hoping that this would prompt Kinzo to do the same, but Kinzo's eyes never left the chessboard. He knew well that Kinzo always displayed a blind concentration when it came to chess, but he had never seen Kinzo as focused as he was now. He was acting almost as though, just as he had said, if the game wasn't finished tonight, there would never be another chance for them to continue their contest. It's a crazy thing to be upset about missing, lol. Further attempts to persistently call him would surely not reach his heart. Nanjo gave up and headed to the door that Kraus was still banging on. The door to the study opened. Kraus took a step back. Surely Kinzo hadn't actually come out. But it was Nanjo who stood at the door. Kraus breathed a sigh of relief.
Nanjo-sensei, 親父殿はお役に立てなくて申し訳ございませんな。今や金蔵さんの世界はこの部屋だけです。
Nanjo shook his head with a completely defeated expression. Kraus raised his fist once more and banged on the door, shouting.
お父さん、聞こえますか？私たちは下へおりますが、気が向かれたらいつでもおいでください。息子兄弟一同、ずっとお待ちしておりますよ。
Kraus doesn't know that he's trying to sacrifice them all. The voice was very loud and the door was being noisily pounded on. There was no way that it wouldn't reach Kinzo's ears. That's actually a good question. What made me get into chess? I mean, it wasn't specifically because of Umineko, but it does actually line up, which is funny. I think it, like, maybe Umineko, like, subconsciously made me get into chess nowadays. Because, like, I got, like, the cheap... I mentioned this the other, in the Discord. I, like, bought the cheapest chess.com subscription so I could do puzzles. And then I've been doing, like, puzzles. I've been, like, playing against, like, bots. And it's been pretty fun. Yeah. I think most specifically, it would be, like... I've been watching some, like, Gotham chess videos. Yeah, algorithm. But, like, maybe I only started watching those because... Oh, maybe it was Jinxie, actually. I think it was Jinxie. Not Umineko, it was Jinxie, unlucky. But maybe Umineko, like, softened me up, right? Because Jinxie got into chess because of, yeah. Oh, you're good, Mariah. I assume so. I assume so. I just think it's funny that I just missed Maria getting beat. Damn. No, I missed the child abuse. No. Pretty funny. There was no way they wouldn't reach Kinzo's ears. It was reaching him, however, he was ignoring it anyway. Is he GM yet? He's not GM. He plays a lot of Rapid. I think that's why he's not GM. Because GM is specifically, like, classical, right? However, unlike the time he was being called down for lunch, he did not get into a rage. Kinzo was now simply calm at heart, and it was almost as though he had attained peace by turning himself over to fate. Jinxie is everything Micho warned us about? No, you're talking about Aisho speed, dude. But actually in a good way. Like, warned, aka prophesized.
私がここを出るのは、ベアトリーチが蘇る時か、私が鍵の生贄に選ばれた時だけだ。
I quite like Jinxie though. Jinxie's one of my preferred content creators.
もう悪魔のルーレットは回っている。今さら晩餐に何の意味があろう。
As though the painfully loud banging on the door had completely failed to enter his hearing. Kinzo, in a state of total peace, silently thought about his next chess move. Just as always, Kinzo was the only one missing from the dining hall. Kraus, wearing a bitter smile, returned with Nanjo.
親父殿は相変わらずご気分が優れられないそうだ。年に一度の親族が集まるこの機会に同席できないことを非常に残念がられておられた。
Chad, do you hear that barking? The dog barking? Eva and Rudolph snickered. Judging by Kinzo's character, he didn't regret it at all. Yeah, we already know that. And none of his relatives regretted that he hadn't appeared either. Yup.
ではディナーを始めようじゃないか。ゴーダ、始めたまえ。
かしこまりました。それでは始めさせていただきます。
Upon finally being told to begin the family conference dinner, his highlight scene for the whole year, Goda nodded, grinning broadly. Barely. At least it's minor. Let me in. Like the dogs at the start of Fear and Hunger, dude. Yo, those dogs were always the scariest part of that game for me. When Rosa timidly cut through the silence of the dining hall, everyone there turned their attention to her at once. Yeah, nobody did, bro.
さっきマリアがバラ庭園にいた時に雨が降り出して、誰かに白い傘を借りたみたいなんだけど、お礼が言いたくて。
俺たちじゃねえぜ。ローザが出てった後は部屋を移してずっと仲良くおしゃべりをしてた。
はは、そうやね。あの後も兄弟で仲良くおしゃべりをしとったのや。
The word friendly fell awkwardly on from Hideyoshi's lips, so that even those who hadn't been there realized that it hadn't been a pleasant conversation. I wonder if they're plotting against Rosa at all.
少なくとも私とエヴァとルドルフと、あと秀吉さんとキリエさんではないことも確かだがね。
私たちは夏日姉さんとローザさんが出て行った後もずっと一緒だったわ。食事の時間までずっとね。兄さんは源氏さんと一緒にお父様を呼びに上の書斎へ。私たちはそのまま食堂へ直行したもの。
Mechanism for eavesdropping? The idea that... So Canon overheard the conversation that they had, and I don't think he was in the room. I don't think any of them were in the room. So I think that maybe there's some special... Like, this is a rich mansion, okay? There's probably all sorts of tricks in it that, like, people don't know about. Such as, like, secret doors or passageways or mirrors or whatever, right? So that's me putting a thought in that direction.
だから私たちではないわね。傘を貸すなんて親切、使用人の誰かじゃないの？
じゃあ、郷田さん？
私はずっと厨房で準備をしておりましたもので、申し訳ございません。
Gotta look slightly disappointed about missing this chance to show off. And we know it's not Canon, so it's either Shannon or the other two. That time, Shannon and Kumasawa appeared pushing a serving cart loaded with hors d'oeuvres. Those are pretty yummy. I think I've had one of those before.
はい。何か粗相がございましたでしょうか？
You're so sweet. Shannon shrunk, mistakenly thinking that she was being accused of making some error, having come in part way.
違うよ。マリアちゃんがバラ庭園に一人でいた時に雨が降ってきてね。誰かが傘を貸してくれたんだよ。ローザおばさんがその人にお礼を言いたいって言うのさ。
ああ、ベアトリーチェ。
Maria, her mouth a thin line, said the witch's name in a small voice. Auntie Rosa explained the situation one more time. As she did, Kumasawa-san cackled. Or divorce. It has a weird pronunciation, like or divorce.
私もシャノンさんも一緒にお部屋の準備をしておりましたから、お外には出ておりません。
はい。気が利かなくてすみません。
Was it Genji then? Is Genji all that's left? Like...
とは何のことかね。
この雨ですから、客人の皆さんがゲストハウスにお帰りになられるのも大変かと思って、使用人たちに屋敷内の客室の準備をするように命じたのです。あら、気が利くじゃない。そうね、この雨の中表に追い出すのは失礼だものね。
もう予算か。
はい。奥様からそのようにご指示を受けまして、私と熊沢さんとカノン君の3人で準備をしておりました。そしてご夕食の時間になり、源氏様からゲストハウスのお子様方をお呼びするようご指示をいただいたため、カノン君が言ってくれたのです。
I want to ask her how she got the umbrella.
ですからカノンさんがゲストハウスに行かれるときにマリアさんを見つけて傘をお渡ししたのではありませんか？
Unless somebody's pretending and lying.
違う。
Dude, she's summoning the wind and the flame. The person who had actually received the umbrella denied it. Rosa was troubled. All she wanted to do was give a word of thanks to the person who had lent the umbrella, but she couldn't find them. Look in the painting. And she had thought that asking like this with everyone gathered for dinner would work immediately.
じゃあ、夏日姉さん？
She's summoning the wind, dude.
私は皆さんとの仲良くの語らいの後、 頭痛がひどかったので自分の部屋で休んでいました。ですから表へは出ていません。
なら誰なの？ジョージ君たち？なわけないわよね。
いえ、僕たちじゃありません。僕たちはずっとゲストハウスでテレビを見てました。
We're doing like alibis and
むしろ
stuff,
私た
dude.
ちはマリアはおばさんと一緒に屋敷
Oh
に
my
行っ
god,
た
are we
ばか
actually
り。
doing alibis? Oh, frick.
そこへカノン君が来て
Okay, so it's either...
マリアは一緒じゃないのかと聞
Okay,
いたん
okay,
で
okay, okay, go, wait, wait, wait,
初め
wait,
て
wait.
屋敷にはい
It's
ないのかって
alibis.
分かったんだ。
So, it's Genji, or it's Shannon and Kumasawa lying, which would be hard because they can talk to each other, so that's a little bit weird. It's either Genji or Kanon if it's like single agents. And what they would do is basically just like throw an umbrella in her direction, and then she would think it's Beatrice if they're trying to like conjure the mysticism or something. Or it's literally Beatrice in some like way, or like a coincidence or something, right? But if it is somebody, it's probably Genji or Kanon. And then Kanon's lying. I think that's what I'm thinking. Where were you when Beatrice gave Maria the umbrella? I've been here the whole time!
むしろ
第一俺だったら傘を貸すより先に手引っ張って屋根の下に連れて行くぜ。
Rosa was completely baffled, beckoning, terrifying. One by one, the relatives and the servants were claiming that it wasn't them, even though it really wasn't something anyone would need to hide. Without the process of elimination, the number of people it could have been wasn't large.
もちろん私でもありません。
Nonjo was presumably up with
雨が降り始めてすぐの
Kinzo
頃
the entire time,
金蔵さんの
so
部屋
that
を
one's
訪ね
solid.
てついさっきま
So yeah,
で一緒に
Genji or Kanon
チェス
is
を
really
して
where
おり
I'm
ま
at.
した。
ということは
Because
おじいさま
Kira, you were
じゃない
with
よね。
the others, right?
なんだなんだ妙な話になってきたぜ。
Wait, Kira, you were with the others? Kraus says not Eva, Rudolph, or even Hideyoshi or Kirei. So that's one pair, two pair, Kraus. I believe that Natsui was too sick, but it could have been Natsui if we wanted a single agent.
あと残るのは誰だ
There were streamers who fabricated live streams by pre-recording them to establish alibis for murder. Good idea.
じゃあ誰？源氏さん？
That's not an alibi since this took place in 1986, not 2026. Oh, you're asking what I was doing, what, 40 years ago when this happened? Oh, you're asking what I was doing 40 years ago? Dude! What was I doing 40 years ago? Wait, I think I actually was on this island. Yeah. No, I was visiting, where was I visiting? I was in this archipelago. Let me check my notes for my, me 40 years ago. Yeah, I was visiting Izu Archipelago on I was on a spiritual journey. Right, but then it got canceled because the Torii got sniped. That makes sense. That was, yeah, I remember now.
ちょっと待って。
Sure. So yeah, I was at the
勘
Torii.
違いしないでくれ。
I was at the Torii! Bro, I wasn't even a sperm. I mean, half of me existed. Right? The egg part of me existed. So, half of me was chilling in my mom's ovaries. Hell yeah.
別に私は何かの犯人探しをしてるんじゃないのよ。雨の中のマリアに傘を差し伸べてくれた人に母としてお礼が言いたいだけなの。
Rosa Ninimizawa. Giving an umbrella to a girl loitering in the rain was something to be praised, not hidden. Despite that, no one raised their hand. Why? Everyone started whispering about how strange this had gotten.
落ち着けよ、ローザ。傘を借りた本人に聞けばいいじゃねえか。
An idea that everyone would agree makes sense. They were all scratching their heads at why she didn't just ask Maria, who had been given the umbrella. However, Rosa bit her lower lip. After all, she already knew how Maria would answer if asked.
どうりや。ルドルフ君の言う通りやない
You
か。
gotta ask it in the right way to
マ
get
リアちゃん、
information.
おじさんに教
How
えてえな。
were you given the
マリアちゃん
thing?
に傘を貸して
You
く
know,
れたの
how did
は
she give it
誰
to
や
you? The dining hall was wrapped in silence for an instant, but that soon broke it and was wrapped in laughter.
なるほど。 森の魔女ベアトリーチェが不憫に思って傘を貸してくれたか。
Unlucky.
いい話じゃないかね。ローザ、そういうことだ。
Rosa didn't seem satisfied. She just wanted to say thanks for an umbrella. Why did everything have to be so clouded in smoke? Smoke build mentioned? Shout out Library of Runa.
クラウスおじさんの言う通り、ベアトリーチェが貸してくれたの。
それはよかった。無垢だというのは実に羨ましいことではないか。なあ、諸君。
Quartz was laughing with a face that was clearly mocking her. But Maria, apparently feeling that her claim was being believed, was overjoyed. Unlucky.
一体どうなってんの？
Unlucky.
まさか本当に魔女が現れて傘を貸したってのかよ。
Jessica asked me in a small voice that wouldn't carry over to Maria, who was sitting across from me.
マリアって冗談が言えるタイプだっけ?
If we had heard that kind of story pop out of that old bastard's mouth, we'd have just taken it as another joke, or lying. I don't think she's lying though. However, coming from Maria's mouth, it became somewhat inexplicable, strangely unsettling.
いや、昔から愚直なぐらい正直で真面目だよ。
Good thing to
普通
bring
な
up
ら
though.
聞いただけで嘘とわかるような冗談すら鵜呑みにするタイプだぜ。マリアから冗談を言い出すなんて聞いたこともない。
Auntie Rosa probably knew that better than anyone. It appeared that because of this weird situation, she had no idea what was going on anymore.
じゃあ、マリアがベアトリーチェに傘を借りたと言ったなら、それは間違いなくベアトリーチェなのか。
マリアに関してだけは何かの比喩とか冗談とかそういうことは考えられねえぜ。額面通りの意味だと思うべきだろうよ。
We gotta probe for more info.
源氏さんあたりがあの肖像画のごついドレスを着てマリアに傘を持って行ってやったっていうのか。
Genji Loki would go crazy in a Beatrice fit. Oh man. You think Kinzo has ever asked Genji to put on the Beatrice fit? That's crazy. Jessica shrugged jokingly, but her expression wasn't completely joking. Once the hors d'oeuvre set out and go to show off his vast store of knowledge, the meal began. A couple casual chats broke out here and there, but they seemed somehow distant. It was a quiet dinner, granting no respite from the intrusive sound of rain that was creeping into the dining hall. Hors d'oeuvres. Kumasawa and Shannon, pushing the serving cart, ran into Genji and Kanon on their way to the kitchen.
源氏さんですか？マリア様に傘を貸されたのは。
傘？何のことだ？
Okay, he denies it too.
はい。雨が降り出した時に、マリア様は一人でバラ庭園におられたそうで、そこでどなたかに傘をお借りになったそうなのですが、それがどなたかわからないのです。
僕じゃないよ。マリア様はゲストハウスにいると思
Ooh, I just got a brilliant idea. I've already mentioned this idea.
最初に見つけられた時にはもう白い傘をお持ちだった。
But for this, what if instead, because I've talked about, oh, what if I just fill up a bunch of notes and then whenever we run out of space, I like add a new layer? I could have a different layer for each chapter. So I could have like specific chapter 1 notes and then specific chapter 2 notes and like that kind of thing. That could be an idea. Just a thought. Just a thought. Wait, let me put it over here.
申し訳ないが、それは
That'd be kind of
私でもない。
fun.
じゃあ、まさか、親方様でしょうか。
Everyone in both the dining hall and the place where they were standing now had stated that it wasn't them. Which meant that only Kinzo was left, but...
何かのご用で廊下を歩かれているとき、偶然バラ庭園に傘もささないマリア様が見えたとか。
親方様はマリア様のことをあまりお好きではない。
同感だね。親方様がマリア様のために直々に開花までお越しになって、傘をお持ちくださるとは考えられないよ。
But otherwise, I agree. And like, there's no way he left.
困りましたわね。
He was with the doctor, Dr.
マリア様に傘をお貸しになられたのは本当にベアトリーチェ様ってことに。
Kumasawa laughed, just like the relatives in the dining hall had laughed it off. Can't think of any other way to break through the smoke veiling the current situation. I'm gonna write potential liars. For this would be Genji, or liars, no alibi. Would be Genji, Kenon. Low-key Nanjo. Because Nanjo's alibi is reliant on Kinzo, who nobody's talking with. And also, he went to go play chess with Kinzo. He could have done it after that. You know? His movement stage throws him off. It is funny opening the higurashi one, yeah. And then, was there anybody else? Let me just zoom out. No reason to. I think you were busy. You were busy with food. That's too good of an excuse. I mean, maybe. Because you were just preparing food. I'll put Goda. You were with you. Genji I already wrote. Nanjo I already wrote. And then Kinzo, because, like, they were all talking together. I guess you were alone. Natsui. It's really just, like, everybody. Natsui. Because Genji, Kenon, Loki, Nanjo, Goda, Natsui. It's pretty much all the kids and then this whole grouping. Or Rosa herself. Freaking. Though, like, Rosa doing it makes no sense. Okay. That's all I got for that. It's just not. We don't have enough. Just then, the crisp sound of hands clapping twice rang through the hallway. Hello? Why are you coming out with these hands? If I turn around and see Goda doing this, I'm running the other direction. They all turned around at once to see it was Goda who was coming out of the dining hall.
さあさあ皆さん、ディナーは配膳のタイミングも大事です。
Okay, he's
す
just
ぐに
doing
ス
his
ープの
thing.
配膳に取り掛かってください。源氏さん、彼女らは大切なお仕事中ですので、お引き止めになられないでください。
He wants to touch you. Kanon glared at Goda for being rude to Genji, a person Kanon respected. Genji, realizing this, patted Kanon once on the shoulder as if to warn him. Kanon reluctantly turned away and returned his expression to normal.
ゴーダの指示に従いなさい。今は晩餐の配膳を急ぐように。
My uncle, he's still doing booby grabby hands. What?
タラタラしない。急ぎますよ。
Look, his eyebrows are getting extreme too. Goda grabbed the serving cart from Shannon and drove it past her, heading towards the kitchen at pace. You doing anything else to Shannon while you're at it? I see those hands.
では、私どもも厨房に戻らせていただきます。ゴーダさんも気の短い方ですからね。
私もこれで失礼いたします。
Would not let Goda feel me up. Goda's a snake and a rat. Kumasawa and Shannon left, only Genji and Kanon remained. Through the window, the darkness of the rainy night could be seen, along with the occasional thunderbolt. Hell's Halls. We're cooked. The names of the songs have gotten so problematic. It's like Beatrice incoming. Beatrice is on her way. Beatrice's sacrifice. The Call of the Void. Hell's Bells. Hell's Halls. The Return of Satan. Like, can we calm down?
わからん。
親方様にお知らせしますか。
せずともよい。本当にお戻りになられたなら。
Okay, so Kanon and Genji are both believers of Beatrice. That is such a big deal.
それに、あれは気まぐれなお方。
I think they both believe, which is crazy, and then he also respects Genji a lot, which is the connection between them two. Oh, we don't need that line. Okay, that's crazy.
親方様にご報告申し上げたところで、
Right, for them to not just be doing it as part of the delusion that Kinzo's all about adds like some crazy scary validity. Like they believe in the power of the ritual, believes in magic. He believes in the magic. They both believe in magic. Okay. Until our final moments. Thinks he's gonna get sacrificed and is cool with that. And fucking canon too. All the servants like this? You hear this background music? Am I alone? Hello? Thunder crashed once more. Okay, that's really ominous. Except for the instant when the lightning lit up the sky, all that could be seen out of the window was the darkness of night. Darkness is like her domain, yeah? Okay, just as I say shit like that, we start getting shit about the fucking who's ruling what and when, where, what, why, now, how. Yeah, I literally was just as humans rule when the sun is up, the time when the sun is down is ruled by those that are not human. The darkness of night that now surrounded Rokinjimo is ruled not by the Oshiro Miya family, but by another master. This master took pity on Maria when she was alone and pummeled by the rain in the rose garden and lent her an umbrella. Kanan looked at the rose garden's lights dimly visible beyond the window. The dim night lights were not enough to illuminate the surrounding area. Looking at those lights felt like making eye contact with the witch, and Kanan forcibly averted his gaze. If he didn't, it felt like his eyes would be absorbed by that light. Night is Beatrice's domain. Added to the notes. Perhaps the weather was also a factor. You often hear stories about how things like atmospheric pressure can influence people's moods and physical health. For some time now, everyone had been making periodic attempts to clear the gloomy atmosphere, but any conversation was quickly cut off, and in the end, the dining hall was simply buried by the sound of the rain. This is getting intense, dude. Dessert was some kind of chocolate cake accompanied by pear sherbet. Yummy. Goda-san enthusiastically explained the recipe as if delivering the coup de grace, but I quickly forgot the details. The guest of honor, grandfather, was absent. The weather was horrible, and the person who had lent Maria the umbrella was still a mystery. When dinner ended, no one felt even one bit refreshed. It was too late now, but I realized painfully that taste wasn't the only important part of a meal. The whole atmosphere was also critical. Godo-san, the supposed conductor of this performance called dinner, did his best to enliven the place, dropping little jokes left and right, but it seemed like they didn't quite get there. After taking orders for after-dinner coffee, tea, and orange juice, he left for the kitchen. As soon as he disappeared, Uncle Kraus spoke. Dude, I feel like they're starting to really build up the atmosphere. This is crazy. I'm kind of scared I'm not going to find like a half-decent, like, I feel like okay. I am feeling it, Mr. Krabs.
今日は何を食べても美味しく感じられない、そういう気分よ。
ほう。どうしてそういう気分なのか聞きたいね。心が晴れ晴れできるよう、兄として後で協力させてもらうよ。
Auntie Eva grimaced slightly. I already heard that she was not on good terms with Uncle Cross, but now I could clearly feel it. Kind of like relatively soon, but because I'm also they're currently building a ton of atmosphere, which makes me feel like we're just at the start of something crazy. And it's like, you know what I mean? But yeah. I'll wait till I feel like there's a good spot. Because I don't want to, you know, I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Anyhow, it looked like there was something besides the weather that was troubling all of them.
エヴァおばさんもうちの親父もずいぶん機嫌が悪そうっすね。
そう？私はそうは思いませんよ。
I asked Aunt Natsui, who was sitting on my right, but it looked like she was also in a bad mood. She snapped back as though she was absolutely not interested.
まあちょいと大人な話で込み入ってな。バトラ君たち子供は気にせんでええ話や。なあ夏井さん、キリエさん。
Uncle Yodayoshi laughed as he spoke, but without his usual brightness. So I could vaguely imagine just how complicated their adult conversation had actually become. On top of that, even Aunt Natsui and Kirei-san, the people he had directed his comment to, ignored him as though they hadn't heard anything. Yeah, he shouldn't have done that. That was a misplay. I didn't know what kind of conversation they had been having while we kids were away. But it reminded me of how Dad had said he had stomach cramps when he had arrived at the mansion. The family conference might have been a playful reunion to us kids, but it was definitely different for the adults. Uncle Hideyoshi was ignored by the other adults, and awkward silence fell over the room. Kirei-san spoke up.
子供たちの進路はどうなるのかしらとか、そういう話よ。バトラ君は将来はどうするの？ぼんやりと大学進学？そんなのじゃ長い人生レースのスタートラインとしては心細いわよ。
あいたたたたたた。キリエさん、飯の最中にそんな話されちまったら消化不良でビンビンになっちまうぜ。
そうやそうや。バトラ君やジェシカちゃんの進路の話をしとったんや。将来のことは真剣に考えんとあかんで。
Hideyoshi heartily agreed, as if they really had been talking about that, but they probably hadn't. Kirei-san had obviously been trying to avoid talking about something. However, if Kirei-san had determined that this was the best course of action for now, then she was probably right. Okay. Taking this into account, I decided to cast aside my suspicions as to the cause behind Auntie Ava and Dad's bad moods. At long last, the serving cart returned, filled with coffee and tea. Kumasawa-san and Shannon-chan served it to everyone. Goto-san then explained that, with this, tonight's dinner was over. If I had been able to eat it in a more cheerful mood, it might have been the best dinner of my life. It was a shame that this greatest of dinners couldn't have been had under the greatest of conditions. Our grandfather is trying to sacrifice us, Maria. With a magic spell. Yo, I'm just glad we got charms, dude. Jessica and, Battler. Maria looked like she was really excited about the occasionally crashing thunder. Maybe she wanted to quickly finish eating and run over to the window. She had been fidgeting for a while, waiting for the meal to end. Some people are afraid of thunder, while others find it interesting, and Maria was apparently one of the latter. I frick with thunder. I like this weather. This is one of my favorite weathers. So when she heard from George and Nikki that dinner was over, a huge smile broke across her face. She then stood from her seat, took out her handbag, which she had set under her seat, never having left it even while she was eating, and began fishing around inside of it. No one seemed particularly concerned with this behavior, until she pulled out an entire 1911 pistol. It's a pistol. It's a pistol. George was the first to notice it. As he spoke, Battler also noticed. A knife? A letter? Terrifying. So we're dead. So we're dead. Nope. Yeah, it's over. It's over. They got us. They got us. They got us. Oyashiro-sama has got us. It's freaking over for us, dude. Did you hear that, like, Dark Souls sound effect that played? Are we dead ass? Are we dead ass? She got a special letter! Like, she could lie about an umbrella, but this is a new tier. George was the first to notice it. As he spoke, Battle already noticed. When they looked, they noticed that Maria was now holding a beautiful Western-style envelope. On the front of the envelope, the Oshiro-miya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was done in gold leaf. Furthermore, it was sealed with a dark red wax, imbuing a level of class upon it that made it clear that this was not something Maria should be carrying around for fun.
Maria-chan.
Natsui's sprite is crazy here. It seemed that Natsui had also noticed the strangeness of the envelope that Maria was holding. Because her voice sounded too serious to be admonishing a small child, the other relatives around her finally noticed.
Dude,
it's like the terms. It's like the terms. It's the quest. It's something, dude. It's over for us. Beatrice gave it to her, dude. Oh, the ring! Oh, no. This could have been faked. Very possibly. Oh, no. Okay, because he gave up his signet ring, which is what you use for the wax. So him throwing that signet ring literally could mean that somebody could fake this because they would have access to the ring, right? If they got really lucky, which is a luck thing, which is crazy, which doesn't make sense. But it could be like literally somebody could have used the ring for like forgery really easily because they would have had access. Or figuratively, he gave up his headship of the family, which means that Mrs. Umineko, what's your name? Beatrice, which means that Beatrice now has ownership of the seal, which allows her to do the seal. I'm leaning towards the second. Where did I put the... Did I put it... Through signet out... Through the signet ring. This is 100% Beatrice. I'm like... Oh my goodness, this is freaky. I'm gonna do a little line here. Spooky envelope has wax sigil in it. Yeah. Okay. There we go. There we go. As Nanjo muttered that, even us kids could understand why everyone seemed to be frozen solid. The envelope that Maria held was one of the Yoshiro family head's custom-made envelopes for private use. In other words, it could only mean one thing. The envelope contained a message from Kinzo. I think it's up, dude. Is it Kinzo or is it Beatrice? I'm feeling it's Beatrice. We'll see, though. Natsui is very beautiful, dude. I love Natsui.
こいつは面白いもんが飛び出してくるぜ。
Hideyoshi, yo, you don't have true blood. Sit back. Maria, you're the one that gets to read it. Yep, agreed. Agreed. Oh, thank you, Josh, for the photo like a million years ago. Talk about it. Told? Uncle Hideyoshi tried to snatch the envelope out from Maria's hands, but she protected it as though hugging it and didn't let go.
秀吉兄さん、子供相手に力ずくなんていけませんよ。マリエちゃん、その封筒はどうしたの？
Beatrice gave it to me. Good answer.
傘を貸してくれた時にベアトリーチェにもらった。ご飯が終わったらマリアがみんなに読んで聞かせろって言われた。マリアは魔女のメッセンジャーなの。
You can't be saying that. Given to Maria with white umbrella. That is so bad. That is so bad. That is so bad. That is so bad. These interconnections are becoming deeply problematic, dude. Oh, frick, I put that in the wrong layer. Frick, man, frick. Okay. Now this has to connect all the way over to Maria. You see this? We got a new connection. We got a new connection, and it goes, like, up to this scary area. Maria's been brought into it, dude. I'm the witch's messenger. Things you don't want your child to say at the dinner table.
Messenger?
For 500.
この島の魔女様は随分と洒落てるじゃねえかよ。
Battler tried to joke about it, but no one went along with him. Yeah, come on, Battler.
それで中にはなんて書いてあるのか
Welcome
し
to
ら。
my game. It's about to be a saw trap. We're dead. It's a saw trap. It's a saw trap. It's a saw trap. Maria casually opened the envelope. It was sealed only with wax, so she just had to remove the sealing wax to open it. That sealing wax fell onto the desk. Hideyoshi hastily picked it up and stared fixedly at it. He then set it in the center of the table, where Natsui, Kirei, and Nanjo glared at it. Imprinted there in the sealing wax was the one-winged eagle, which was the Oshiramiya family crest, and also Kinzo's personal crest. He gave it to Beatrice, though, dude. I'm here, bro.
私は金蔵さんに手紙をもらったことがあるからわかる。これは間違いなく金蔵さんの風浪だ。
We're so cooked.
でも、
Holy
このお
Sprite?
屋敷にはそれと同じ紋章がいくつもあるのでは？例えば風浪用のハンコのようなものがあれば、金蔵さんでなくても風浪はできるのでは？
いや、金蔵さんは風浪には必ず自分が指にしている後ろ宮家当主の証の指輪で刻印をする。この形や複雑な意匠は間違いなく金蔵さんの風浪だ。
そうとは限らんよ。親族であれば一度くらいは親父の手紙を受け取ったことはあるはずだ。その風浪をもとに偽の紋章を作り、親父殿を語って刻印した可能性が否めない。
兄貴に同感だ。風浪に刻印されている紋章がどれだけ親父のものに酷似していたとしても、間違いなく
I like their line, but like using the alibis from before, we don't have any.
だからその封筒が親父のものであるという証拠に
But like we have to see what the envelope was, right? Like if the envelope favors any specific person, that'll be a big sign. What if it just asks for 6 sacrifices? That'd be crazy.
風浪の刻印だけでお父様の手紙だなんて決めつけることにはどうに
Let's
で
read
き
it.
ないわ。
Let's just still read it. We can read it
南
with
條
that
先
doubt.
生、曖昧な言葉は慎んでいただけるかしら。
They're just, dude, they're scared.
出過ぎた口でしたな。
Because they're desperate. One after another, all of the siblings from Kraus on downwards rejected Nanjo's statement, saying that the envelope that Maria was holding had not necessarily been sent by Kinzo. Pink Cube's kind of sus. Guys, it wasn't me. They were afraid. Kinzo's intentions were written in there. And they feared from the bottoms of their hearts that it might be some decidedly unfavorable announcement regarding the inheritance. I've been saying. Nobody gets anything, lol.
マリア、その封筒は傘を貸してくれた人がくれたのね。じゃわからないでしょ。そうなの
？Good job, Maria. Thank you.
つまり
Not a socialite. Is that a Town of Salem reference? Oh my god.
傘と一緒に
I love Town of Salem. The socialite role is dog shit. I still don't understand it. Wait, chat. Anybody from the Town of Salem days when we played it in the Discord remember how dog shit the socialite role was? None of us could figure that shit out for the life of us, dude. That was such a nightmare. All right, locking in. Maria nodded forcefully. Yeah, those were fun. That was a fun. That was a fun thing we did.
得体の知れない何者かが手渡した怪文書です。読むにも値します。
Fun game.
せめて読むくらいいいじゃねえかよ。な。
Batterer said to Jessica in a small voice, pretending to stir things up, but Natsui heard him clearly and glared at him with threatening eyes.
それでマリアはベアトリーチェに食事が終わったら読めって言われたんだな。
いいじゃないの皆さん。
See, she like told her too much information. That's what makes it so messed up. Is she
誰が書いたのかはともかく。
like a conversation had to happen with Maria to explain it, which means it couldn't have just been random.
お父さんが書いたとは限らんが、中身が気になるのは事実や。マリアちゃん、さっきは無理やり取ろうとしてすまんかった。謝るから。
Or like would Maria lie on someone else's behalf if like Genji was like, Maria,
読みなさい。
this is from Beatrice, you know. As all of the relatives stared fiercely at Maria, she spread the letter open with a rustle. So yeah, someone could have just said, "This is from Beatrice." I'm Beatrice's like handoff.
ありえんね。親父殿が私たちに何かを発表するときは、直接でなければいつだって源氏さんを通してじゃないか。このようなこじゃれた方法でするとは思えんね。
そうよ。マリアをメッセンジャーに？それこそお父様の趣味じゃないわよ。ローザ、これはマリアちゃんが私たちを脅かそうという何かの隠し芸なんでしょ？
Sounds like something scratching outside.
マリアはそんな気の利いたことができる子じゃないわ。
Okay, that's just rude. Calling your child stupid. Okay, thank you, Maria. All right, lock in. The words came out of Maria's mouth, but for some reason it felt like her voice was different than usual. Everyone went suddenly silent. Suspicious scent?
六軒島へようこそ、後ろ宮家の皆様方。私は金蔵様にお仕えしております。当家顧問錬金術師のベアトリーチェと申します。
そんなアホな。
Oh! Oh, this is some joyful, like, fun music.
黙って。
長年にわたりご契約に従いお仕えしてまいりましたが、本日金蔵様よりその契約の終了を宣告されました。
I didn't know Beatrice was such a fun-loving person. Okay, Beatrice?
よって本日をもちまして、当家顧問錬金術師のお役目を終了させていただきますことを、どうかご了承くださいませ。
Alchemist, gold. I'm putting that in my notes. Alchemist, gold. Okay. Okay.
くだらん。ざれ言だ。
It's getting really loud. I think that's probably good right there, right?
さてここで皆様に契約の一部をご説明しなければなりません。私ベアトリーチェは金蔵様にある条件とともに莫大な黄金の貸与をいたしました。その条件とは契約終了時に黄金のすべてを返還すること、そして利息として後ろ宮家のすべてを頂戴できるというものです。
Everything as interest.
むちゃくちゃや。
Lola.
初めっからむちゃくちゃだぜ。
要するにあれだろ、よくある悪魔の契約みたいなやつなんだろ、ほんで契約がおしまいってことになるから利子を回収に来たってわけだ。いいんや 長年の退職金のつもりかな。ちゃっかりした魔女だぜ。
There you go, chat. How about that? What a cheeky witch.
バトラ君、今は茶化さない方がいい。
See, Battler is able to joke about this because Battler isn't tied to his wealth because he like lived with his other grandparents, you know, because he's the goat. Battler made a face as if to ask, if I can't make fun of this, what can I make fun of? At the same time, some of the adults' faces were pale while others looked completely shocked.
これだけをお聞きならば、皆様は金蔵様のことをなんと無慈悲なのかとお嘆きにもなられるでしょう。しかし金蔵様は皆様に富と名誉を残す機会を設け、
Start killing everybody now!
特別な条項を
That's
追
the
加
special
されました。
clause. Start killing everybody
その条項が満たさ
now!
れた時に限り、私は黄金と利子を回収する権利を永遠に失います。
特別な条項？
それは何よ。
Oh, the
特
build-up?
別条項。
The build-up?
契約終了時にベアトリーチェは黄金と利子を回収する権利を持つ。ただし隠された契約の黄金を暴いた者が現れた時、ベアトリーチェはこの権利を全て永遠に放棄しなければならない。利子の回収はこれより行いますが、もし皆様のうちの誰か一人でも特別条項を満たせたなら、すでに回収した分も含めて全てお返しいたします。なお、回収の手始めとしてすでに後ろ宮本家の家督を受け継いだことを示す後ろ宮家当主の指輪をお預かりさせていただきました。封印のろうそくにてそれをどうかご確認くださいませ。
これがそうだというのか。親父が指輪を手放すなどありえん。
Carlos was staring at the ceiling wax as though he was trying to burn a hole through it. Even Rudolph were doing the same over his shoulder.
確かにチェスの時、
Oh, Nanjo adding
何
to
か
it.
足んような違和感は感じ取りました。
That's crazy.
南條先生、おぼろげな記憶でいい加減なことを言わないように。
その診断をここでは測れないわ。本当に指輪をお父様は確かに手渡したのか、この手紙が本当の話かどうかはお父様に直接確認すればいいだけの話じゃない。
Yeah, he'll answer us.
そうね。キリエさんの言う通りだわ。
Yeah.
果たして、
Yeah.
金蔵さんがそれを答えてくれますかな。
Come on now.
あの人のお考えは時に人の世の常識では測りかねますからな。
Oh, wait, okay, let me.
どの道ざれごとの域を
They've gone too deep. They've gone too deep. I need to get the exact terms of this. Here. And we're gonna keep these. I'll put it as text. Okay, too small. There we go. Okay.
第一、黄金幻想自体が親父殿のまやかしだ。ありもしない黄金の話を始めるのはお前たちだけで十分だ。
でも魔女様はおっしゃってる
This
わよ。
corresponding with a tempest, by the way,
黄
is
金
so
を見つけた者
unlucky.
に家督と全ての財産を引き渡すってね。つまりベアトリーチェ様はお父様の顧問弁護士もしくは金庫番でもあられるってことじゃないのかしら。このような怪しげな文章を子供に託すような怪人物を信用することなどできません。
Eva's already getting caught up in
兄貴
it.
腹を割ってもらうぜ。兄貴の知らない人物が親父の財産管理をしてるようなことはあり得るのか？
They're trying to find the Scooby-Doo
いや、
answer,
そ
bro.
れはない。私は当主代行として
Honestly, it might be better to try to
親
chew
父
through
の
the
財産を把
typhoon.
握してい
That
る。
actually could be tag.
私に知られずにそれらを自由
At
にで
this
きる
point?
人間はいないはずだ。
じゃあつまりクラウス兄さんの把握していない財産ってことじゃないの？
バカな、そんなものあるわけがない。
あるわよ。兄さんが把握していない
The
お
gold.
父様の資産。
そんなものあるわけがありません。
いや、あるで。それがお父さんの、いや、
Dude, the fervor is spreading.
話を整頓しよう。つまり親父には兄貴も知らない腹心がいた。そしてそいつはずっと黄金の番と運用を任されてきたわけだ。あるいは悪魔の契約まがいのルールで融資した神塚の大富豪か。
その腹心のベアトリーチェさんは自分の黄金を融資する相手として
Me when I make massive assumptions, but I'm okay with it. Let's go. Let's keep it cooking.
ということなのかしら。
Keep it cooking, Rudolph. What Kide said was something that all the siblings wanted clarified. Upon reflection, they realized that during the time Kinzo's strange epitaph had been displayed in the hall beneath the portrait of the witch, they had always whispered that the one who solved the puzzle would receive everything, yet no one had ever clearly stated it. It was just something that everyone had hoped might be true. That had, right here, right now, been clearly expressed by Beatrice's letter, and clearly specified that everything of the Oshiramiya family would be given to the one who found the gold.
黄金の隠し場所については、すでに金蔵様が私の肖像画の下に碑文にて公示されております。条件は碑文を読むことができる者すべての公平に。
Gen Alpha is
黄金を
crying
暴
right
けたな
now.
ら、私はすべてをお返しするでしょう。それではどうか今宵を金蔵様との知恵比べにて存分にお楽しみくださいませ。
Putting it like that. Intellectual? Okay. Bro's treating it like a chess match. If it is him, he's having so much fun with it being like, I heard the bading! I heard the bading! Kip? Oh, okay. Okay. Yep, it's just a letter. The door to Kinzo's study was being violently beaten against over and over like a percussion instrument, and this is why he has such an OP door. The screams coming from the other side were Krause's, Rudolph's, and sometimes Ava's voices. It was the siblings who were trying to intrude upon Kinzo's study to question him about the truth behind that mysterious letter. Kinzo was eating. An elegant tablecloth was set over the desk, and a fabulous dinner that had colored the table down in the dining hall was once again laid out. Kinzo continued his meal in silence. Shannon, taking away an empty plate, looked uncomfortably between the door being beaten on and Kinzo's face. Bro, poor Shannon in here. What do I do?
神と我が晩餐は沈黙を尊ぶ。
黙らせますか。
必要ない。我が耳には届いて
Holy Giga Chad. Kinzo coolly tasted his food. He is his own atmosphere. Genji quietly lowered his head and took a single step back. As he did, Kanon, who stood in reverse, reserved, like a shadow behind and to the side of Genji, opened his mouth.
マリア様がベアトリーチェ様より手紙を受け取られたとのことで、その真偽を確かめたいのでしょう。
あやつめ、早速始めおったか。さあ、ベアトリーチェ、かける恋に不足はあるまい。存分に今宵を
He's just here for the love of the game. He's at the end of his life. He doesn't care. He doesn't care.
お前の微笑みは永遠に私のものだ。もう一度見られるなら、富も名誉も我が
Yeah, he just wants a piece of the pie, dude.
さて、ルーレット
Who's gonna get hit first? Who's up first?
ボールはどのポケットに
The Demon's Roulette.
ノワールか、ルージュか。
Black, red.
それとも親の総取りか。
What about green? What about green?
ベアトリーチェ、私が再びお前に奇跡の力というものを見せてやる。
Glass crack. Damn. Damn. 10. Legend of the Gold. Okay, chat. Is that the spot? That kind of feels like a good spot. Dang! Okay, we got plot! We made it to the plot! We made it to some actual plot action. Let me write down, roulette. Roulette's a big thing. He really likes using the word roulette. Where do I want to put that? I'll just put the words Demon's Roulette. Demon's Roulette. For the sacrifices. Sacrifices. Okay, chat, we actually made it to some plot. Hell yeah, dude. Now, like, the setup has been complete. And Maria out in the cold. We got, like, a little mystery alibi. Who gave her the umbrella? Is there ever a world it could be somebody from the cast? You know? Which I'm fully on the Beatrice is real and she's making moves play. That's fully where I'm at right now. I think it's just hard to, like, be like, nah, this is some Scooby-Doo action. There's a logical explanation. I don't know. I don't think so, bro. I don't think so, bro. Sorry, got a little distracted here. That was a good session, though. I really like the Maria. Oh! This was foreshadowing what Rosa did to her. It's like cutting off her wings. It's chopping off her tail. Because she wants to be a witch. Right? It's like a girl wants to be a mermaid. And so she wants to be a witch. And then Rosa doesn't like it. So she cuts off the tail. I get it, chat. I get it. Thanks for the stream. You're very welcome, chat. Yeah, we'll be back for more Umineko next Tuesday. Same time. Roughly. To see what's actually going on. Which is exciting. Oh, and then also this section was really fun. The golden puzzle epitaph, that was fun to try to chop into. Trying to think, is there any? I don't think I have any more context from what's happened here. I mean, okay, so we're at the first Twilight. We are at the first Twilight. I'll put that here. Probably not, since Kinzo is saying 6 sacrifices with Demon's Roulette. But it was worth throwing, I think. Thoughts compared to the overall pacing of the story? I think the pacing's been good. I think I've preferred it to Higu overall. It hasn't had any, like, crazy repetition or anything like that, which is, like, my biggest complaint. So, like straight up the writing speed. Like, not, like, scene-by-scene pacing, but, like, the writing kind of pacing, if that makes sense. I've found to be very nice and very, very smooth. Scene pacing, I think, has been fine. Yeah, I think it's been good. They've done a good, because I like the, like, economic financial conversation stuff. I'm a big fan of that. So that I feel like that would slow it down for a lot of people, but for me, I mean, I'm engaged in that, so I don't mind it at all. And then now they've gotten to like the spooky stuff, so that's exciting in its own right. I'm just saving again to be safe. There we go. Yeah, but yeah, I'm liking it, chat. I'm liking it. We're starting to get to some interesting locations, so this should be fun. But chat, oh, what did we learn? Thank you for the resubscription. 9 months. Thanks for giving me the incentive to finish this game. Thanks for the pregnancy worth of subscription time. Appreciate you. What have we learned? Also, thank you again for the gift subs earlier. That was very nice. Umi atmosphere is insane. It is insane. And like, dude, Maria, being like, oh, it was Beatrice that gave me the umbrella. That was crazy, bro. That actually kind of like got a reaction. Like I was in, you know what I mean? Like, a small thing like that causing like a visceral response is proof that the writing is like doing its job really well. Because like that's what it's going for, you know? It's like supposed to be a spooky reveal. And I kind of like actually felt it, which was, I was a little surprised. But, chat, that is it for this one. We'll be doing Limbus Company this Thursday. Shout out our Project Moon series. We got Umineko again next Tuesday. Got the full YouTube playlist. Go check that out on my YouTube. That's where I do most of my content. Posted stuff there. ReZero's been going good. I got some compilations that I'm about to start dropping. I just got to make some thumbnails, so that'll be fun. A lot of fun stuff going around. So, should be good. Yeah, Bojack's been really good. Man, things have been good in the Pink Cube sphere, man. Good in the Pink Cube sphere. So yeah, thanks for popping in. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be seeing y'all again next week for some more Umineko. If nothing else, I'll be seeing y'all then. Bye!